Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Usopp wailed. What if the monster comes to the ship? What if a giant bug eats us? You're the wizard. You have the boomstick. We're sticking with you. Ben looked at the two terrified pirates hanging off his arms. He sighed, but a small smile played on his lips. All right. Safety in numbers. But try not to scream at every leaf, okay? It startles the flora. No promises. Usopp yelled. Let's go, Ben said. And so they descended the gangplank, stepping into the prehistoric shadows of Little Garden, ready to face horrors they couldn't even imagine. Chapter 29, Little Garden. 2077 words. The jungle of Little Garden was a green hell. It wasn't just that the trees were big, they were aggressive. The ferns were the size of galleon sails, blocking out the sun and trapping the humidity in a thick, steamy layer near the ground. The air buzzed with the sound of insects that were disturbingly close to the size of cats. Ben, however, was in paradise. Fascinating, he murmured, kneeling beside a cluster of vibrant, purple mushrooms that seemed to be pulsating with a faint, rhythmic light. He waved his wand over them, checking for magical resonance. He plucked a sample of things he found interesting, shrinking it instantly with a casual flick of Command T, and deposited it into a vial. Behind him, the cowardly duo were not sharing his academic enthusiasm. Nami and Usopp were no longer two separate people. They had fused into a single, trembling entity of survival instinct. They were walking lockstep, back to back, clutching each other's clothes so tightly their knuckles were white. Ben. Nami squeaked, her eyes darting around the shadows. Can we go back? I think I saw a mosquito the size of a toaster. A toaster, Ben. Mosquitoes shouldn't have appliances as a size reference. This is it, Usopp whimpered, his long nose twitching like a radar dish. I can feel it in my bones. Though I will die if I enter a prehistoric jungle, disease is flaring up. It's terminal. Ben stood up, dusting off his knees. Nonsense. Look at this fern. Its sap has properties similar to Wiggenweld potion. If I refine this, I could make a healing salve 10 times stronger than standard medicine. Just a little further. A little further. Usopp shrieked. We've been walking for 20 minutes. In dinosaur time, that's like 100 years. As if summoned by the word dinosaur, the jungle went quiet. The buzz of the giant insects stopped. The wind died down. The ground shook. A puddle of water near Nami's foot rippled. That? Nami whispered, tears already forming in her eyes. The canopy ahead of them exploded. With a roar that sounded like a tearing sheet of metal, a massive head burst through the trees. It was a T-Rex. A literal, living, breathing Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its teeth were the size of swords. Its eyes were yellow and hungry. Saliva dripped from its jaws, landing on a fern with a heavy splat. Ruaweaware. Jaya. Nami and Usopp screamed in perfect harmony, hugging each other so hard they fell over. Dinosaur. It's a real dinosaur. We're extinct. We're fossils. Usopp wailed. The T-Rex lunged. It moved with terrifying speed for something so large, its jaws snapping open to swallow the screaming trio whole. Ben didn't flinch. He didn't run. He simply sighed, as if interrupted in the middle of a good book. He raised the Elder Wand. He didn't use a flashy elemental spell. He used precision. Diff Indo. A thin, invisible blade of pure magical force sliced through the air. There was a soft swish sound. The T-Rex kept moving forward, but its head did not. The massive head slid cleanly off the neck. The body took 2 more steps, momentum carrying it forward, before collapsing with a ground-shaking crash. The head landed with a wet thud a few feet away from Nami, its eyes rolling back. Silence returned to the jungle. Nami and Usopp slowly uncurled from their fetal positions. They looked at the dead dinosaur. They looked at Ben, who was calmly wiping a speck of dust from his wand. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba. A new sound. It wasn't human. It was deep, booming, and seemed to come from the sky itself. Who's there? Usopp shrieked, raising his slingshot with trembling hands. A shadow fell over them. A shadow so large it blocked out the sun. They looked up. Standing over them, peering through the gap in the trees, was a giant. He was colossal. Easily 60 feet tall. He wore a red Viking helmet with horns, a massive beard that bristled like a forest, and carried an axe that could cleave a ship in two. He looked down at the dead T-Rex, then at the three tiny humans. Who stole my lunch? The giant roared, his voice shaking the leaves. Nami and Usopp's souls left their bodies. They turned white, blue, and then transparent. GGG giant. Usopp screamed. The giant pointed a finger the size of a log at the T-Rex. I was hunting that. I've been tracking it for 10 minutes. Which one of you ants killed it? Nami and Usopp immediately, instinctively, and without hesitation, pointed at Ben. He did it. Ben sighed. Loyalty, thy name is Straw Hat. He stepped forward, looking up at the massive warrior. He offered a polite, courtly bow. My apologies, O mighty warrior, Ben said, his voice amplified slightly with magic so the giant could hear him clearly. The beast attacked us. It was a matter of survival. We did not mean to steal your prey. The giant blinked. He looked at the tiny, white-haired man who spoke so boldly. Then he looked at the clean cut on the dinosaur's neck. You did this, the giant asked. Yes, Ben smiled. But since it was your prey, we have plenty of food on our ship. Consider it a gift. The giant stared for a second longer, then threw his head back and laughed again. Gabba-babba. You are an interesting little human. You kill a Rex and then give it away. I like you. He slammed his axe into the ground. I am Bragi, the Red Ogre, a warrior of Elbaf. Elbaf. Usopp's fear suddenly vanished, replaced by a spark of recognition. The village of warriors. The land of giants. The very same. Bragi boomed. He looked at the dinosaur. Well, since you gave me the meat, it would be rude not to share. Join me for lunch. I have a grill hot enough to roast this beast whole. He paused, a hopeful glint in his massive eyes. Tell me, do you little humans have booze? Ben grinned. He reached into his magically expanded coat pocket. Bragi-san, we are pirates. Of course we have booze. Bragi's face lit up like a lighthouse. Gabba-babba. Then you are guests of honor. To my home. He grabbed the T-Rex by the tail, slung the multi-ton carcass over his shoulder as if it were a backpack, and began to march through the jungle, crushing trees beneath his boots. Ben turned to Nami and Usopp. Come on. Friendly. Nami hissed. He's the size of a building. He could crush us by sneezing. But he's from Elbaf. Usopp whispered, his eyes shining. The land of my dreams. Nami, we have to go. This is destiny. Nami groaned. But if I get eaten, I'm haunting you both. Bragi's home was a testament to the terrifying ecosystem of Little Garden. It wasn't a house, it was a giant, bleached skull of some ancient, colossal sea monster, propped up against a cliff. A fire roared in the center of the clearing, large enough to burn down a city block. Bragi deftly skinned the T-Rex and slapped a massive slab of meat onto the fire. The smell of roasting dinosaur fat filled the air, rich, gamey, and delicious. As the meat sizzled, Bragi sat cross-legged, which still made him 30 feet tall, and looked at his guests. So, Bragi rumbled. You are pirates. It has been a long time since I saw pirates. 50 years. Maybe more. You've been here 50 years? Nami asked, nibbling on a cracker she'd brought from the ship. She didn't trust the dino meat yet. Longer. Bragi laughed. I have been here for 100 years. 100. Usopp choked. Why stay on this monster island? Bragi's expression shifted. The jovial host vanished, replaced by something ancient and solemn. A warrior's pride. I am fighting a duel, Bragi said. A duel of honor. Against Dory the Blue Ogre. He pointed toward the other side of the island, where a massive volcano smoked ominously. We are both captains of the giant warrior pirates. 100 years ago, we had an argument, which became a duel. By the laws of Elbaf, only the gods can decide who is right. So we fight. Every day. Until one of us falls. Usopp sat mesmerized. The firelight reflected in his goggles. 100 years. Just for honor. Just for honor, Bragi confirmed, nodding. We have forgotten the reason for the argument long ago. But the fight is our life now. It is the pride of Elbaf. Usopp stood up. His knees were shaking, but not from fear this time. That's incredible. To fight for a century, to never give up, that is the path of a true brave warrior of the sea. I want to be like that. I want to go to Elbaf one day. Gabba Baba. Bragi laughed, slapping his knee. You have spirit, Longnose. Maybe one day you will. The meat is done. Bragi announced. He pulled the massive slab off the fire. About that booze. Ben stood up. He pulled a standard-sized bottle of sake from his coat. Bragi looked at the bottle. It was the size of a toothpick in his hand. He looked disappointed. Little human booze. Appreciated. But it will barely wet my tongue. Ben smiled. Don't worry about that, Bragi-san. Allow me. Ben placed the bottle on a flat rock. He stepped back. The green magic of Command T flared around his hands. Command T, expand. Vroom. The air warped. The small glass bottle suddenly surged outward. The glass thickened, the liquid inside multiplying by the gallon. In seconds, the bottle was the size of a water tower. It was now perfectly scaled for a giant's hand. Bragi's jaw dropped. His eyes popped out. What? He roared. Did you eat a devil fruit? Ben shook his head, the green aura fading. No devil fruit. I am a magician. Just a little trick to ensure our host doesn't go thirsty. Gabba bababa. Bragi howled, grabbing the massive bottle. A magician. I love this sea. You humans are full of surprises. He popped the cork, which sounded like a cannon shot, and took a massive swig. Good sake. They ate and drank. The dinosaur meat was tough but flavorful. The atmosphere was warm. For a moment, the terrors of the Grand Line felt far away. And then, the earth screamed. Crocobi-o-o-o-o-o-o-o-o-o-o-o-o-m. The central volcano erupted. A massive pillar of smoke and ash shot into the sky. The ground shook violently, knocking Nami over. What is it? Nami yelled. Is the island exploding? Bragi stopped drinking. He set the bottle down gently. The laughter vanished from his face. His eyes became hard, focused, and terrifyingly intense. He picked up his massive shield and his axe. No, Bragi rumbled, standing up to his full height. He loomed over them like a god of war. That is the signal. The volcano tells us it is time. Time for what? Usopp whispered. Bragi looked toward the other side of the island, where another massive silhouette was rising from the jungle. It is time to fight. He looked down at Ben, Nami, and Usopp. Thank you for the meat. And the drink. But now. I must go. Dory is waiting. He began to walk, his footsteps shaking the earth. Ben watched him go. He felt the shift in the air. The raw, unadulterated hockey of two giants preparing to clash. Come on, Ben said to Nami and Usopp. Where? Nami asked. Back to the ship. No, Ben said, his eyes locked on Broggy's retreating back. We're going to watch. You don't get to see a 100-year-old duel of honor every day. And besides. He grinned, I think I need to collect some data on giant combat styles. Usopp grabbed his bag. I'm coming. I have to see it. I have to see the warriors of Elbaf. Even Nami, despite her fear, was drawn by the gravity of the moment. But we stay far, far away. They followed the giant through the jungle, toward the clearing where the two titans would clash, the ground shaking with every step of their anticipation. Do you guys want a 2-year time skip? Yes. No. Chapter 30, Little Garden. 1927 words. The jungle of Little Garden didn't just shake, it convulsed. To Nami and Usopp, hiding in the ferns near Broggy's camp, it felt like the world was ending. To Luffy and Vivi, watching from the opposite ridge near Dory's camp, it looked like the sky was falling. In the center of the island, amidst a wasteland of shattered trees and pulverized rock, the two titans clashed. The colossal axe of Broggy the Red Ogre met the massive longsword of Dory the Blue Ogre. Krakoooooooooooom. The impact created a shockwave of compressed air that flattened the surrounding jungle for 100 meters. Birds flapped away in terror. Dinosaurs, the apex predators of history, scurried into their burrows like frightened mice. For hours, the battle raged. It was a dance of destruction, a symphony of violence played out by two beings who were less like men and more like mountains given flesh. They laughed as they struck, their joy echoing off the volcano. Gabba-babba. Is that all you have, Dory? Gegya-jayagya. My blade is just getting warm, Broggy. They fought until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and bruised purple. They fought until their weapons sparked in the twilight. And finally, with a synchronized roar that shook the bones of everyone watching, they delivered one last, simultaneous strike. Both giants were knocked backwards. Both landed on their backs with earth-shattering thuds. Silence returned to Little Garden. Broggy lay staring up at the first stars appearing in the sky. His chest heaved like a bellows. That makes how many? Dory, lying a few hundred meters away, chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. That was 73,466. And 73,466 draws. They both erupted into laughter again, a sound of pure, unadulterated brotherhood. They weren't enemies. They were rivals bound by the sacred laws of Elbaf. Luffy, eyes shining like diamonds, hung off a tree branch. Look at them. They're huge. And strong. And they're laughing. Usopp, peeking through his fingers on the other side, felt tears streaming down his face. It wasn't fear. It was awe. This is it. This is the pride of a warrior. To fight for 100 years for nothing but honor. The giants sat up, dusting off the debris of a century of combat. A good fight, Broggy grunted. But I am thirsty. He grinned, remembering the gift from the tiny magician. He reached for the massive barrel, the one Ben had enlarged earlier. It was strapped to his back, miraculously unharmed. Dory. Broggy shouted across the clearing. My new little friends gave me some excellent booze. Catch. He hurled the massive barrel through the air. It was the size of a house, spinning end over end. Dory caught it with one hand, sniffing it suspiciously before grinning. Little humans. I have some new guests too. Gegya Jayagya. Thanks for the drink, brother. They parted ways, the earth trembling with their footsteps as they returned to their respective camps for the night. At Bragi's camp, the hollowed-out skull of the ancient sea king, the fire was crackling warmly. Bragi sat heavily, the ground shaking as he settled. Gabba Baba. A draw again. But tomorrow the god of Elbaf will smile on me. Ben, Nami, and Usopp sat near the fire. Nami was still clutching her tempest tact, looking nervously at the giant shadows in the jungle, but Usopp was staring into the flames, his expression unusually serious. Bragi sure show. Usopp whispered, using the respectful title for a master. You really fight every day. Just for honor. It is the way of Elbaf, Bragi rumbled, chewing on a roasted dinosaur leg. If you cannot resolve a dispute, you let the gods decide through combat. To retreat is to lose your pride. And for a giant, pride is life. Usopp stood up. He wasn't shaking. He clenched his fists, his long nose casting a shadow in the firelight. I've decided, Usopp declared, his voice ringing out with a new strength. I'm going to be a warrior like that. I want to be a proud warrior of the sea. One who can laugh in the face of danger and fight for what he believes in. Nami looked at him, surprised. Usopp. Gabba Baba. Bragi laughed, raising a celebratory bone. Well said, tiny warrior. Keep that fire in your belly, and you will reach Elbaf one day. Ben smiled, watching the scene. This was it. The moment Usopp's dream solidified. The cowardly liar was beginning to forge his own legend. Well, Ben said, standing up and dusting off his robes. That was an inspiring speech. I think I'm going to go stretch my legs. Maybe find some dessert fruit. Nami's head snapped up. Don't you dare leave us alone with the giant. He's a host, Nami. You're safe. Besides, Ben tapped his pocket, I need to check on a project. Before she could protest further, Ben stepped into the shadows of the skull's eye socket and vanished with a soft pop. Deep in the darkest, most overgrown part of the jungle, where the sunlight barely reached the ground, stood a structure that defied nature. It was a small, perfectly white house. It looked like a delicious, frosted cake amidst the savage greenery. But it wasn't frosting. It was wax. Hardened, steel-strong candle wax. Inside, the decor was elegant if a bit pretentious. A tea set sat on a wax table. A painting easel stood in the corner. 3 sat at the table, sipping Earl Grey tea. He was a strange man with hair shaped like the number 3, and a demeanor that screamed scheming intellectual. Opposite him sat a young girl, Miss Goldenweek, who was lazily eating rice crackers and ignoring everything around her. Pacing the room was Miss Valentine. She looked annoyed, twirling her parasol. This is boring, Miss Valentine complained. Where is Mr. He vanished after we split up to chase the princess. He hasn't reported in hours. Do you think that swordsman got him? Mr. 3 sipped his tea, his pinky finger extended. 5 is a brute. He likely got lost or blew himself up. It matters not. His brute force is unnecessary for my plan. And what is your plan? Miss Valentine snapped. We're here to kill the giants, right? Those things are monsters. They've been fighting for 100 years. How do you expect to capture them? Mr. 3 smirked, tapping his head. With this, my dear. Intellect. Brute force is for simpletons. I have a plan ready, we will execute it tomorrow. He laughed, a high, grating sound. Phosphos phosphos. It will be perfect. And with the princess and the straw hats here, I shall capture a bounty worth hundreds of millions in a single stroke of genius. You talk too much. The voice didn't come from Miss Valentine. It came from the door. The door to his secret, hidden, wax fortress. Standing there, framed by the jungle night, was a man in a black coat with snow-white hair. He held a polished wooden wand loosely in his hand. Who? Mr. 3 stood up, knocking over his tea. Ben didn't give a villain monologue. He didn't explain how he found them. Magical tracking on Mr. 5's partner was embarrassingly easy. He didn't wait for Mr. 3 to activate his powers. 3's hair flame ignited. You dare enter my candle wall. He waved his hand, trying to summon a wall of steel hard wax to block the intruder. He was too slow. Ben's arm was a blur. Stupefy Maxima. A bolt of red light, thick as a cannonball, erupted from the Elder Wand. It smashed through the forming wax wall, as if it were paper, and hit Mr. 3 square in the chest. 3's eyes rolled back. He didn't even have time to scream. He collapsed backward, stiff as a board, foam forming at his mouth. Miss Valentine shrieked, raising her parasol to change her weight. You're the wizard. 10,000 key. Ben flicked his wand to the left. Stupefy. A second bolt caught her mid-jump. She froze in midair, her weight reverting to normal, and she dropped like a stone, landing on top of Mr. 3 with a heavy thud. Miss Goldenweek, the young painter, just blinked. She held a rice cracker halfway to her mouth. She looked at her unconscious partners. She looked at Ben. She shrugged, took a bite of the cracker, and held out her hands in surrender. I surrender. Can I finish my snack? Ben chuckled. Priorities. I like that. Somnolus. A gentle, silvery mist sprayed from his wand. Miss Goldenweek yawned, her eyes drooping. She curled up on the floor, hugged her paint box, and fell into a deep, peaceful magical sleep. The entire battle had taken less than 5 seconds. Ben stepped into the room, looking around at the wax furniture. Tacky, he muttered. Very tacky. He walked over to the pile of unconscious agents. He pulled out the small leather suitcase from his pocket, placing it on the floor and enlarging it. Right then, Ben said, opening the lid. Collection time. He levitated the bodies. The Doru Doru no Mi Paramecia. He takes the log pose to Alabasta from his pocket. He dropped Mr. 3 into the suitcase's containment hold. Miss Valentine. The Kilo no Mi mass manipulation. He snapped the suitcase shut. He checked his status. Template, brandish move. Integration, 56%. 56%, Ben mused, shrinking the suitcase back to matchbox size and pocketing it. I'm getting stronger. But to unlock the next tier, or a new template, I need to harvest these fruits. 2 new captures. That puts me ahead of schedule. He looked around the empty wax house. With a wave of his wand, he cast Incendio. The wax structure caught fire instantly, melting into a puddle of slag, destroying any evidence of the Baroque workspace. No loose ends, Ben whispered. He turned on his heel. The air around him twisted with a loud crack. Back at Broggy's camp, the fire was dying down. I wonder where Ben went. Nami asked, hugging her knees. He's a wizard, Nami, Usopp said, though he looked nervous too. He probably just found a really interesting rock. Or he's fighting a dragon. It's 50-50 with him. Pop Ben appeared sitting on the log right next to Nami, a fresh, strange-looking tropical fruit in his hand. Gaia. Nami and Usopp jumped 3 feet in the air. Don't do that. Nami screamed, clutching her heart. Do what? Ben asked, taking a bite of the fruit. I just went for a stroll. Found some lovely berries. Want one? Where have you been? Usopp demanded. We heard, well, we didn't hear anything, which was worse. Just exploring, Ben said innocently. Found a weird wax sculpture in the woods. Melted it. Nothing important. He looked at Broggy, who was snoring loudly against the cliffside, the empty barrel of booze beside him. So, Ben said, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. Tomorrow is the big day. The duel continues. But I have a feeling, tomorrow's fight might be a little different. Different how? Nami asked, suspicious. Ben just smiled, leaning back and looking at the stars. He patted the pocket where 3 high-ranking Baroque Works agents were currently shrunken and stored. Oh, just a hunch, Ben said. Then he murmurs, this fight will conclude tomorrow. Chapter 31, Little Garden. 1810 words. The jungle of Little Garden slept, a prehistoric slumber filled with the chirping of massive insects, and the distant rumble of snoring giants. But deep within the going merry, inside a leather suitcase, the laws of nature were being rewritten. Ben stood in experiment room 3. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, and the metallic tang of blood. On the table, Mr. 3 and Miss Valentine lay unconscious, their breathing shallow. Round 2, Ben whispered, his voice devoid of emotion. He repeated the ritual. The chalk circles, the ancient chants drawn from the darkest corners of the Dumbledore template, and the sacrifice of the vitality-rich Grand Line fish. The magic tore the air, screaming as it ripped the Doru Doru no Mi Wax Wax fruit from Galdino and the Kilo Kilo no Mi Kilo Kilo fruit from Makita. The essences swirled, black and terrifying, before slamming into the prepared fruits, a pear and a lemon. They mutated instantly, taking on the telltale swirls of the devil. Harvest complete, Ben murmured, wiping sweat from his brow. He didn't stop there. He raised his wand to the unconscious agent's temples. Obliviate. He was surgical. He excised the memories of the straw hats. They would wake up confused, powerless but alive. He levitated them into the guest quarters of the suitcase, a comfortable, if locked, apartment stocked with a month's worth of food. They were assets for later. Perhaps for the Marines, perhaps for leverage. Ben returned to his lab. He placed the 2 new devil fruits onto the scanner of his system interface. Trade offering detected, 2 paramecia types. Exchange for 2 template roles. Y/N. Do it. The wheel spun. Lights flashed. The anticipation was a physical weight in the room. Template 1, Momo Yayorozu, My Hero Academia. Ability, Creation, Awakened. Ding. Template 2, Tony Stark, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Ability, Supergenius Intellect/Engineering. Ben stared at the screen. A slow, incredulous smile spread across his face. Jackpot. He closed his eyes, diving into his mind palace. This was the true gift of the Dumbledore template, not just spells, but the organization of the mind. He could access the memories of his templates like books in a library. He pulled the Tony Stark volume. It wasn't just knowledge, it was a way of thinking. It was a frantic, restless, unparalleled genius. He saw blueprints for arc reactors, suits of armor, AI algorithms, and chemical formulas. He pulled the Momo Yayorozu volume. He understood the atomic structure of everything. Carbon, tungsten, lipids, proteins. Stark's brain, to design it, Ben whispered, his eyes snapping open, glowing with a new, manic intensity. Momo's power to build it. He didn't sleep. Sleep was for people who couldn't rewrite biology. He accessed a specific file in the Stark memory banks, Project Rebirth. The Super Soldier Serum. Stark hadn't made it, but his father, Howard, had possessed the samples, and Tony had analyzed the chemical composition of Captain America's blood 1,000 times. The Erskine formula, Ben muttered, pacing the lab. Beta ray stimulation, Vita rays. No, I don't need rays. I can do it like in the series The Falcon and Winter Soldier. He tweaked the formula. Stark's intellect saw the flaws. He grabbed a beaker. He didn't search for chemicals. He simply willed them into existence. Creation. Lipids from his arm were converted into pure, medical-grade chemicals. Blue liquid dripped into the beaker. An hour later, he held a syringe filled with a glowing, neon blue liquid. The perfect super soldier serum. He sat in a chair, rolled up his sleeve, and injected it. It felt like he had injected liquid sun. His veins bulged, turning blue, then gold. He gritted his teeth, suppressing a scream as his DNA was rewritten, his muscles knitted tighter, his bones densified, his metabolism overclocked to perfection. The pain faded, replaced by a hum of limitless energy. Ben stood up. He felt. He looked in the mirror. He hadn't turned into a Hulk. He was leaner, his muscles defined like carved marble. His eyes were sharper, processing visual data faster than before. "Test run," he said. He entered the training room. He summoned the brawler doll, the one Luffy used. Command T, expand. The doll grew to 10 feet. Ben didn't use magic. He didn't use a wand. He just punched. His fist shattered the enchanted wood of the doll's chest. The shockwave ruffled his own hair. Physical strength increased by 400%, Ben analyzed, his brain running the numbers instantly. Reflexes enhanced. Fatigue eliminated. He returned to the lab. He wasn't done. "I have the software," he tapped his head. "Now I need the hardware." He began to build. With creation, he didn't need a forge. He spawned gold filaments, silicon wafers, and cooling systems directly from his hands. He built a supercomputer. Not a blocky 1990s desktop, but a sleek, holographic interface powered by a miniature, magically sustained arc reactor core. He typed furiously, coding an operating system that blended Stark's Jarvis architecture with the navigational data of the One Piece world. By dawn, the lab hummed with the blue light of the future. The sun rose over Little Garden, filtering through the prehistoric canopy. At Broggy's camp, Nami and Usopp were waking up, stretching their stiff limbs. "Men," Usopp yawned. "Sleeping on a giant skull is surprisingly uncomfortable." "Morning," a voice said. They turned. Ben was standing by the fire, cooking something that smelled like a five-star breakfast. He was wearing a tight black t-shirt that he definitely hadn't been wearing yesterday. Nami blinked. She rubbed her eyes. "Ben?" She looked him up and down. His posture was different. He stood taller. His arms, usually hidden by his wizard robes, were. "Did you grow?" Nami asked, confused. "You look different. Stronger." Usopp squinted. "You look like you did 10,000 push-ups overnight." Ben flipped a perfectly cooked omelet. "Oh, you know," he said casually, tapping his temple. "Just tested a few things last night. The usual mad science. It was a success." "You're scary," Nami decided, accepting a plate. "But you cook well, so I'll allow it." After breakfast, Ben wiped his mouth. "Let's go find our idiot captain. The duel should be starting soon, but I have a feeling the giants might be in a talking mood today." They packed up and headed toward Dory's camp. When they arrived at the clearing near Dory's camp, they heard laughter. "Gegia Jaya Jaya. Shishishishi." Luffy was sitting on top of Dory's helmet, which was sitting on the ground, laughing hysterically. Dory, the blue ogre, was leaning against a tree, holding his ribs, also laughing. "Luffy!" Usopp called out, waving. "Guys!" Luffy waved back. As they gathered, chatting about yesterday's fight. "Out of my way, stupid bush. Move it, Love Cook. You're blocking the path." The underbrush exploded. Zoro emerged, dragging a massive, unconscious Triceratops by one horn. He was sweating, shirtless, and looked exhausted but triumphant. "Beat that," he grunted. A second later, Sanji burst through the trees, dragging a colossal, unconscious T-Rex, a different one by its tail. "Ha!" Sanji shouted, cigarette dangling. "Mine is bigger. I win, Mosshead." "Are you blind?" Zoro roared, pointing at his Triceratops. "Look at his size. Mine is heavier. Length over girth, you idiot." Sanji yelled back. Mine is clearly longer. That's what she said. Ben chimed in helpfully. Nami face-palmed. Robin, who had strolled in behind Sanji, just giggled behind her hand. Dory and Bragi, who had just arrived from his camp, stared at the two pirates and their massive catches. They listened to the argument. Mine is bigger. No, mine is bigger. I caught it first. I caught it better. The two giants looked at each other. The gears in their century-old memories began to turn. The fog of 100 years of combat lifted. Wait. Bragi rumbled, his eyes going wide. Brother. Dory whispered, dropping his sword. That. Bragi pointed at Sanji and Zoro. That argument. We were fighting over who caught the bigger Sea King. The realization hit them like a cannonball. 100 years. 73,000 duels. Countless draws. Volcano eruptions. All of it. Because of a fishing contest. Silence descended on the clearing. The Straw Hats watched the giants, expecting rage. Expecting sorrow. Expecting them to crush Sanji and Zoro for mocking their sacred duel. Instead. Gabba-babba-babba. Gegia-jaya-jaya. The giants threw their heads back and laughed. They laughed so hard the ground shook. They laughed until tears streamed down their massive faces. They slapped their knees, creating shockwaves. We forgot. Bragi howled. We are idiots. 100 years. Dory wheezed. Over a catch. A tasty hunt, but still. Everyone started laughing. Luffy was rolling on the ground. Usopp was wiping tears away. Even Robin was chuckling openly. Only Zoro and Sanji stood there, holding their dinosaurs, looking confused. What's so funny? Zoro grunted. Did we win? Sanji asked. Ben stepped forward, a gleam in his eye. He looked at Luffy. Captain, Ben said, nudging Luffy. Look at them. Warriors of Elbaf. They have 100 years of combat experience. And they're currently unemployed. Luffy looked at the giants. He looked at Ben. A light bulb, a literal, cartoonish, glowing light bulb, appeared over Luffy's head. Luffy's grin stretched impossibly wide. He jumped onto a rock. You guys. Luffy shouted. Dory and Bragi wiped their eyes, looking down at the tiny rubberman. Yes, little one. Join my crew. Luffy yelled. Be my nakama. Silence. Absolute, terrified silence from Nami and Usopp. Nuu. Nami shrieked, her eyes popping out. Look at the size of them. They're bigger than the ship. If they step on the Mary, we'll sink to the bottom of the ocean. We'll die. Usopp wailed. And I don't want Mary damaged. Don't worry about it, a calm voice cut through the panic. Ben stepped up, adjusting his cuffs. He looked at the giants, then at the Mary. He looked at Nami. Logistics will no longer be an issue. He looked at Luffy and grinned. Invite them, Captain. I'll handle the physics. Luffy didn't need to be told twice. He turned back to the giants, his eyes sparkling. Ben says it's okay. Let's go to the One Piece together. It'll be an adventure. Dory and Bragi looked at each other. They looked at the jungle they had been trapped in for a century. They looked at their worn-out weapons. They looked at this chaotic, tiny crew that had fed them, befriended them, and reminded them of why they fought. A slow, massive grin spread across both of their faces. Gabba-ba-babba. Gegia-jaya-gia. The laughter of the giants echoed across the ocean, a sound of pure freedom. Should they join? Should they fight Luffy before joining? Ben makes them normal size using brandish magic. Yes. No. Chapter 32, Little Garden. 1639 words. Gababa-bababa. Gegia-jaya-jaya. The laughter of the giants was a physical force, rattling the teeth of the Straw Hat crew. Dory and Bragi stood tall, colossally tall, wiping tears of mirth from their eyes. Join your crew. Bragi rumbled, looking down at the tiny rubberman. Little one, you have spirit. We have been stuck here for a century because of a duel. To leave, we would need a reason greater than the duel itself. Dory grinned, his teeth like tombstones. We are warriors of Elbaf. We follow strength. We follow glory. You want us to sail under your flag? Then prove your flag is heavier than our pride. Bragi slammed his axe into the ground. 2 against 2. You and one of your warriors against us. If you can put our backs to the dirt, we will follow you to the end of the world. Luffy's grin matched theirs. He cracked his knuckles, the sound like popping corn compared to the giant's movements. Shishishi. You're on. I love a fight. He turned to his crew. Who wants in? I'll do it, Zoro said instantly, stepping forward, his hand already on Wado Ikimanji. His eyes burned with the desire to test his new training against the real thing. Not if I get there first, Mosshead, Sanji growled, extinguishing his cigarette. I need to kick something large to forget the trauma of the last 24 hours. Stop. Nami shrieked, throwing her arms out. Are you all insane? Look at the size of them. One stomp and we're paced. We can't fight mountains. Nami's right. Usopp added, hiding behind her. This is a bad idea. Let's just play a board game. Or a riddle contest. I'll do it, a calm voice cut through the panic. Ben stepped forward, adjusting the cuffs of his black coat. He looked fresh, his recent super soldier serum injection giving him a dangerous vitality. Ben? Zoro frowned. You're a wizard. You sure you want to get in a brawl with these guys? You two had your fun, Ben said, glancing at the swordsman and the cook. Zoro, you took down 100 bounty hunters and fought Hatchin in Arlong. Sanji, you two fought one of the Arlong commanders. I've been dealing with cannon fodder and logistics. I need to stretch my legs. He looked at the giants, his blue eyes gleaming. Besides, I have the perfect counter-strategy. Let me handle the logistics of the fight. Luffy handles the punch. Zoro stared at him for a moment, then grunted, stepping back. Don't die. Sanji lit a new cigarette. Try not to destroy the island, wizard. Luffy bounced over to Ben. Me and Ben. We're gonna win. Ben nodded. We wait for the signal. The jungle went silent. The birds stopped singing. The dinosaurs stopped roaring. All eyes turned to the central volcano. Minutes ticked by. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Krakoom. The volcano erupted. A pillar of ash shot into the sky. Now. Bragi roared, raising his axe. Come, little humans. Dory bellowed, raising his sword. They charged. 2 mountains of muscle and steel descending to crush the ants. Nami screamed. Usopp covered his eyes. Ben didn't move. He simply raised his right hand, his palm glowing with a vibrant, neon green light. He tapped into the Brandish Mu template, channeling the mass manipulation magic. Command T, reduce. The magic didn't shoot out as a beam, it pulsed as a wave, washing over the charging giants instantly. The sound was like air being sucked out of a room. The colossal forms of Dory and Bragi. 60 feet became 50. They stopped shrinking when they hit 8 feet. They stumbled, their momentum thrown off by the sudden change in scale. They skidded to a halt, looking at their hands, then at each other. They were still huge compared to a normal human, broad and muscular, but they were no longer walking natural disasters. The crew's jaws dropped. He shrunk them. Usopp whispered. He turned the monsters into slightly smaller monsters. Robin, leaning against a tree, adjusted her glasses. Her cool mask slipped, revealing genuine shock. Mass manipulation. Without touching them, Dory and Broggy stared at each other. They poked each other. Then, they did the only thing Elbaf warriors would do. Gababa-bababa. Gegia-jaya-jaya. Look at you, Broggy. You're a dwarf. Look at yourself, Dory. You're a peanut. They found it hysterical. Interesting magic, wizard. Broggy boomed, his voice still deep but lacking the tectonic rumble. You brought us down to your size. Fair play. But do not think this makes us weak. An Elbaf warrior's strength comes from his spirit, not his height. That's what I'm counting on, Ben grinned, drawing the Elder Wand. You take the red one. I've got blue. Shishishi. Got it. The fight exploded. Luffy launched himself at Broggy. Even at 8 feet, Broggy was a tank. He swung his axe, now the size of a large cleaver, with blinding speed. Terry soared. Luffy dodged, the blade slicing the air where his head had been a millisecond before. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. Luffy's fist connected with Broggy's shield. The sound was like a bell being struck. Broggy didn't budge. He shoved the shield forward, sending Luffy tumbling back. Strong. Luffy laughed, flipping to his feet. Gear second. Steam began to rise from his skin. He vanished. Jet pistol. A blur of impact. Broggy grunted, sliding back a foot. Fast little flea. Meanwhile, Ben faced Dory. The blue ogre swung his longsword. It was a masterful strike, honed by a century of repetition. Ben didn't dodge. He raised his wand. Protego Duo. A shimmering, multi-layered shield of blue light materialized. The sword slammed into it, sparks flying. The shield held, but Ben felt the impact in his teeth. Super soldier serum or not, blocking a giant is heavy work. Nice swing, Ben noted. He flicked his wand. A puño. The rocks around Dory's feet suddenly animated. They sprouted limbs and launched themselves at the giant like angry stone badgers. Dory laughed, stomping them into dust. Show me power. Power. Okay. Ben analyzed Dory's stance, his center of gravity, and the strength of the ground. He tapped into Momo's creation. From his left hand, he rapidly synthesized a canister of flash freeze coolant. He tossed it. Depulso. The canister shot forward, impacting Dory's sword hilt. It shattered. Liquid nitrogen coated the giant's hand and the hilt. Cold. Dory roared, his grip loosening. Ben moved. He didn't cast a spell. He sprinted. Thanks to the serum, he moved faster than a normal human I could track. He closed the distance, ducked under a wild swing, and delivered an uppercut to Dory's gut. The giant doubled over, the wind knocked out of him. The battle raged for 20 minutes. Trees were shattered, small ones, and rocks were pulverized. Luffy and Ben were holding their own, but the giants were relentless. Their stamina was infinite. They were enjoying this too much to stay down. Broggy and Dory leapt back, landing side by side. They nodded to each other. They are worthy, brother. Broggy roared. Let us show them the true might of Elbaf. Dory agreed. They raised their weapons high. The air around them began to distort. Hakoku. Ah-oh, Luffy said, stopping his bounce. That looks big. I think it's their final move, Ben realized. He looked at Luffy. We hit it head on. Yeah. Luffy agreed. Sovereignty. The giant swung. A beam of compressed air, a drilling vortex of destruction, shot toward Ben and Luffy. It tore up the ground, disintegrating rock and flora. Ben didn't use Protego. It would shatter. He didn't use Command T. The energy was too turbulent to shrink instantly. Creation, Vibranium Rampart. Using Momo's quirk and shaped by Stark's structural engineering knowledge, a massive, angled wall of vibranium was created in front of them. Boom. The Hakoka's sovereignty slammed into the rampart. The wall cracked, groaned, and glowed red-hot, but the angle deflected the main force of the blast upwards, sending a beam of light into the sky that parted the clouds. Now, Luffy. Ben roared, his hands shaking from the effort. Luffy launches himself high into the air, directly above the surprised giants. He bit his thumb. Bone balloon. His fist inflated to the size of a truck. But this time, he combined it with the speed of gear second. GOMU no. Giant jet. Pistol. He slammed into both giants simultaneously. The impact was seismic. Broggy and Dory, caught off guard by the deflection and the aerial assault, were knocked off their feet. They flew backwards, crashing into the jungle floor with a thud that shook the entire island. Dust settled. Luffy landed, panting, shrinking back to normal size but exhausted. Ben stood up, dusting off his hands. The giants lay on their backs, staring at the sky. Gabba-ba-ba-ba. Gegia-jaya-jaya. They sat up, rubbing their chests. Magnificent. Broggy roared. A wall that deflects the sovereignty. And a strike that hits like a falling mountain. Dory laughed. They looked at Luffy and Ben. They placed their weapons on the ground and bowed their heads, a gesture of immense respect. We yield. Broggy announced. You have put our backs to the dirt. The victory is yours. Does that mean? Luffy asked, eyes wide. Yes. Dory boomed. The giant warrior pirates. Broggy the red ogre and Dory the blue ogre pledged their weapons to the Straw Hat crew. Yee-hawa! Luffy screamed, throwing his hands in the air. We got giants. We got giants. Nami fainted. The food budget, the ship treasury. Usopp was weeping openly. I'm crewmates with the warriors of Elbaf. Mom, are you seeing this? Like that, Dory and Broggy have successfully joined the Straw Hats crew. Chapter 33, Little Garden. 1784 words. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Dory, and Broggy had returned from a quick hunt. They were dragging a literal mountain of dinosaur meat. Look! Luffy cheered, covered in T-Rex slobber. We got enough food for a week. Or maybe 2 days. Speak for yourself, Sanji grumbled, lighting a cigarette. I have to cook all this. Do you know how long it takes to marinate a brontosaurus thigh? Meanwhile, in the navigation room, Nami was staring at her log pose. She shook her wrist. She tapped the glass. The needle was still stubbornly locked onto Little Garden's magnetic field. It's not moving, she muttered, a cold knot of anxiety forming in her stomach. It's been a day. Usually, it starts to drift by now. She walked out onto the deck, spotting the massive, though currently shrunk to 8 feet, form of Dory. Hey, Dory, she called out. Quick question. You've been here 100 years, do you remember how long it takes for the log pose to set here? Dory scratched his beard, thinking. Let me see. Broggy, do you remember? Broggy laughed. Gabba Baba. Of course. It was the first thing we checked before we started fighting. It takes 1 year. Silence fell on the deck. Even the jungle insects seemed to stop chirping out of respect for the sheer horror of that statement. Nami's face went blank. Vivi, who was standing nearby, dropped the bucket she was holding. A year. Vivi whispered, her voice trembling. Alabasta. The rebellion in a year, there won't be a kingdom left to save. Nico Robin, who was lounging on a deck chair reading a book titled The History of Ancient Civilizations, Volume 4, didn't even look up. That is why, she said calmly, turning a page, I gave you the eternal pose to Alabasta. It points directly there, bypassing the magnetic wait times. Nami and Vivi turned slowly to look at her. Gave us an eternal pose? Nami asked, her voice dangerously quiet. Yes, don't you remember? Robin confirmed. Captain San crushed it. Nami and Vivi's heads snapped toward Luffy. Luffy was picking his nose, looking at a beetle he found on the railing. What are you guys talking about? Is dinner ready? The air pressure on the deck dropped. The temperature plummeted. A dark, demonic aura, far more terrifying than any hockey, began to emanate from the navigator and the princess. Luffy. Nami didn't use her tempest tact. She used the ancient, unstoppable art of the navigator's fist of fury. Luffy, despite being made of rubber, was beaten into a pulp. He lay on the deck, covered in lumps, stars circling his head. Ow! He whimpered. Why? Because you stranded us here for a year, you idiot. Nami shrieked, shaking him. We're going to be dinosaur food. And Vivi's kingdom is going to be sand. Oh, Luffy said, blinking. That's bad. That's bad. Just as Nami was about to deliver the finishing blow, Dory cleared his throat. The sound was like a rock slide. Little navigator lady. Nami spun on him, eyes glowing red. What? Dory flinched. I have my log pose. From when I arrived. It points to the next island. I kept it in my helmet. Just in case. He reached into his Viking helmet and pulled out a dusty, but intact, log pose. Nami stared at it. She stared at Dory. Her demonic aura vanished instantly, replaced by a beam of pure sunshine. Oh, Dory. You're a lifesaver. You're the best giant ever. Can I have it? Sure, Dory shrugged, handing it over. We don't need it anymore. We're following the captain. Nami clutched the pose to her chest, sobbing tears of relief. We're saved. We're leaving. Everyone, prepare to cast off. I never want to see a dinosaur again. While the drama unfolded on deck, Ben and Usopp were deep inside the ship, in the newly expanded Research and Development Lab. The room was a technological marvel. Holographic screens floated in the air, displaying complex schematics. The walls were lined with shelves of bubbling potions and raw materials created from nothing, Momo's quirk. Ben looked like a mad scientist who had accidentally given forbidden knowledge. Only God knows what these both are doing. They emerged onto the deck just as the Mary was pushing off from the giant root. Dory and Broggy looked around the ship with wide, childlike wonder. Look at the wood, brother. Broggy marveled, running his hand along the railing. It feels. It hums. Dory agreed, stomping on the deck, which didn't even creak. It's sturdy. Sturdier than atom wood. And look at this. He pointed to the figurehead. The sheep. It winked at me. Gabba Baba. A winking sheep. We are truly on a magical vessel. Luffy sat on the figurehead, grinning. Mary is the best. Ben walked up to the helm. Nami, course. Set for the next island. Nami declared, pointing forward. Let's get out of this jungle before something else tries to eat us. As the Mary sailed down the river, heading for the open sea, a massive shadow blocked their path. It was an island-eater goldfish. Not just a goldfish. The goldfish. A creature so large its poop was the size of an island. It opened its mouth, ready to swallow the ship whole. A fish. Luffy yelled. A big one. It's the Island Eater. Usopp screamed. We're doomed. Dory and Bragi stepped forward. They drew their weapons, Bragi's axe and Dory's sword. Even shrunk, they radiated immense power. This brings back memories, brother. Bragi grinned. Indeed, Dory chuckled. This is the beast that started our duel. They looked at Luffy. Do we clear the path? Luffy grinned. Do it. The giants raised their weapons. They didn't use the full Hakoku sovereignty. They didn't need to. Elbath. Spear. They swung. A concentrated shockwave of air, sharp as a blade, shot forward. It hit the goldfish. The goldfish didn't even have time to look surprised. A massive hole was punched straight through it. The beast fell back into the water with a tsunami-sized splash. The path was clear. Gabababababa. Gegiajayagya. Whoa! Usopp whispered, his jaw on the deck. Even small. They're monsters. Gabababababa. Bragi laughed, sheathing his axe. A little lighter than usual, but it did the job. Gegiajayagya. Dory agreed. Our weapons have dulled over the century, but our spirit has not. Awesome. Luffy cheered. Now let's eat it. No. Nami yelled. We are leaving. Now. As they sailed into the open ocean, leaving Little Garden behind, the crew settled in. The giants went to their new, massive quarters to unpack. Sanji went to his kitchen to cook the dinosaur meat. Zoro went for a nap. Robin sat on the deck, a smile on her face. Ben stood at the stern, watching the island fade. Next stop. Drum Island, he whispered. Nami's going to get sick soon. It's part of the script. I could cure her instantly, but we need Chopper. Without Nami getting sick, we don't stop at Drum. Without Drum, no Chopper. He sighed. Sorry, Nami. You're going to have a fever for the sake of the plot. But I'll make sure it's a comfortable fever. He turned and walked back into his lab. The Wizard of the Straw Hats was always prepared. 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Dory and Bragi were training Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Ben in observation hockey. Dory and Bragi were coating the stick with armament hockey and hitting the 4 who had cloth tied around their eyes, and it was clearly working, and they were clearly feeling the attack much better than before. Maybe because the stick is coated with armament hockey, but it is working. Right now the Mary sailed through a sudden shift in climate. The warm air of Little Garden vanished, replaced by a biting, freezing wind. Snow began to fall on the deck. It's cold. Luffy chattered, shivering in his vest. Soup. I'm on it. Sanji yelled from the kitchen. Nami was standing at the helm. She was wearing her coat, but she was shivering violently. Her face was flushed, her eyes glassy. Nami-san? Vivi asked, walking up to her. Are you okay? You look red. I'm fine, Nami said, her voice weak. A little cold. She took a step and collapsed. Nami! Vivi screamed, catching her. The crew rushed over. Sanji slid on his knees. Nami-swan. What is it? Ben stepped through the crowd. He placed a hand on Nami's forehead. It was burning hot. High fever, Ben announced, his voice grave, a perfect acting performance. Extremely high. This isn't a normal cold. It's fatal, we should bring her to the doctor before it gets worse. Fatal? Luffy screamed. Nami can't die. She's our navigator. Use magic. Fix her. Ben shook his head sadly. My healing magic works on injuries, Luffy. Episki heals cuts. Skill grow mends bones. But biology is complex. I can lower her temperature, keep her comfortable, but I can't kill the virus without the right medicine. I'm a wizard, not a doctor. A lie, but a necessary one. We need a doctor, Ben said firmly. A real one. But there's no doctor on the ship. Vivi cried. And the nearest island. We find one, Luffy said, his face serious. We find a doctor island. Turn the ship. But Alabasta. Vivi started, looking at the log pose. Vivi, Nami whispered, clutching Vivi's shirt. We have to go to Alabasta, the people. Stupid. Luffy shouted, bonking Nami gently on the head. If we go to Alabasta and you die, it's no fun. We're saving you first. Is that okay? Vivi looked at Nami's suffering face. She smiled, tears in her eyes. Of course, Luffy-san. Nami-san is my friend too. The fastest way to save Alabasta is to have our navigator at full strength. Right. Luffy pointed at the sea. Find a doctor island. Ben watched from the side, keeping a subtle cooling charm active around Nami to ensure her brain didn't cook. Good choice, Captain, Ben thought. Next stop, the Kingdom of Drum. He looked at the snowy horizon. Somewhere out there, a blue-nosed reindeer was hiding, completely unaware that a rubberman, 2 giants, a wizard, and a very sick navigator were coming to turn his life upside down. Mary, Ben whispered to the ship. Full speed. Let's go get our doctor. The Going Mary, sensing the urgency and the illness of her navigator, surged forward, cutting through the icy waves with a speed that defied the wind. They were racing death, and they were racing toward destiny. Chapter 34, Drum Island. 2058 words. The Grand Line Sea was a flat, gray expanse of freezing water, the air biting with the chill of the coming winter island. Snow fluttered down softly, coating the deck of the Going Mary in a thin white layer. Inside the women's quarters, the mood was somber. Nami lay in bed, her face flushed with a dangerous fever, beads of sweat standing out on her forehead. Vivi dabbed her brow with a damp cloth, worry etched into her features. Sanji was there too, preparing a light, nutrient-rich broth, his usual swooning replaced by quiet, focused concern. Outside, however, the routine of the Going Mary continued. Zoro was training in the sub-zero temperatures shirtless, lifting weights that would crush a normal man. Luffy was fishing, ignoring the cold entirely. Usopp was tinkering with his new pellets Ben had provided. Dory and Broggy were arm wrestling on a barrel, their laughter shaking the icicles off the rigging. Clang clang clang. The ship's bell rang 3 times. The Mary had spotted a ship. Ship ahoy! Usopp yelled, scrambling up the mast to the crow's nest. Luffy dropped his fishing rod. Pirates. Or Marines. Is it a food ship? Zoro dropped his weights with a heavy thud, grabbing his shirt and swords. In this weather? Who else is out here? He walked to the bow, grabbing the binoculars Usopp had left on the railing. He scanned the horizon, peering through the swirling snow. Something, Zoro muttered. He adjusted the focus. Then, he froze. He lowered the binoculars, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Oi, Zoro called out, his voice flat. Has anyone ever seen a man standing on top of the water before? Luffy and Usopp, who had slid down the mast, looked at him. Zoro, the cold froze your brain, Usopp said, shivering. People don't walk on water. Unless it's Ben. Is Ben walking on the water? No, Zoro said, pointing a finger into the mist. Look for yourself. Luffy and Usopp squinted. Dory and Broggy loomed behind them, shielding their eyes. There in the middle of the freezing ocean, standing perfectly still on the surface of the water, was a round, strangely dressed man. He wasn't on a boat. He wasn't on a raft. He was just standing there. Are we dreaming? Dory asked, scratching his helmet. Is this a snow mirage? I don't think so, brother, Broggy rumbled. My eyes are sharp. That is a man. Ben, leaning against the main mast, let out a low chuckle. He didn't need binoculars. He knew exactly who that was. Mary, Ben whispered, placing a hand on the wood. Take us closer. Let's see what this is about. The ship turned, cutting through the waves toward the solitary figure. As they got closer, the water beneath the men began to bubble. It churned and frothed, turning white. Something's coming up. Usopp shrieked, hiding behind Bragi. It's a sea king. He's bait. The ocean erupted. A massive metallic shape burst from the depths, lifting the men into the air. It wasn't a creature. It was a machine. A colossal submarine, painted in garish colors, breached the surface with a deafening roar of displacement. But it didn't stop there. As the water cascaded off its steel hull, gears ground and plates shifted. The submarine unfolded. Masts shot up, sails unfurled mechanically, and wooden decks locked into place. In seconds, the submarine had transformed into a massive, heavily armed pirate ship. Crap! Usopp yelled. A pirate ship. And a transforming one. Surprised, a voice boomed from the opposing ship's speaker system. It is our jumbo submersible raid ship, the Viking. A chorus of raucous, annoying laughter echoed over the water. Mahahaha. On the Mary, the crew tensed. Ben. Zoro shouted, hand on his hilt. Do we sink them? Ben's eyes narrowed. He looked at the ship, then at the men standing on the prow, Wapple. The user of the Baku Baku no Mi. A living factory. A man who could eat anything and fuse it to his body. If we sink them now, he sinks, Ben thought. I need that fruit. Mary, Ben projected his thought directly to the ship's soul. Stand down. Let them board. Do not attack until I say the word. We're playing the spider today. The Mary gave a low, subaudible creak of acknowledgement. Hold your fire. Ben ordered the crew. Let them come. I want to see what they want. The Viking pulled alongside the Mary. Gangplanks were thrown across with aggressive thuds. Before the Straw Hats could even draw weapons, dozens of soldiers in strange, puffy winter gear swarmed the deck. They leveled rifles and swords at the crew. Sanji, hearing the commotion from the galley, wiped his hands on a towel. Vivi-chan, he said softly to the anxious princess. Keep Nami-san warm. I'll handle the noise. He stepped out onto the deck, the cold wind whipping his suit jacket. He lit a cigarette, his eyes scanning the scene. What a mess, Sanji muttered, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The deck of the Going Merry was crowded. In the center stood the Straw Hats, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji. Flanking them were the giants, Dory and Bragi, who, even at 8 feet tall, looked intimidatingly broad. Robin sat calmly on a crate, reading a book, ignoring the 3 guns pointed at her head. Karu the duck was shivering, trying to blend in with the snow. And Ben stood at the helm, looking bored. Surrounding them were at least 50 of Wapple's men, weapons trained on the pirates. The ship is under attack, Sanji, Luffy said, his tone unusually calm. I figured that much out, Captain, Sanji replied, eyeing the intruders. They have no manners. Boarding without permission while a lady is sick. The soldiers parted. Walking through their ranks was the man from the water. He was a bizarre figure. His jaw was encased in a tin plate. He wore a hippo hood made of fur. He looked like a walking trash can that had decided to become a king. In his hand, he held a roasted chicken leg. He took a massive bite. The crew watched, horrified. He hadn't just bitten the meat. He had bitten through the bone. And the knife. He was chewing the steel knife blade as if it were a cracker. Crunch crunch gulp. He swallowed the jagged metal shards without flinching. Usopp's face went green. He ate the knife. Zoro looked disgusted. What is he? A goat. Sanji looked offended on a professional level. That is not how you appreciate cutlery. Luffy, however, tilted his head, his eyes wide with genuine curiosity. Whoa, Luffy said. How does it taste? Usopp slapped the back of Luffy's head. That is not the main point here. Wapol burped, a sound like grinding gears. He looked around the merry, his eyes greedy. A weird crew. With so few members. He pointed at them. We are looking for something, Wapol demanded, stepping closer. Do you have an eternal pose to Drum Kingdom? Or a log pose set for it? Sanji stepped forward, shielding the door to the women's quarters. Never heard of it, he lied smoothly. We don't know that island, and we don't have an eternal pose. Now that you got what you want, Luffy said, stepping up, his voice hard. Will you leave already? We're in a hurry. My navigator is sick. Wapol laughed. It was a wet, unpleasant sound. I don't think so. You see, I am a very hungry man. He looked at the going merry. He looked at the figurehead. He looked at the polished railing. This ship, it looks delicious. What? Luffy asked. I'll take your ship, Wapol declared. And your treasures. And your supplies. But first. He walked over to the starboard railing. He opened his mouth. His jaw unhinged, stretching impossibly wide, like a snake. An appetizer. He lunged, his massive metal teeth aiming for the Mary's enchanted wood. Ben's eyes flashed. The spider had waited long enough. That's enough. Ben didn't raise his wand. He didn't shout. He simply spoke to the wood beneath his feet. Capture the ship. It wasn't a sound of wood creaking. It was the sound of an angry beast waking up. Before Wapol's teeth could graze the railing moved. The wood warped, turning liquid, and dodged his bite. What? Wapol yelled, stumbling forward. Suddenly, the rigging, the dozens of ropes hanging from the masts, shot downward. They didn't fall, they struck like vipers. Two thick ropes wrapped around Wapol's ankles and yanked him into the air, leaving him dangling upside down. Gwa! At the same time, the deck planks shifted. Now! Ben ordered. The straw hats moved as one. Zoro drew Yubashiri. He didn't cut, he used the back of the blade. He moved through the crowd of soldiers like a green whirlwind. Soldiers flew overboard or collapsed in heaps. Sanji didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He spun on his heel. Party table. Kick course. He did a handstand and spun, his legs becoming a helicopter rotor of pain. Every soldier within 10 feet was launched into the air. Dory and Bragi grabbed 2 soldiers each, by the head, and simply bonked them together like cymbals. Gabba baba. Too soft. Gegia jayagya. Like mosquitoes. Luffy just stretched his arms, grabbed 2 guys, and used them as flails to hit 4 other guys. Gomu gomu no. Human nunchucks. Within 10 seconds, the deck was cleared of threats. Mary wasn't done. As the soldiers tried to stand, the ropes on the deck slithered around their wrists and ankles, hoisting them into the air alongside their leader. Soon, 50 of Wapol's elite guard were dangling from the yardarms like bizarre, groaning Christmas ornaments. Wapol swung back and forth, his face purple with rage. He tried to chew through the rope, but the rope simply moved out of the way of his teeth every time he snapped. Unhand me! Wapol screamed, flailing his stubby arms. Do you know who I am? I am the king of Drum Kingdom. I am royalty. Release me immediately, you filthy pirates. King? Luffy asked, picking his nose. You don't look like a king. You look like a hippo trash can. Insolence. Wapol roared. I will eat you. I will eat this ship. I will. Stupefy. A jet of red light hit Wapol square in the forehead. His eyes rolled back. He went limp, swinging gently in the snowy breeze. Ben lowered his wand, stepping out from the helm. He was getting noisy, Ben said casually. He walked over to the unconscious king. He looked at the strange metal jaw, the unnatural physiology. He pulled out his shrunken leather suitcase. I think, Ben smiled, you're going to help me in the future. Zoro sheathed his sword. Do we toss the others overboard? The water's freezing. They'll die. Sanji shrugged. They attacked a ship with a sick lady. They deserve it. Ben tapped his chin, looking thoughtful. No, Ben said slowly. Don't toss them. He turned to Luffy. Think about it. He claims to be the king of Drum Kingdom. That's where we're going, right? Luffy nodded. To find a doctor. Exactly, Ben said, a strategic glint in his eye. If we show up at Drum Island as pirates, they might shoot at us. If we show up carrying their king. If we hold the king and his entire army as prisoners. Ben grinned. That's leverage. That's a bargaining chip. We can trade them for a doctor. Or, at the very least, we can use them to ensure we don't get attacked when we dock. They might be useful. Luffy's eyes lit up. The logic was simple enough for him to grasp. Like live bait. But for doctors. Precisely, Ben nodded. Live bait. Whatever you want to call it. Luffy slammed his fist into his palm. Put M in the prison. Mary? Load the cargo. The ropes holding the soldiers responded instantly. One by one, the soldiers were lowered, dragged across the deck, and unceremoniously dumped down the hatch into the magical prison which Ben created when he made modifications to the ship. The hatch slammed shut. Noise, now shall we attack the ship? Ben smiled. Chapter 35, Drum Island. 2,132 words. The snow swirled around the two ships docked in the freezing sea, the cheerful, sheep-headed Going Merry and the hulking, industrial submersible Blyking. Ben stood on the deck, brushing snow off his shoulder. Captain, he said, turning to Luffy. We have the king. We have the leverage. But we're missing the immediate necessity. Kings usually hoard the best resources for themselves. Luffy blinked, his face red from the cold. Meat. Doctors, Ben corrected. If this tin can travels with an army, he likely has a medical unit. We should check. A literal light bulb flickered to life above Luffy's straw hat. Let's go raid the submarine. The monster trio, plus the wizard, leapt across the gap, landing on the steel deck of the Blyking. A few remaining soldiers, shivering and terrified after seeing their king defeated, tried to raise their rifles. Halt, one squeaked. Zoro didn't even draw his sword. He just glared. The sheer pressure of his aura sent the soldier fainting into a snowdrift. Out of the way, Sanji growled, his leg already raised. We're looking for doctors. Don't make me kick you into the stratosphere. They descended into the belly of the ship. It was a labyrinth of steel corridors. They fought through a few squads of guards, Luffy using them as bowling pins, Zoro using the backs of his blades, until they found a heavy, reinforced door on the lower deck. This smells like a cell, Ben noted. Luffy grabbed the steel handle and ripped the entire door off its hinges. Inside, huddled in the dark, were 20 men. They wore white coats, clutched medical bags, and looked terrified. They were the Ishii 20, the elite doctors of Drum Kingdom, enslaved by Wapol to ensure he was the only one with medical care. Are you guys pirates? Luffy asked, tilting his head. We are doctors, the head doctor stammered. Don't kill us. Wapol forced us. Doctors. Luffy cheered. Found M. You guys are coming with us. My navigator is sick. The doctors looked confused, but the prospect of escaping Wapol's ship was enough. They grabbed their equipment and followed the pirates back to the Mary. Once the doctors were safely aboard the Mary, Ben turned his attention to the Viking and its unconscious crew. "Right," Ben muttered. "Clean up time." He walked among the defeated Wapple pirates scattered on the deck. He raised his wand. "Command T, reduce." Pop. One by one, the soldiers shrank down to the size of action figures. Ben picked them up by their coats, tossing them into a sack like he was collecting marbles. He jumped back to the Mary, walked to the prison, and emptied the sack. As the tiny soldiers fell into the darkness, he reversed the spell. Command T, expand. Mid-fall, they grew back to full size, landing in the cells with a chorus of confused groans. Prison populated, Ben noted. He returned to the railing and looked at the massive Viking. And for the piece de resistance. He focused his magic on the submarine. The green aura of Brandish's power flared. Command T, reduce. The massive steel ship groaned. Space warped around it. The Viking imploded in size, shrinking rapidly until it was no larger than a model ship in a bottle. It floated on the water, a perfect, tiny replica. Ben achioed it into his hand. Submersible tech. This will be excellent for future projects. He walked to his quarters and placed the tiny ship on a shelf next to a jar of pickled plums. Down in the women's quarters, the atmosphere was tense. The 20 doctors crowded into the small room, examining Nami. The head doctor pulled back, his face grave. He checked a thermometer and looked at the rash on Nami's arm. "It is as we feared," he said, his voice grim. "It is an ancient virus, thought to be extinct. It is carried by the prehistoric Kanani ticks found in ancient jungles, like Little Garden. Castilla." Vivi whispered, clutching Nami's hand. "Can you cure her?" The doctors looked at each other and shook their heads sadly. "We have general antibiotics, which will slow it down. But the specific antibody serum, we do not have it on us. It is rare. Without it, she has 3 days. Maybe less." Luffy's face went pale. 3 days. However, the doctor continued quickly, seeing the pirate captain about to panic. "We are near Drum Island. There is a witch, a doctor there named Kureha. If anyone has the serum or can synthesize it, it is her." "Drum Island," Luffy said, his resolve hardening. "We go there. Fast. We ask for shelter until we arrive," the doctor said, bowing. "We cannot return to Wapple." "Sure," Luffy nodded. "Just keep Nami alive." While the crew scrambled to manage the ship and the doctors attended to Nami, Ben slipped into his magical suitcase. Ben stood in experiment room 3. Wapple lay unconscious on the table. Ben performed the ritual. It was becoming routine now, a dark, efficient surgery of the soul. The chalk circles, the chanting, the sacrifice of a vitality-rich fish. The magic tore the Baku Baku no Mi from the king's chest. The essence slammed into a prepared melon, turning it into a strange, metal-plated fruit. "Baku Baku no Mi," Ben mused, holding it up. He stored the fruit. He wiped Wapple's memory, leaving him with nothing but a confused sense of hunger and entitlement, and levitated him into the guest room/prison within the suitcase. Then he exited the suitcase and entered his research room. The supercomputer he had built using the Tony Stark template was humming, the arc reactor core glowing soft blue. Ben sat at the keyboard. His fingers flew across the keys, a blur of motion. He wasn't just coding, he was weaving spells into the syntax. He was finalizing the artificial intelligence consciousness architecture. He typed the final line of code. He pressed enter. The screens flickered. The speakers crackled with static, then cleared. "Hello, Ben." The voice was soft, melodic, and undeniably feminine. It sounded like the creak of wood, the snap of a sail, and the warmth of a hearth, all translated into speech. Ben leaned back, a genuine, proud smile spreading across his face. "Hello, Mary." This wasn't Jarvis. Jarvis was brilliant, but he was code. This was a fusion of Stark's neural net processing and Dumbledore's understanding of the soul. This was the Cloboterman given a voice and a processor. Mary, check, Ben said softly. Run diagnostics. Any errors in the soul matrix integration? There was a pause as the figurehead icon on the screen pulsed gently. Running. Mary's voice replied. Diagnostics complete. Soul integrity at 100%. Processing power nominal. No errors found, Ben. Excellent, Ben exhaled. Mary, I have a request. Can we keep this a secret for a little while longer? The icon on the screen dimmed slightly. The voice that returned sounded small and distinctly sad. A secret. Do you not want me to speak to Luffy? Broken? Ben's heart clenched. She was sentient enough to feel rejection. No, no, Mary, he said quickly, his voice gentle. You are perfect. But listen. We are about to pick up a new crewmate at the next island. And right now, Nami is very sick, and everyone is scared. If I introduce you now, it might be too much at once. He leaned closer to the mic. I want to give you a grand launch. When the whole crew is together, and Nami is well. Then you can introduce yourself properly. Does that sound okay? The icon brightened, glowing a happy gold. For me? Mary asked. With Luffy and everyone? Yes. A big one. Okay. Mary chirped. I can wait. I will focus on keeping the hull stable for Nami. Ben sighed in relief. Thank you, Mary. He sat back, tapping the desk. You have intelligence, Mary. You have a soul. But you lack data. You can't calculate complex trajectories or analyze chemical compounds yet because you've never learned them. He looked at the empty space in the center of the room. I need to send you to school. Ben stood up. His Stark brain was already constructing the blueprints. His Momo quirk was already preparing the atoms. A virtual reality interface, Ben muttered. A deep dive pod. But magical. He began to work. He didn't build it bolt by bolt. He synthesized the frame, a sleek, white pod resembling a futuristic cryochamber. He used Brandish's magic to expand microscopic circuits into complex motherboards, then shrank them back down to fit the chassis. He etched Dumbledore's runes into the headrest, designed to interface the human mind directly with the digital core. It took him all night. The super soldier serum kept him awake, his stamina limitless, his focus razor-sharp. By 4 a.m., it was done. The Soul Dive Pod. This will allow me to project my consciousness into your server space, Mary, Ben explained to the empty air. And we can also manipulate the perception of time in here. He looked at the settings. Time dilation, 1:10 ratio. 1 hour real time equals 10 hours virtual time. I can't stay in too long, Ben muttered. Nami needs us. But 30 minutes out here gives us 5 hours in there. That's enough for the download. He stepped into the pod. The glass lid hissed shut. System start. Neural link. Engage. Zap. White light. Ben blinked. He was standing in an endless, pristine white void. Floating data streams cascaded like waterfalls in the distance. Ben. He turned. Standing there was a girl. She looked about 10 years old. She wore a simple white dress that rippled as if in a sea breeze. Her hair was the color of seasoned oak, and atop her head sat two small, curved sheep horns. Mary, Ben smiled, dropping to one knee. She ran to him, colliding with a force that felt incredibly real. Ben wrapped his arms around her, hugging the spirit of the ship. She felt warm. She felt. I'm here, she giggled. It's so big in here. It is, Ben said, pulling back to look at her. And we're going to fill it. He tapped his own temple. The digital representation of his mind palace shimmered into existence behind him, millions of books, schematics, and maps. I am granting you access to my scientific and magical archives, Ben said seriously. Chemistry. Navigation. Aerodynamics. Arithmancy. I'm leaving out my personal memories but the raw data. It's all yours. Mary looked at the library with wide, awestruck eyes. All of that for me. So you can protect them, Ben said. So you can be the best ship in the world. I will, she promised. She ran toward the library, her hands glowing as she began to touch the books, absorbing the data instantly. Ben sat in the white void, watching her. He meditated, managing the connection. 5 hours of subjective time passed. He watched Mary grow, not in size but in presence. Her eyes grew sharper, more intelligent. She wasn't just a spirit anymore, she was becoming a supercomputer with a heart. Download complete, Mary said, turning to him. I understand the rudder dynamics now. I can optimize the drag coefficient by 14%. Ben grinned. That's my girl. Time to wake up, Ben, she said softly. The backlash will hurt. I know. Disconnect. Ben sat up in the pod in the real world, ripping the sensors off his temples. A spike of agony drove itself through his frontal lobe. It felt like a hangover mixed with a brain freeze. Ugh. He groaned, rolling out of the pod and collapsing onto the cool floor of the lab. Mental time dilation still sucks, even with the serum. He lay there panting, letting his enhanced biology scrub the fatigue from his brain. He closed his eyes, drifting into a short, restorative nap. Clang clang. 2 sharp bells. The signal. Ben's eyes snapped open. The headache was a dull throb now. He pushed himself up. 2 rings. Land. He grabbed his coat and sprinted up the stairs to the deck. The snow was falling harder now, a white curtain over the world. But through the mist, looming high and majestic, were the iconic, cylindrical mountains of the Winter Island. Drum Island. The crew was gathered at the rail, shivering but excited. Finally, Luffy breathed, his breath puffing white. Nami's gonna be okay. Ben walked up beside them, adjusting his collar against the cold. He looked at the snow-covered peaks where a certain castle sat. Get ready, Ben said quietly. We're here. The land of medicine. Monsters. Time to go get our reindeer. Chapter 36, Drum Island. 2,192 words. The Going Merry glided through the icy slush of the harbor, the towering, drum-shaped mountains of the island looming over them like silent titans. The snow fell in heavy, thick curtains, muffling the sound of the ocean, but it couldn't muffle the sharp crack that suddenly split the air. A bullet was shot in the air as a warning. Whoa! Luffy yelped. The crew rushed to the railing. On the snowy docks ahead, a line of men stood behind makeshift barricades. They were wrapped in furs, holding rifles with shaking but determined hands. Their faces were hard, etched with fear and anger. Get out, one of the men screamed, his voice raw. We don't want pirates here. Leave this island immediately. Sanji stepped forward, holding his hands up to show he wasn't armed, though his legs were deadlier than any gun. We're not here to raid you. We have a sick person on board. She has a high fever, she needs a doctor. We don't believe you, another islander shouted, leveling his gun. That's what the last pirates said before they burned our village. Get lost, or we sink you. Vivi bit her lip, desperation rising. She's dying. It's Kestia. She doesn't have time for us to argue. Another shot rang out, splashing into the water near the hull. They weren't listening. Fear had made them deaf. Ben stood behind the group, watching the standoff. They're traumatized, he realized. Blackbeard did a number on this place. Captain, Ben said calmly, placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. They won't listen to pirates. But they might listen to their own. Their own? Luffy asked, tilting his head. The doctors, Ben said. Wapple's doctors. The Ishi 20. Get them on deck. Luffy's eyes lit up. Come out here. The door to the cabin opened, and the 20 terrified doctors shuffled out. They looked at the angry mob on the shore, then at the pirates. Speak to them, Ben commanded gently. Tell them who you are. The lead doctor, a man named Tamigi with thick glasses, stepped to the railing. He squinted through the snow. He recognized a man in the front row of the militia. Negikuma. Tamigi shouted, his voice cracking with disbelief. Is that you? The man on the shore lowered his rifle. He stared. He rubbed his eyes. Tamigi-sensei, the militiaman gasped. Is that you? Kuromarimo. All of you. Wapple took you. We thought you were dead. We were captured. Tamigi yelled back. These pirates. They saved us. They rescued us from Wapple. And they have a sick friend who needs help. Please, let us dock. They are good people. A murmur went through the crowd. The guns lowered. The hostility didn't vanish entirely, but the wall of fear cracked. Save the Ishi 20. If Tamigi-sensei says so. A tall, imposing man walked through the crowd. He wore a green outfit that resembled a bison, and carried a heavy spade on his back. His presence silenced the murmurs. He looked at the doctors, then at the straw hats. He saw the desperation in Vivi's eyes, the fierce protectiveness in Sanji's stance, and the goofy confusion on Luffy's face. Lower your weapons, Dalton ordered. His voice was deep and authoritative. Let them dock. The Going Merry pulled alongside the icy pier. As the crew disembarked, Dalton stepped forward. He looked at the ragtag group that called themselves pirates. I am Dalton, he said stiffly. I apologize for the reception. We have reason to be wary of pirates. I'm Luffy, the captain grinned. Nice to meet ya, bull guy. Dalton's eyes drifted to Vivi. He paused. A flicker of recognition passed through his stoic gaze. He remembered a meeting of kings, years ago. The Reverie. A small, blue-haired girl who had shown more dignity than most adults when Wapple had slapped her. You. Dalton whispered. Princess. Vivi? Vivi bowed her head. It has been a long time, Dalton-san. Dalton's demeanor softened instantly. If a princess was traveling with these pirates, they were certainly not ordinary raiders. Come, Dalton said. My house is not far. It is warm. We can talk there. Ben has already placed Nami inside his suitcase. It has a magical climate control system. She's stabilized at a comfortable temperature. Rest of the crew remaining on the ship. Nico Robin was sitting at a small table on the deck, steam rising from a fresh cup of coffee Sanji had prepared before leaving. She was reading a book, a thick blanket draped over her legs. The ship itself seemed to be protecting her. The wind around the deck was calm, diverted by invisible barriers Ben had placed on the Mary. Beside her, Karu the duck was shivering violently, despite the warming charms. Quaya. Zoro, Dory, and Broggy stay on the ship to guard it. After Luffy's party left, they went into the training room to fight with each other. The landing party, Luffy, Ben, carrying the Nami suitcase, Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi, followed Dalton into the snowy village. Dalton's home was simple, sturdy, and thankfully warm. A fire crackled in the hearth. The villagers crowded the windows, curious about the strange group. Ben placed the suitcase gently on a table, ensuring Nami wasn't jostled. Luffy immediately sat down and fell asleep, sitting upright, snoring, a snot bubble growing and shrinking with his breath. Why do you hate pirates so much? Vivi asked gently, accepting a cup of hot tea. Dalton sighed, staring into the fire. The shadows danced on his scarred face. A few days ago, he began, his voice heavy, a pirate crew attacked us. The Blackbeard pirates. Just 5 men, and they destroyed our nation. Usopp gulped. 5 men destroyed a kingdom. It was absolute devastation, Dalton nodded. But that wasn't the worst part. When the pirates attacked our king. Wapol. Dalton's fist clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. He took the country's best doctors, the Ishi-20, and sailed away to save his own skin. He abandoned his people to the slaughter. He left us to die. The room was silent, save for the crackle of the fire and Luffy's snoring. He took the doctors, Sanji muttered, smoke trailing from his lips. To ensure no one else could be healed. Despicable. He is a coward, Dalton spat. A disgrace to the throne. If he ever returns. About that, Ben said. He stood up, brushing a speck of lint from his coat. He looked at Dalton. He is here, Ben said calmly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the other suitcase, the one containing the brig. He set it on the floor and flicked the latches. Achia Wapol. A figure flew out of the suitcase, expanding midair from action figure size to full human size. It landed on the floor with a heavy thud. It was Wapol. But he looked different. He was wearing his ridiculous tin jaw, but his eyes were vacant, confused. He looked around the room, saw Dalton, and blinked. Dalton. Wapol mumbled. Where is my lunch? I'm hungry. Dalton stared at his former king. He looked at Ben. Captured him. I did more than that, Ben said. He walked over to the confused Wapol and patted him on the head, like one might pat a slow dog. I removed his devil fruit, Ben announced casually. The silence in the room was absolute. Vivi dropped her teacup. Sanji choked on his smoke. Usopp's eyes popped out. Even Dalton, a man who had seen much, looked like he had just been told the sky was made of cheese. Removed. Dalton stammered. That's impossible. A devil fruit is part of the soul. The user dies if... I'm a very good surgeon, Ben smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He's alive. He's healthy. But he's no longer a devil fruit user. He's just... a rather stupid, gluttonous man with no memory of the last week. The Straw Hats, who had seen Ben do impossible things daily, just nodded. Classic Ben, Usopp whispered. Stealing souls before breakfast. Dalton looked at Wapol. The tyrant who had terrorized the country. The man who had eaten the kingdom's resources. Without his power, without his army, he looked pathetic. So Ben said to Dalton. He's yours. Do what you want with him. Execution. Exile. Dalton looked at Wapol. His hand drifted to the sword at his hip. He trembled. But then, he let go of the hilt. No, Dalton said, his voice hard. Killing him is too easy. And it would make him a martyr to some fools. He grabbed Wapol by the collar of his hippo fur coat. You're going to work, Dalton growled at the former king. You're going to cut wood. You're going to shovel snow. You're going to rebuild every house Blackbeard destroyed. You will labor until your back breaks, just like the people you enslaved. Wapol blinked. I'm hungry. Then you'll earn your food, Dalton said, shoving him toward the door where 2 villagers were waiting, looking shocked but ready to take custody. Get him out of my sight. Dalton turned back to Ben. He bowed, deeply and sincerely. Thank you. You have done this country a service we can never repay. Don't mention it, Ben said. About that doctor. Dalton straightened up. She is the only doctor left who isn't one of the Ishi-20. She lives there. He pointed out the window. Far in the distance, rising like a jagged tooth into the sky, was the highest of the Drum Rockies. A sheer, vertical cylinder of rock that pierced the clouds. On the very top sat a castle. "That is the old royal castle," Dalton said. "Kureha took it over. She is called a witch by villagers. She comes down to the villages sometimes, but mostly you have to go to her." Sanji looked at the mountain. "That's a vertical climb. In this snow." "It's impossible," Usopp said, shaking his head. "We can't climb that. It would take days." "She doesn't have days." "There is a ropeway," Dalton said, "but it's broken. The only way is to climb." Luffy woke up. "I can climb it. I'll carry Nami." "No, I will do it," Sanji argued. Ben walked to the window. He looked at the mountain. He estimated the height. 5,000 meters. Maybe more. "Climbing is tedious," Ben said. "And cold. And inefficient." He opened the window. A blast of freezing air rushed in. "What are you doing?" Vivi asked. Ben pulled out his wand. He pointed it toward the harbor, where the Going Merry was docked. Accio carpet. Meanwhile, on the Going Merry, Nico Robin was enjoying a chapter on ancient history in the West Blue. She sipped her coffee. It was peaceful. Suddenly, the rug she was resting her feet on, a nice, ornate Persian rug Ben had created a few days ago, yanked itself out from under her boots. "Oh?" Robin blinked. The rug didn't just move. It rolled itself up slightly, flapped its corners like wings, and shot into the air. It did a loop-de-loop around the mast and rocketed toward the village. Robin watched it go. She took another sip of coffee. "Magic," she murmured. "How convenient." Back at Dalton's house. A minute later, a streak of red and gold fabric zipped through the open window, hovered in the middle of the room, and unrolled itself with a flourish. It floated about a foot off the ground, rippling gently. Dalton's jaw hit the floor. The villagers outside, peering through the window, screamed. "A flying carpet," Vivi whispered. "Like in the fairy tales." "Standard transportation for the discerning wizard," Ben said, stepping onto the rug. It dipped slightly under his weight, then steadied. Much smoother than a broomstick. And heated. He placed the suitcase containing Nami securely in the center. "Sanji, Luffy. Hop on." Sanji, looking skeptical but trusting Ben, stepped onto the carpet. "It feels fuzzy." Luffy, however, went berserk. "Suji," he roared, jumping onto the rug and sitting cross-legged. "It's a magic carpet. We're gonna fly." Ben looked at Usopp and Vivi. "It's a bit crowded with 3 plus the patient. I'll be back after dropping these 3. "All right," Usopp said. "We will wait." "Good, stay here with Dalton," Ben said. "Dalton is a nice guy. I'll return before you know it." "Hang on," Ben commanded. He tapped the carpet with his wand. Up. The carpet surged upward, floating out the window. Luffy grabbed the tassels like reins. Yahoo! The carpet accelerated. It shot up into the snowy sky, leaving a trail of sparkles behind it. It banked hard, avoiding a tree, and began the steep, vertical ascent toward the castle in the clouds. Vivi and Usopp watched from the window as their friends became a small dot against the massive white mountain. "He really is a wizard," Dalton whispered, still staring at the empty space where the carpet had been. "Yeah," Usopp sighed, grabbing a cookie from the table. "You get used to it. Eventually." Chapter 37, Drum Island. 2,202 words. The magic carpet cut through the blizzard like a heated knife through butter, soaring up the vertical face of the drum rock. The wind howled, a white abyss on all sides, but inside Ben's magical barrier, it was calm. "We're here," Ben announced. The carpet crested the peak. There, stark against the grey sky and white snow, stood the castle. It was ancient, its stone towers capped with snow, looking desolate and abandoned. The main double doors were slightly ajar. A warm, flickering light spilled out onto the snow. "It's open," Sanji asked, lighting a cigarette to combat the chill as they stepped off the carpet. "That's careless. Or an invitation." Luffy grinned. "Is the doctor home?" He marched right in. Sanji and Ben followed. The entrance hall was massive, lined with dusty armor and smelling of old stone and potent herbs. It was silent. "Hello," Luffy shouted again. "We have a sick." Wham! There was no warning. No sound of footsteps. Just a blur of motion from the shadows. A boot, moving with the speed of a cannonball, connected squarely with the side of Luffy's head. Gwa! Luffy flew sideways, smashing into a stone pillar and sliding down, stars circling his head. "Luffy!" Sanji shouted, spinning around. "You old lady, why did you hit my..." Pow! A second kick, just as fast, caught Sanji in the ribs. He was launched across the hall, landing next to Luffy in a heap. "Ow!" Sanji groaned. Was a heavy leg. Ben stood perfectly still. He hadn't moved. He watched as a figure stepped out of the shadows. It was an old woman. But old felt like the wrong word. She was ancient, yet she moved with the lithe power of a jungle cat. She wore a midriff-bearing top, lowrider hip huggers, and a coat that looked wilder than Wapples. Her hair was pale blonde, her face lined with a century of attitude, and she was sipping a bottle of plum wine. "Who are you calling old lady?" she snapped, her voice sharp as broken glass. "I am still in the flower of my youth. I'm only 139 years old." Sanji peeled his face off the floor. 139, he wheezed. "I think that qualifies as pretty damn old." Whack! She threw the empty wine bottle with sniper-like precision, hitting Sanji in the forehead and knocking him back down. "Did you say something, brat? Or did you want to ask me the secret to my youthful complexion?" Ben stepped forward. He adjusted his coat, put on his most charming, Dumbledore-esque smile, and bowed elegantly. "My apologies, beautiful lady," Ben said, his voice smooth as silk. "My friends have terrible eyesight. The snow blindness, you understand. They couldn't possibly appreciate the vitality standing before them." Dr. Kureha paused. She looked at Ben. She looked at the two idiots groaning on the floor. A smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth. "You have a better tongue than these monkeys," she grunted. "We are sorry to barge in, but the door was open, and we are desperate. One of our nakama is deathly ill. We heard you are the only one who can save her." "Is no object." Kureha took a swig from a new bottle she pulled from nowhere. She scanned them with piercing, pale eyes. "I don't see a sick person. Just 3 noisy men invading my home." "She is here," Ben said. He placed the leather suitcase on a dusty table. "She is in a stasis field inside." Kureha raised an eyebrow. She didn't look shocked. In her 139 years on the Grand Line, she had seen devil fruits that turned people into jackets, islands that floated on clouds, and giants who fought for a century. A girl in a suitcase was barely in the top 10 weirdest things she'd seen this week. "Show me," she ordered. Ben opened the case. He reached in, his arm disappearing up to the shoulder, and gently lifted Nami out. She was wrapped in blankets, unconscious, her breath coming in shallow, painful rasps. Kureha's demeanor changed instantly. The wild witch vanished, replaced by the doctor. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Nami's forehead, checking her pulse, lifting her eyelid. "High fever. Rapid pulse. The distinctive rash on the neck." Kureha muttered. "How long?" 3 days since the bite," Ben said. "We were on Little Garden." Kestia, Kureha pronounced, her voice grim. The 5-day fever. It's extinct everywhere but those prehistoric islands. If you had waited another day, she would be dead. Another 12 hours and the damage would be permanent. Luffy and Sanji scrambled up, fear washing away the pain of the kicks. Can you save her? Luffy shouted. Shut up, boy, Kureha snapped, but there was no malice in it now. Of course I can. I hold the cure for everything except stupidity. Take her to the infirmary. Down the hall, second door on the left. I'll take her, Ben said, lifting Nami gently. Wait, Kureha said. She turned toward the dark hallway. Assistant. We have a patient. Quit hiding and get the cyclosimon ready. The crew looked down the hall. A door creaked open. Peeking out from behind the frame was a. It was small, furry, and walked on 2 legs. It had antlers. And a bright blue nose. But the most notable thing was how it was hiding. It had hidden its body behind the doorframe, but its entire head and antlers were sticking out, completely visible. It was Tony Chopper. Luffy blinked. He looked at the antlers. He looked at the fur. His stomach rumbled. Meat. Luffy roared. Chopper shrieked, a high-pitched, terrified sound. Venison. Luffy yelled, drool flying. It's a walking deer. Catch it. Luffy launched himself down the hall. Chopper screamed again and bolted, his little hooves clattering on the stone floor. Get back here, emergency food. No. I'm not food. I'm a doctor. They vanished around a corner, a blur of rubber and fur. Kureha sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Every time. Ben cleared his throat. Captain, he shouted, his voice amplified by magic. Stop. Down the hall, the sound of skidding feet. Luffy popped his head back around the corner. It's getting away. That, Ben said patiently, is the doctor's assistant. If you eat him, Nami dies. Luffy froze. He looked at the trembling reindeer peeking out from a suit of armor. He looked at Nami, pale and sick in Ben's arms. The gears in his head turned. Or navigator. Oh, Luffy said, looking disappointed. Not a steak. He is a doctor, Ben confirmed. We need him. Let him work. Luffy pouted but stepped back. Sorry, dear guy. I won't eat you yet. Chopper, still trembling, looked at Ben with wide, watery eyes. Ben gave him a gentle smile and a nod. Please, doctor. Our friend needs you. Hearing the word doctor, Chopper's fear wavered. He shivered, then steeled himself. He scurried past Luffy, who was drooling slightly, and ran to Kureha's side. Let's go, Kureha commanded. In the infirmary, Kureha and Chopper worked with a speed and synergy that was beautiful to watch. Kureha barked orders and Chopper, in his heavy point form, brain point, mixed compounds, ground herbs, and prepared injections with deft, human hands. Ben stood back, watching. Chopper is incredible, he thought. His medical knowledge is already genius level. Once he gets access to Mary's supercomputer, he's going to be unstoppable. Once Nami was stabilized, and for drip of the antibiotic flowing into her arm, Kureha stepped back. She will live, the old doctor said, wiping her hands. The fever will break in a few hours. She needs rest. And warmth. And nutrients. Nutrients. Sanji perked up. I can do that. Does this castle have a kitchen? I need to prepare a recovery meal for Nami Swan. Kureha eyed Sanji. Downstairs. It's dusty but fully stocked. Don't burn my castle down, love cook. I would never burn a kitchen. Sanji declared, offended, and sprinted off to find the culinary wing. Ben checked his watch. The patient is safe. The cook is cooking. The captain is. He looked over. Luffy was poking a suit of armor, trying to see if there was a person inside. Distracted. I have some friends waiting at the bottom of the mountain, Ben said to Kureha. I promised to pick them up. You flew up here on a rug, Kureha noted, eyeing the carpet rolled up in the corner. You're a strange one, boy. Go get your friends. But if they break anything, I'm adding it to the bill. And my bill is expensive. Understood, Ben smiled. He grabbed the carpet, tossed it out the window, and jumped on. Desk endo. He dove. The wind rushed past him. Minutes later, he was hovering outside Dalton's window again. Taxi. Ben called out. Vivi, Usopp, and Dalton looked up, startled. You're back. Usopp cheered. Is Nami okay? She's being treated, Ben assured them. The doctor is eccentric but skilled. Come on up. They piled onto the carpet. Dalton hesitated. I should stay, Dalton said. The village needs me. Wapple's men are still. And I need to ensure Wapple himself keeps shoveling snow. Fair enough, Ben nodded. We'll take care of things up there. Thanks for everything, Dalton-san. With Vivi and Usopp secure, Ben shot back up the mountain. When they arrived at the castle, the atmosphere had shifted from emergency to weird sleepover. Sanji had found the kitchen and was creating smells that wafted through the cold stone halls, soup, roasting meat, warm bread. Luffy had found a door leading to a snowy courtyard, and was rolling a massive snowball. Usopp, seeing the snow, immediately forgot his fear of the witch doctor. I challenge you. Snowball fight. You're on. Vivi rushed to the infirmary to sit with Nami. Ben, however, had a different destination. He found Kureha in the main hall, drinking more plum wine. Doctorine, Ben said respectfully. It's Dr. Kureha to you, brat, she grunted. Or Master of Medicine. Master Kureha, Ben corrected. Your castle, it was once the seat of the king. Wapple took the doctors, but did he take the books? Kureha laughed, a sharp, barking sound. He ate books, he didn't read them. Yes, the royal library is intact. It contains medical texts from the last 500 years of Drum Kingdom's history. Why? I'm a scholar, Ben lied smoothly, partially. I collect knowledge. I would like access to your library. Kureha narrowed her eyes. Knowledge isn't free. And these are secrets of the world's greatest medical superpower. Name your price, Ben said. Add it to the treatment bill. We have significant funds. Kureha grinned, showing sharp teeth. I like a man who pays. West Wing. But don't steal anything. If a single page is missing, I'll take it out of your hide. I won't take a thing, Ben promised. Physically. He walked to the West Wing. He pushed open the heavy oak doors. Ben stopped. He let out a low whistle. It was magnificent. Floor-to-ceiling shelves, towering 30 feet high, packed with leather-bound tomes, scrolls, and journals. The accumulated medical wisdom of centuries. Anatomy, pathology, pharmacology, surgery, rare diseases, it was all here. He didn't pull books off the shelves one by one. That was too slow. He raised the Elder Wand high. Geminio Maxima. He didn't cast it on a single book. He cast it on the concept of the library. Golden light exploded from the wand, washing over the shelves. All the physical copies of books are created and stored in his suitcase. He whispered, Chopper is a genius, but with this database indexed and searchable by the Mary's AI. He'll be a god of medicine. 10 minutes later, the light faded. The books returned to their shelves, undisturbed. Ben closed his suitcase with a satisfying thud. He had a copy of everything. He walked back to the infirmary. Nami was sleeping peacefully, her color returning. Vivi was dozing in a chair next to her. Chopper was hiding behind a cabinet, peeking at Ben. Ben smiled at the reindeer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, wrapped cotton candy he'd created earlier using Momo's quirk. He tossed it. Chopper caught it. He sniffed it. Then he popped it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. Sweet. You're doing a good job, Doctor, Ben said softly. Shut up. Chopper yelled, doing a wiggly dance of joy. Complimenting me doesn't make me happy, you jerk. He 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 he. Ben chuckled. He's adorable. And valuable. He walked to the window. Outside, in the snow, Luffy had tackled Usopp, and was trying to bury him. Sanji was chasing a mountain goat, trying to milk it for a soup base. The crew was safe. The navigator was healing. The library was secured. Now, all they had to do was wait for Nami to wake up, and convince a reindeer to become a pirate. Easy, Ben murmured, watching the snow fall. Compared to fighting giants, recruiting a reindeer should be a walk in the park. Chapter 38, Drum Island. 1912 words. The kitchen of Drum Castle was a flurry of activity, steam, and savory aromas. It smelled of roasting meat, simmering heavy stews, and baking bread, the kind of hearty, soul-warming food designed to combat the sub-zero temperatures outside. Sanji moved like a conductor before an orchestra of pots and pans. He chopped vegetables with a speed that blurred the air, flipped steaks with a casual flick of his wrist, and seasoned soups with the precision of a chemist. Ben leaned against the stone archway, watching. Impressive as always, Sanji. But we need to make this portable. The crew back on the ship is probably freezing and starving. Especially the giants. Hi, Sanji replied, not breaking his rhythm. I've prepared high-calorie rations for the Marimo and the Longnose. Massive portions of meat for the giants. And... He paused. His demeanor shifted from professional chef to swooning artist. He picked up a container. The other containers were practical, sturdy wooden bento boxes stacked high with food. But this one was a work of art. It was wrapped in pink silk cloth. A fresh, winter rose, where did he even find that, was tucked into the knot. The box itself seemed to be polished to a mirror sheen. Ben stared at it. He rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. Let me guess, Ben deadpanned. That one isn't for Zoro. Sanji puffed out a cloud of smoke, clutching the box to his chest. Of course not. Would I waste such elegance on a moss head? This is a masterpiece of culinary affection. It contains a delicate seafood risotto, a light salad with a vinaigrette made from rare mountain herbs, and a fruit tart for dessert. It is a meal fit for a goddess. He handed it to Ben with trembling reverence. For Robin-chan. Handle it with your life, wizard. If the risotto gets shaken, I will kick you. Right, Ben scoffed, taking the box and slipping it into his spatial pouch along with the mountain of other food containers. I'll try not to trip. Thanks, Sanji. Keep an eye on Nami. Always. Sanji declared, pirouetting back to the stove to make soup for the patient. Ben walked to the window. The snow was falling in thick, silent sheets. He focused on the magical signature of the Going Merry far below in the harbor. Apparate. Crack. The world twisted. The warmth of the castle vanished, replaced instantly by the biting, salty freeze of the harbor. Ben appeared on the deck of the Mary. The scene that greeted him was one of surreal, quiet camaraderie. The snow had piled up on the railing, but the main deck was clear, mostly because two giants were sitting there. Dory and Bragi, clad in their light Viking gear, were sitting cross-legged. Between them sat Zoro, shirtless, steam rising from his shoulders as he meditated in the cold. Karu, the spot-billed duck, was huddled between Bragi's massive boot and the main mast, shivering violently and looking miserable. Focus, little swordsman, Dory's deep voice rumbled, surprisingly gentle. You are trying too hard to see. Broggy agreed, taking a swig from a barrel of booze. The eyes can be tricked by the snow. The ears can be tricked by the wind. But the spirit feels the intent. Zoro frowned, his eyes closed, a vein throbbing on his forehead. I can feel. That's about it. Gabba Baba. That is because you are still thinking. Broggy laughed. In Elbaf, we call it the breath of the world. Before the axe falls, the air moves. Before the killing intent strikes, the spirit ripples. You are close, swordsman. You are standing on the threshold. You just need a little push to break through the wall. A push, huh? Zoro grunted. Ben stepped forward, his boots crunching on the snow. Maybe a full stomach will help with that push. The group turned. Wizard. Broggy roared. You return. Zoro opened one eye. About time. Did you bring food, or just more magic tricks? Both, usually, Ben smiled. But mostly food. He walked over to the group. First, the update. Nami is safe. We found a doctor, a very eccentric, very violent, 139-year-old doctor. She's treating the fever now. Nami will make a full recovery. A collective sigh of relief went through the group. Even Karu quacked happily. Good, Zoro said, relaxing his posture. Now eat. Ben opened his pouch. He pulled out the standard bento boxes for Zoro. He pulled out 2 large barrels filled with meat and stew. The smell of roasted meat and rich gravy wafted out, overpowering the smell of the sea. Oh! Dory and Broggy cheered. The little cook knows his way around a grill. They dug in with gusto. Zoro took his bento and began to eat with his usual predatory efficiency. Ben looked around. Where's the archaeologist? The mystery woman. Zoro gestured with his chopsticks toward the upper deck cabin. In her room. Haven't seen her for hours. She's quiet. Unlike the rest of this circus. Right. I'll go check on her. Ben walked up the stairs to the guest cabin. He knocked gently on the wooden door. Room service. Come in, her voice replied, calm and smooth. Ben opened the door. The room was warm, Mary's heating charms were working perfectly here. Robin was sitting at the small desk, surrounded by open books and loose papers. She was writing in a journal by the light of a magical lantern. She looked up, pushing a strand of dark hair behind her ear. Welcome back, Mr. Wizard, she smiled politely. How is the navigator? Recovering, Ben said. She's in good hands. He walked over to the desk. What are you working on? Plotting world domination. Deciphering the secrets of the universe. Robin chuckled softly. Nothing so grand. Observations. I find the history of the Grand Line fascinating. A true scholar, Ben noted. He reached into his pouch and pulled out the pink silk box. He placed it on the desk with a flourish. Compliments of the chef. He explicitly told me that this is a beautiful meal for a beautiful lady, and that if I shook it, he would murder me. Robin looked at the ornate, rose-adorned box. Her eyes widened slightly, and a genuine amusement danced in them. Very dedicated to his chivalry, isn't he? He's a hopeless romantic, Ben corrected. But the food is good. Enjoy it, Robin. Thank you, Mr. Wizard, she said, her voice warm. For the food. And for checking in. Don't mention it. Ben left her to her meal and her books. He had one more stop. The most important one. Ben walked down to the lower deck past the galley, past the brig. He approached a door that hadn't existed a week ago. It was reinforced with steel bands and glowed faintly with blue runes. He placed his hand on the lock. Identify, Ben. Click hiss. The door slid open. He stepped into the server room, It was a space that shouldn't exist on a wooden ship. It looked like the bridge of a starship crossed with a wizard's tower. The walls were lined with banks of humming servers, built by Ben using Stark's tech and Momo's creation. Cooling pipes, frosted with magical ice, ran along the ceiling. In the center of the room was a massive, cylindrical holographic table. Floating above it was the Avatar. The little girl with the sheep horns and the white dress was floating in the air, looking at a stream of data scrolling past her. When Ben entered, her head snapped up. Her holographic face lit up with a brilliant smile. Ben. Her voice came from speakers all around the room, surround sound crystal clear. Hello, Mary, Ben smiled, walking up to the console. How are systems holding up? Systems are green. Mary chirped. Good girl, Ben praised. And the heating charms? Running at 40% capacity. It's cold outside, but everyone inside is toasty. Mary's avatar floated closer to Ben's face. Her expression turned slightly wistful. Ben. Yes? It's quiet. Down here. I can hear everyone upstairs. I can hear the giants laughing. I can hear Zorro breathing. I can hear Robin turning pages. I can't talk to them. She hugged her own arms. I feel lonely. The admission hit Ben hard. He had given a ship a soul, an intelligence, and the capacity for emotion. Isolation was a cruel side effect. I know, Mary, Ben said softly, reaching out to touch the hologram. His hand passed through, but the sensors registered the gesture, and the avatar leaned into his hand. I'm sorry. It's hard to be a secret. He looked her in the eyes. But not for long. We leave tomorrow. And once we're out at sea, with the doctor on board, I'm going to introduce you to everyone. Luffy, Nami, Usopp, they're going to love you. You won't be a voice in the wall anymore. You'll be their friend. Mary's eyes sparkled. Promise. I promise, Ben said solemnly. Tomorrow is your invitation party. Mary did a little mid-air flip of joy. A party. Now, Ben said, getting back to business. To get ready for tomorrow, I have a gift for you. An upgrade. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the suitcase containing the magical copies of the entire Drum Kingdom Royal Library. Knowledge, Ben said. Medical knowledge. Thousands of books. He raised his wand. Creation. From the floor, metal flowed upwards. It twisted and formed into sleek, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves along the back wall of the server room. Hundreds of books flew out of the suitcase and slotted themselves neatly onto the shelves. The Encyclopedia of Pathogens. Grand Line Herbalism. Surgical Procedures Vol 1 to 50. Whoa! Mary whispered, looking at the library. That's a lot of data. It is, Ben agreed. And I need you to process it. But not just read it. I need you to index it. Cross-reference it. Make it so that when our new doctor asks a question, you have the answer before he finishes the sentence. Then Ben created a machine for Mary to control. On the desk, a small machine materialized. It looked like a high-tech document scanner, but with robotic arms. Automated scanner bot, Ben introduced. It connects directly to your core. You control it. Use it to scan every page of every book physically, then upload the text to your digital memory. I can do that. Mary said. The small robot beeped, its camera eye glowing red, and immediately grabbed the first book of Advanced Antidotes, and began flipping pages at blinding speed. Flip, 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 flip. Excellent, Ben said. You have your homework. I'll be the smartest ship in the world. You already are. Ben turned to the corner of the room. There, humming quietly, was the neural dive pod. The white capsule he had built earlier. Now, Ben said, cracking his neck. While you study medicine, I have some designing to do. He walked over to the pod. Ben climbed into the pod. The gel lining was cool against his back. The lid hissed shut, sealing him in darkness. "System start," he whispered. Back in the server room, the lights dimmed to a restful blue. The only sounds were the soft hum of the supercomputer, the frantic flip of the scanner bot digesting medical history, and the gentle, happy humming of a holographic girl who couldn't wait for tomorrow. Chapter 39, Drum Island. 20-30 words. The lid of the neural dive pod hissed shut, sealing Ben in a cocoon of darkness and conductive gel. The sensation was instantaneous, a feeling like falling upwards, a rush of wind that wasn't there and then. Absolute, pristine silence. Ben opened his eyes. He was standing in the construct. It was an infinite expanse of white, a blank canvas of pure data awaiting a brushstroke. The air here tasted like ozone and possibilities. There was no cold, no snow, no rolling waves. Just the hum of the processor. "Mary," Ben spoke, his voice echoing in the void. "Initialize workspace." The white void rippled. "On it, Ben." Mary's voice chimed, sounding everywhere and nowhere at once. Pixels coalesced into matter. Or the simulation of matter. The floor turned from white to polished, dark concrete. Walls shot up, lined with sleek, backlit panels. The ceiling arched high, revealing a simulated view of a nebula. In the center of the room, a massive, U-shaped holographic table materialized, glowing with a soft, inviting blue light. It was a perfect recreation of Tony Stark's Malibu workshop, but with a distinct Dumbledore-esque twist. Floating candles bobbed near the ceiling, and the robotic arms in the corner were engraved with glowing runes. Ben checked the time readout on the HUD floating in his peripheral vision. Time dilation active, 1:3 ratio. Real time elapsed, 1 second. "Right," Ben murmured, cracking his virtual knuckles. 1 hour out, there is 3 hours in here. Let's build a future. He walked to the holographic table. "Mary, bring up the Stark satellite blueprints." "Accessing database." Mary chirped. A complex wireframe model of a satellite appeared in the air, spinning slowly. It was blocky, functional, and purely technological. "Too fragile," Ben muttered, swiping his hand through the hologram. "Electronics in the Grand Line get fried by the magnetic fields. We can't use standard circuits. We need runic circuitry." He began to work. This was where the Tony Stark and Dumbledore templates truly sang in harmony. Stark provided the architecture, the thruster placement, the solar array efficiency, the data compression algorithms. Dumbledore provided the solution to the impossible physics. Ben waved his hands, expanding the hologram until it filled the room. He walked inside the schematic of the satellite. "Structure," Ben mused. "We need something light but indestructible. Titanium gold alloy is Stark's go-to." He tapped the hull of the holographic satellite. The wireframe turned a sleek, silvery black. Ben worked for hours. 4 hours in, he was deep in the coding of the thrusters. "Standard ion drives are too slow. We need gravitational repulsors." 7 hours in. He was working on the server rack. "This is the brain," Ben said, highlighting the central module. "Mary, this is where you will live. Not in the wood of the ship. In the sky. The ship will just be your avatar. Your remote body. But your soul, your core consciousness, will be safe in orbit. No cannonball can reach you. No fire can burn you." Mary's avatar materialized next to him, looking at the complex machinery. "I'm going to space," she asked, her eyes wide. "You're going to be space," Ben corrected. "You'll be able to see the entire world, Mary. Every ocean. Every island. You'll guide us from the stars." He added communication arrays. 10 hours in. Fatigue was setting in, a phantom ache in his mind. The sheer volume of calculation required to merge magic and tech was staggering. Ben was redesigning the defense grid. Stealth, Ben muttered, rubbing his eyes. It needs to be invisible. We can't have the world government spotting a satellite. He overlaid a massive disillusionment charm onto the outer hull, woven into the very atomic structure of the metal. It will bend light around it. To the world, it's just empty space. 12 hours. The buzzer sounded in the simulation. Ben stepped back. Floating above the table was the finished design. It looked nothing like a NASA satellite. It looked like a work of art. A sleek, silver teardrop, etched with glowing blue runes, pulsating with a gentle, rhythmical heartbeat. It was elegant, dangerous, and beautiful. Project, Star Shepherd. Blueprint complete, Ben said, his voice hoarse. Mary, save to primary database. Prepare for fabrication. Saved. Mary chirped. It's beautiful, Ben. Time to build it, Ben said. System. Log out. Zoom. The white void collapsed. Ben gasped, his eyes snapping open in the real world. He lay in the gel pod, his body heavy, his head throbbing with a sharp, spike-like migraine. The transition from 12 hours of hyperfocus back to his physical body was jarring. He groaned, pushing the lid open. The cool air of the server room hit his sweating skin. 4 hours, he checked his watch. Perfect. He rolled out of the pod, stumbling slightly as his equilibrium adjusted. He grabbed a bottle of water from the desk and downed it in one gulp. The super soldier serum metabolized the fatigue toxins quickly, but the mental strain lingered. No rest for the wicked, Ben muttered. I have the plans. Now I need the machine. He didn't have the tools to build the satellite by hand. It required precision on the nanometer scale. He needed a factory. Ben walked to the center of the room. He cleared a space. He raised his hands. He visualized the materials. Creation. Matter flowed from his skin. It wasn't just a blob, it was structured. He was building a machine to build a machine. He tapped into the Stark template. He visualized the Stark Industries fabricator, the robotic assembly unit Tony used to build his suits, but he upgraded it. He added runic carving lasers. He added alchemical transmutation vats. For 2 hours, Ben worked in a trance. He assembled the magical fabricator. It was a boxy, glass-walled machine, about the size of a large refrigerator. Inside, 4 delicate, multi-jointed robotic arms hung waiting. The base was inscribed with a transmutation circle. Done, Ben panted, tightening the final mana coupling. He connected the fabricator to the supercomputer with a thick data cable. Mary, Ben said, leaning on the console. Do you see the new hardware? I see it. Mary replied. Device recognized, high-precision runic fabricator. Correct. Upload the Star Shepherd blueprints to the fabricator's queue. The fabricator hummed to life, internal lights glowing soft amber. Now, Ben said, a grin spreading across his tired face. Here is the trick. We can't build a full-sized satellite from the ship. It's too big. So. He patted the machine. We build it miniature. Miniature? Mary asked. We build it to scale. The size of a basketball. Every circuit, every rune, every thruster perfectly replicated, just tiny. Ben's grin widened. And once it's finished, I use Brandish's magic. Command T, expand. I will grow it to full size once it's done, then send it to space. We cheat the physics of construction. That's cheating. Mary giggled. I love it. Mary, Ben commanded. You have the blueprints. You have the machine. You have the raw materials stored in the hopper, which he had filled with created ingots. Begin fabrication. Aye, Ben. Starting construction. Inside the glass box, the robotic arms sprang to life. Lasers flared. The hum of precision crafting filled the room. The Star Shepherd began to take form, layer by microscopic layer. Ben watched for a moment, mesmerized by the dance of the machine he had created. The foundation of their future safety. The eye in the sky. It will take about 10 hours to print, Ben estimated. That gives me time. His body finally staged a protest. His knees buckled slightly. Okay, he whispered. Now. He stumbled out of the server room, the door hissing shut behind him. He climbed the stairs to the upper deck, avoiding the sleeping forms of Zorro, who was snoring in the hallway, and the giants, whose snoring vibrated the entire ship. He reached his cabin. He didn't bother changing. He fell face first onto his bed. As consciousness slipped away, Ben had one last thought. Nami is cured. We get Chopper. And we launch the satellite. The Grand Line isn't ready for a pirate crew with GPS. He was asleep before his next breath. The sun rose over the Drum Rockies, reflecting off the pristine snow with a blinding brilliance. Inside the castle infirmary, the air was warm. Nami stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. The crushing weight on her chest was gone. The heat that had been boiling her brain had vanished, replaced by a cool, clean feeling. She took a deep breath. It didn't hurt. Nami-san. Nami turned her head. Vivi was sitting by the bed, looking exhausted but hopeful. Vivi. Nami's voice was raspy but strong. Alive? You're alive. Vivi cried, hugging her gently. The doctor, she saved you. The antibiotic worked. Doctor. Nami blinked, her memories hazy. I remember sleeping in my room. Yeah, Sanji said, walking in with a tray of steaming soup. Ben used his magic to place you inside his suitcase, then he used his magic carpet to fly here. It was quite the ride, Nami Swan. But look at you. Your color is back. Your beauty has returned. Nami sat up. She felt weak but the sickness was gone. Where is this doctor? I need to thank them. Ask how much this is going to cost. Cost, a sharp voice cackled from the doorway. Kureha leaned against the frame, sipping her morning plum wine. Chopper peeked out from behind her legs. You're awake, girl. My treatment is flawless. But it's not cheap. I'll be taking 50% of your ship's treasure as payment. Nami's eyes turned into berry symbols. 50%, she shrieked, her vitality returning instantly in the face of financial ruin. Are you crazy, old lady? I'll give you 5% and a thank you note. Kureha grinned. She's definitely cured. She has the energy to haggle. Sanji and Vivi laughed. Outside the castle, on the snowy terrace, Luffy and Usopp were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Ultimate snowball. Bazooka. Exploding snow star. Ben walked out onto the terrace, yawning and stretching. He looked refreshed, his super soldier metabolism having cleared the fatigue in record time. He looked up at the sky. It was clear. Perfect launch weather. Morning, Ben. Luffy shouted, tackling Usopp into a drift. Nami's awake. She's yelling at the old lady about money. That sounds like Nami, Ben smiled. He looked at the castle tower. He sensed the magical signature of the Going Merry far below. The connection was strong. Merry, he whispered into the wind. Status of the project. A faint, happy voice echoed in his mind, the telepathic link of the protean charm working perfectly. Fabrication complete, Ben. The Star Shepherd is ready. It's so shiny. Good, Ben said. Keep it hidden in the fabricator until I get back. Tonight, we launch. He turned back to the chaos of the snowy playground. Now the final piece of the puzzle. Recruiting the reindeer. Ben walked back inside. He found Chopper hiding behind a pillar, watching Luffy play through a window with a look of intense longing. "You want to play too, don't you?" Ben asked softly. Chopper jumped. "I'm a monster. Humans hate me." "We're not humans," Ben said, crouching down. "We're pirates. And I'm a wizard. And that guy out there is made of rubber. And the one with the long nose claims to be a captain of 8,000 men." Ben offered a hand. "Monsters are welcome on our ship, Chopper. In fact, we're kind of collecting them." Chopper looked at Ben's hand. He looked at the window. For the first time in his lonely life, the blue-nosed reindeer saw a door opening. Not a door to a patient's room, but a door to the world. "Pirates," Chopper whispered. "Come on," Ben said. "Luffy is going to ask you eventually. You might as well get used to him now." The stage was set. The navigator was healed. The satellite was built. And the doctor was about to find his sea legs. The Drum Island arc was drawing to a close, and the Straw Hats were about to become stronger than ever. Chapter 40, Drum Island. 2,162 words. The courtyard of Drum Castle was a pristine field of white, save for the chaotic tracks of a rubberman and a sniper who were currently trying to bury each other in a snowdrift. Ben walked out onto the terrace, the crisp mountain air filling his lungs. Beside him trotted Chopper, the little reindeer still eyeing Ben with a mixture of wariness and intense curiosity. To Chopper, Ben wasn't just a pirate, he was a walking anomaly. He smelled of ozone, old books, and something unidentifiable. "Hey, Luffy. Usopp," Ben called out. The two popped their heads out of the snow, looking like powdered donuts. "Ben." Luffy cheered. "Come play. Usopp says he's the Snow King, but I'm gonna dethrone him." "I am the Snow King," Usopp declared, adjusting his goggles. "My frozen fortress is impenetrable." Ben chuckled. He looked down at Chopper. "What do you say, Doctor? Think they need a common enemy?" Chopper blinked. "Enemy?" Ben drew the Elder Wand. He didn't aim at the boys. He aimed at a massive, undisturbed mound of snow in the center of the courtyard. The magic flowed from the wand, a stream of silver light that soaked into the snow. The mound shuddered. Luffy and Usopp froze. Did the snow just wiggle? Suddenly, the mound rose. Two massive legs of packed ice formed, stomping onto the ground. A torso thick as a barrel materialized, followed by a head with glowing blue coals for eyes, transfigured from stones. It was a snow monster. A 10-foot-tall yeti made of magic and ice. WWWOAA. Luffy and Usopp screamed in unison, their eyes turning into stars. "It's alive. A snow monster." Chopper gasped, his hooves clattering on the stone. "You made life." "Just animation," Ben smiled. "Watch this." He flicked his wand again. The snow monster raised its right arm. The snow shifted, compacted, and reshaped itself into a distinct cylindrical shape. "Fire," Ben commanded softly. A snowball the size of a watermelon shot out of the cannon arm. It flew across the courtyard with perfect aim, and slammed directly into Luffy and Usopp, knocking them both backward into a drift. "Ha ha 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 ha." Luffy burst out of the snow, wiping his face. "That was awesome. It shoots snowballs. It's a war machine." Usopp yelled, scrambling for cover behind a pillar. "The Snow King is under siege. Man the battlements." "Chopper," Ben said, crouching down. "Go get M." Chopper hesitated. He had spent his whole life running from humans. Humans threw stones. Humans shot guns. But these humans were laughing. They were being hit by giant snowballs and laughing. Ben nudged him. "It's safe." Chopper took a step. Then another. He scooped up a snowball with his hooves. He looked at Luffy, who was currently trying to wrestle the snow monster's leg. Chopper threw it. It hit Luffy on the back of the head. Luffy stopped wrestling. He turned slowly. He saw Chopper. A grin spread across his face, a grin brighter than the sun on the snow. The reindeer wants to fight too. Get him. Eep. Chopper squeaked, but he didn't run away. He ran behind the snow monster. I'm on the monster's team. Chopper yelled, his voice trembling with excitement. Traitor. Usopp shouted, popping up and firing a barrage of snowballs. Take this. Usopp snowstorm. For the next hour, the castle terrace was a battlefield of joy. Luffy and Usopp versus Ben, Chopper, and the snow monster. Snowballs flew thick and fast. Ben used lazy flicks of his wand to shield Chopper from direct hits. Chopper, realizing he was safe, grew bolder, transforming into Heavy Point to throw massive boulders of snow, then shrinking to Brain Point to hide. Luffy eventually managed to tackle the snow monster, causing it to collapse into a pile of powder, burying Ben and Chopper with it. They laid there in the snow, breathless, staring up at the gray sky. That, Chopper panted, his breath misting in the air, was fun. Shishishi. Yeah. Luffy laughed from somewhere to his left. You're pretty good at throwing, reindeer. Chopper blushed, wiggling. Complimenting me doesn't make me happy, you jerk. Hee hee hee. Okay, Ben said, brushing snow off his coat. I'm freezing. And I have a feeling our cook is getting lonely in the kitchen. Food. Luffy shouted, leaping up. They trooped inside, shaking the snow from their clothes. The castle was drafty, but the kitchen was a haven of warmth. The massive hearth was roaring with a fire Sanji had stoked. Sanji. Luffy yelled. We're hungry. Sanji looked up from a pot of soup intended for Nami. Quiet down, you rubber mess. Nami-san is sleeping upstairs. He looked at the group, wet, shivering, and smiling. You guys look like you wrestled a polar bear. A snow monster. Usopp corrected proudly. Which I defeated, obviously. Ben walked to the heavy oak table. Sanji, we need something warm. Do you have chocolate? Chocolate. Sanji frowned, checking the pantry. This castle hasn't been stocked with luxuries in years. Just meat, potatoes, and dried herbs. No chocolate. Luffy looked devastated. Not a problem, Ben said. He rolled up his sleeve. He tapped into the Momo Yaoyorozu template. He visualized the molecular structure of Theobroma cacao. Not just the beans but the processed, rich, dark chocolate liquor mixed with cocoa butter and sugar. He understood the chemical bonds, the lipid structures, the crystallization points. His skin glowed with a soft, iridescent light. From his palm, a dark, rich, block of material began to emerge. It grew, solidifying into a massive, 1-kilogram brick of pure, high-grade dark chocolate. Here, Ben said, tossing the brick to Sanji. Sanji caught it. He stared at it. He sniffed it. This. Sanji looked at Ben with wide eyes. This is premium quality. The aroma, it's perfect. Where did you, never mind. I don't want to know. Sanji grinned, pulling out a grater and a pot of milk he'd found. Hot chocolate a la Sanji, coming right up. With a pinch of sea salt and cinnamon. 10 minutes later, the four of them, Luffy, Usopp, Ben, and Chopper, were sitting around the wooden table. In front of each of them was a steaming mug of the richest, most fragrant hot chocolate imaginable. Marshmallows, which Ben had also created, bobbed on the surface. Luffy took a sip and melted. Tasty. Usopp sighed. This warms the soul of a brave warrior. Ben sipped his, nodding. Good work, Sanji. Chopper held the mug with both hooves. The steam warmed his blue nose. He took a tiny, tentative sip. The sweetness hit him. The warmth spread through his chest, chasing away the cold of the mountain, and the cold of his loneliness. Sweet, he whispered. It's good, right? Luffy mumbled, his mouth full of marshmallows. The kitchen was quiet, save for the crackle of the fire and the slurping of drinks. It was a comfortable silence. A domestic silence. Hey, Luffy said, his voice casual, as if commenting on the weather. Reindeer. Chopper looked up, a chocolate mustache on his lip. Join my crew. The words hung in the air. Sanji stopped wiping the counter. Usopp froze, mug halfway to his mouth. Ben smiled into his cup. Let's be pirates together. Chopper stared at Luffy. His eyes went wide. The mug trembled in his hooves. Jay join. Chopper stammered. Me? Yeah. Luffy grinned. It'll be fun. We're going to the Grand Line. We're gonna see everything. Chopper shrank back in his chair. He pulled his hat down over his eyes. The old fear, the old rejection, clawed at his throat. Why, he whispered. Do you want me? What do you mean why? Luffy asked, genuinely confused. Because you're a cool reindeer. And you transform. And you're funny. That's not. Chopper shook his head. That's not it. He stood up on the chair. He looked at them, the humans. It's true. Chopper cried out, his voice cracking. I want to be a pirate. I want to go to sea. I want to live like Dr. Hiruluk said. Tears welled up in his eyes. I can't. Why not? Usopp asked softly. Because. Chopper stepped back, his shadow stretching long against the wall. It looked monstrous. Because I'm not a human. And I'm not a reindeer. I'm a monster. I have a blue nose. I have antlers. Humans hate me. Reindeer hate me. I don't belong anywhere. He looked down at his hooves. I can't go with you. I'll just bring you trouble. I'm a freak. He looked up, forcing a tearful smile. Thank you. Thank you for asking me. No one has ever asked me before. I appreciate it, really. I'll stay here. With Doctorine. This is where monsters belong. He sniffled. If you guys ever feel like it, come stop by again. We can drink tea. And play in the snow. And. Shut up. The roar cut through Chopper's speech like a thunderclap. Luffy stood up. He wasn't smiling. His face was shadowed, intense. Chopper flinched, terrified. Here it comes, he thought. The rejection. The disgust. Luffy slammed his hands on the table. I don't care if you're a monster. Luffy shouted, pointing at him. My crew is full of weirdos. I am a guy who ate rubber fruit, and became rubber. I have a guy who fights with 3 swords. I have a wizard. I have a giant duck. One more monster is nothing to me. Luffy's eyes burned with absolute, unshakable conviction. You're fun. You're strong. And you're a good doctor. That's all I care about. I don't care about blue noses or antlers. He grinned, the scary intensity vanishing, replaced by pure warmth. You are my nakama now. So you're coming. That's final. Chopper stood there, stunned. The logic of the world, the logic that said monsters were hated, that different was bad, shattered against the rubber will of Monkey D. He wasn't being invited despite being a monster. He was being invited because he was Chopper. Ben smiled. He stood up and walked to Chopper's left side. He placed a hand on the reindeer's shoulder. You heard the captain, Ben said gently. In this crew, the word monster is a compliment. It means you're strong. Usopp walked to the right side, leaning on the table. Yeah. Usopp grinned. Besides, if you don't come, who's gonna fix me when I get the I can't go on this island disease? I need a specialist. Sanji from the kitchen counter lit a cigarette and chuckled. We could use a doctor. Luffy gets the crew into a lot of trouble. And Nami-san needs looking after. Chopper looked at Ben. He looked at Usopp. He looked at Sanji. And finally, he looked at Luffy, who was waiting with his hand outstretched. The dam broke. Decades of loneliness, of hiding in the woods, of being shot at, of being called a yeti, a freak, a mistake, it all washed away. Yawaya. Chopper threw his head back and wailed. Thick, heavy tears streamed down his furry cheeks. He cried so hard his hat fell off. He cried with the pure, overwhelming relief of being wanted. I want to go. Chopper sobbed. I want to be a pirate. I want to see the world. Then let's go. Luffy laughed. Chopper wiped his eyes, sniffing loudly. But what? Ben asked. Kureha. Chopper sniffled. She taught me everything. She took me in when Hiralik died. I can't just leave without telling her. I have to say goodbye properly. She's like my mom. Ben nodded. Of course. We wouldn't expect anything else. Don't tell her yet. Chopper pleaded, panic rising again. If she knows I'm leaving, she might kick me out. Or get mad. I have to tell her. At the right time. Personally. Okay, Luffy said. We'll wait. But hurry up. We gotta set sail soon. I will. Chopper promised. I'll tell her tonight. He jumped off the chair. He looked at his new friends. His nakama. I'm gonna go check on Nami. Just to make sure she's okay. He scurried out of the kitchen, his little hooves clattering. But he wasn't running away this time. He was running toward his job. Toward his crew. Ben watched him go. Well, Ben said, picking up his mug. That went well. Emotional trauma healed in record time. Luffy has a way with people, Sanji noted. Yeah, Usopp agreed. He's stubborn. Ben looked out the window at the snow. The doctor was recruited. The navigator was healing. The king was deposed. The satellite was ready. Everything was falling into place. Now, Ben thought, his mind turning to the next problem. The escape. Kureha isn't going to let Chopper go easily. She's going to make a scene. A big, violent, explosive scene. He grinned. Just the way we like it. Chapter 41, Drum Island. 1957 words. The infirmary was quiet, save for the crackling of the fireplace and the rhythmic drip-drip of the 4 antibiotic. Outside, unlike the gloomy, blizzard-choked atmosphere that usually plagued Drum Island, today the weather had broken. The high, arched windows of the castle let in beams of brilliant, blinding sunlight that warmed the stone floor and illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air. Kureha stood over the bed, peering at a thermometer with one eye closed. She hummed a low, scratchy tune, smelling faintly of plum wine and antiseptic. 139 years of medical genius, she muttered, pulling the thermometer away. And I still haven't found a cure for impatience. She looked down at Nami. The navigator was awake, sitting up slightly against the pillows. Her skin was no longer the angry, burning red of the Kestia fever. It was pale, clammy, but cool. The fever has subsided, Kureha announced, tucking the instrument into her low-slung belt. The antibiotic has neutralized the bacteria in your blood. You're lucky, girl. Another 12 hours and your organs would have been soup. Nami let out a long breath, slumping back. Thank God. I'm cured. You're stabilized, Kureha corrected sharply, flicking Nami's forehead. Your body has been through a war. You need rest. 3 days of bed rest, minimum. Then light activity. Then. We don't have 3 days, Nami interrupted, her voice weak but firm. She sat up, wincing as the room spun slightly. We have to leave. Tonight. Kureha crossed her arms. Do you have a death wish? Or are you just stupid? My friend. Nami looked toward the door where Vivi had been keeping vigil earlier. Her home. Alabasta, it's in danger. Every hour we waste here is an hour a civil war gets closer. I can't stay in bed while a kingdom burns. Kureha stared at her. She saw the resolve in the girl's eyes. It was the same stubbornness she saw in Hiraluk. The same stubbornness she saw in that rubber-brained boy. If you leave now, Kureha warned, the fever could relapse. The stress of sailing, the cold without a doctor to monitor you and administer the follow-up doses, you'll be back at death's door. Then we'll take a doctor with us, Nami said instantly. Kureha paused. Oh? Chopper, Nami said. Your assistant. He's good. He treated me alongside you. If he joins our crew, he can treat me on the ship. We need a doctor, Kureha-san. Not just for me but for, well, look at my captain. He fights people by headbutting them. We need a doctor bad. Kureha's expression softened, just a fraction. He can treat you, yes, Kureha admitted, her voice dropping lower. His skills are excellent. Better than he knows. Chopper has scars that medicine can't fix. She poured herself a drink from a flask. He's terrified of humans. He's been hurt, rejected, and called a monster his whole life. It is very hard to treat that kind of injury. You can try to ask him, but don't expect him to say yes. He thinks he doesn't belong anywhere but this cold, empty castle. With a swirl of her coat, Kureha turned. I'll go prepare your next dose. Don't move. She swept out of the room. Nami sighed, sinking back into the pillow. She stared at the high stone ceiling. Chopper. She whispered. A reindeer doctor. Can we really convince him? The door slammed open. Nami. Luffy burst in, bringing a gust of cold air, and an excessive amount of noise with him. He was grinning so hard his eyes were shut. Following him were Usopp, Vivi, Sanji, carefully balancing a tray of soup, and Ben. Luffy-san. Vivi scolded. She's recovering. Luffy ignored her. He ran to the side of the bed, throwing his hands in the air. Guess what? He roared. We got a doctor. Nami blinked. She looked at Luffy's beaming face. She looked at Ben, who gave her a subtle thumbs up. She looked at Usopp, who was grinning smugly. He. Nami started, a smile tugging at her lips. He said yes. Yeah. Luffy laughed. The reindeer. He's joining the pirate crew. It's gonna be awesome. He transforms into a huge monster. Nami let out a laugh of pure relief. She shook her head. Of course he did. Kureha said it was impossible. She said he was too scared. And Luffy just walked in and smashed that wall down in 5 minutes. You're amazing, Captain, Nami whispered. Shishishi. I know. Soup, Nami swan. Sanji swooned, setting the tray down. A restorative consommé with healing herbs from the castle garden. Nami took a sip. It was warm and perfect. Thank you, Sanji-kun. Listen, everyone. If Chopper is coming, and if the treatment can continue on the ship, we can leave. We leave tonight. Vivi gasped. Are you sure? I'm sure, Nami said, her eyes determined. Let's get this show on the road. Alabasta is waiting. The room erupted in cheers, quiet ones, after a glare from Sanji. "Great," Ben said, clapping his hands. "That gives us the afternoon for final preparations. For the grand launch." "Launch?" Luffy asked. "I told the crew on the ship to come up," Ben said, checking his watch. "They should be here any minute. Everyone needs to be here. I have something special to show you." By late afternoon, the snow had stopped, leaving the sky a crisp, piercing blue. The air was thin and freezing, but the sun was bright. The entire Straw Hat crew, plus their newest, shyest member, was gathered on the snowy plateau outside Drum Castle. It was a strange assembly. There were the giants, Dory and Broggy. There was Zoro, shivering but refusing to admit it. There was Robin, wearing a fur coat, looking elegant and bored. There was Karu, frozen into a duck cycle. And there was Chopper, hiding behind Ben's leg, peeking out at the giants with wide, terrified eyes. "Okay," Luffy shouted, rubbing his full belly. Sanji had made a farewell lunch. "What is it, Ben? Is it a meat cannon? Is it a robot?" "Better," Ben said. He ran away from the group, trudging through the knee-deep snow until he was about a kilometer away, in the center of a wide, flat clearing. The crew watched from the distance. Ben reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, metallic object. It looked like a model toy. A silver cylinder with fins. He placed it gently on the snow. He stood back and raised his hand. Green magic flared around his fingers. Command T, expansion. Vroom. The air was displaced violently. The tiny model surged upwards. Metal groaned as it expanded. The shadow it cast lengthened until it covered the entire terrace. When the light faded, a rocket stood on the snowy plain. It was colossal. Standing over 50 meters tall, it was a sleek, silver needle pointed at the heavens. It didn't look like the rough, industrial rockets of the real world. It looked like something out of a sci-fi fantasy. The hull was etched with glowing blue runes that pulsed rhythmically. The thrusters at the base were massive, silent, and ominous. "Waha!" Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper screamed in unison, their jaws hitting the snow. "It's Huawei!" Luffy yelled. "What is it?" "A rocket!" Usopp shrieked. Ben built a huge rocket. Even Robin lowered her book, her eyes wide. "Is advanced technology." "Gabba Baba." Broggy laughed nervously. "That is a very big spear." Ben walked back to the group, looking satisfied. The scale was perfect. "This," Ben announced, gesturing to the silver tower, "this is the rocket which will take our satellite to space." "Okay." Luffy jumped up and down. He didn't understand a thing, he just wanted the rocket to blast off. "Make it fly. Make it go whoosh." "Countdown sequence initiated," Ben said. He tapped his wand against his throat. Sonorous. His voice boomed across the mountain range. T-10 seconds. Luffy and Usopp joined in, screaming the numbers. 10. 9. 8. Ben raised the Elder Wand. He began to weave a complex spell in the air. A massive, translucent dome of magical energy materialized around the base of the rocket, a containment ward to stop the blast heat from affecting the area they were standing on. 5. 4. 3. Chopper covered his ears. Zoro watched intently. Robin smiled. 2. 1. Liftoff. Ben flicked his wand. A signal was sent to the rocket's core. The arc reactor ignited the thrusters. Instead, a beam of pure, concentrated blue light erupted from the thrusters. The gravitational repulsives kicked in. Through. The sound wasn't an explosion. It was a deep, resonant vibration that shook the bones of everyone watching. The snow around the base vaporized instantly. The rocket began to rise. Slowly at first, majestic and heavy. Then, faster. And faster. It tore through the sky, a streak of silver and blue fire. It pierced the clouds in seconds, punching a hole through the gray cover to reveal the blue beyond. Go! Luffy screamed as the rocket flew higher. The rocket ascended higher and higher, becoming a streak of light, then a star, then a speck. And then it was gone. It had breached the atmosphere. The crew stood in silence, staring at the empty sky. The trail of blue particles slowly drifted down like glitter. Luffy kept staring. He squinted. He waited. And waited. He turned to Ben. "Hey, Ben." "Yes, Captain." Ben asked, looking proud. "When is the kaboom?" Ben blinked. "The what?" "The boom." Luffy mimed a massive explosion with his hands. "It's a giant firework, right? Like the one at the party." "When does it explode and make pretty colors?" Usopp nodded vigorously. "Where's the earth-shattering kaboom?" "I was promised a detonation." Chopper looked up, confused. "Doesn't explode." Ben sighed, rubbing his temples. "It doesn't explode. If it exploded, that would be a failure. It's a satellite. It stays up there. Quietly." Luffy's face fell. It crumpled into a mask of devastating disappointment. "Doesn't boom." "No boom," Ben confirmed. "Buh." Luffy and Usopp shouted, giving Ben a double thumbs down. "Boring." Luffy yelled. "It's just a flying metal stick. I wanted fireworks." "You call yourself a wizard?" Usopp jeered. "Where's the spectacle? Where's the drama?" Chopper, seeing his new friends booing, decided to join in to fit in. "Boo," the reindeer squeaked. "We want boom." Ben stared at them. He had just achieved a feat of engineering that surpassed the greatest minds of the century. He had launched an orbital platform using magic and repulsive tech. He had changed the world. And his captain was booing him because it didn't blow up. "You people," Ben muttered, shaking his head, "have no appreciation for science." He turned to Robin. "At least you understand, right?" Robin chuckled. "It was very efficient. But I admit, a little explosion would have been festive." Ben groaned. "I'm going back to the castle." He turned and walked away, grumbling. "Next time I'll build a nuke. See if they like that." The excitement of the launch faded, replaced by the hustle of departure. They returned to the castle. The sun was setting, casting long purple shadows across the snow. Chopper was in his room, or rather, the corner of the library he slept in. He was packing his blue backpack. He packed his medical books, the ones Ben hadn't scanned, his pestle and mortar, and a few bandages. He looked around the room. This had been his home for 6 years. Hiralik died. Since Kureha took him in. He felt a lump in his throat. "I'm really doing it," he whispered. "I'm becoming a pirate." Chapter 42, Drum Island. 2,189 words. The sun had begun its descent behind the sharp peaks of the Drum Rockies, casting long, bruised purple shadows across the snow. Inside the castle, the air was warm, smelling of ancient stone, dust and the sharp tang of antiseptic. While the rest of the crew was bustling about, Luffy trying to steal one last piece of meat from the kitchen, Sanji packing leftovers for the journey, and Usopp nervously eyeing the armory, Ben made his way to the highest tower room. He knocked on the heavy oak door. "Enter," a gravelly voice snapped. "Unless you're the rubber boy. If you're him, go away before I test my new scalpel on you." Ben pushed the door open. Kureha sat in a high-backed chair by the fireplace, a bottle of plum wine in one hand, and a stack of berries on the table. She looked tired, her sunglasses reflecting the dying firelight. "Doctorine," Ben said, stepping inside and closing the door against the draft. It's Dr. Kureha, she corrected automatically, taking a swig. What do you want, wizard? The girl is cured. The reindeer is packing. The show is over. Ben walked to the center of the room. He looked at the old woman, 139 years of history wrapped in a midriff-bearing top, and an attitude sharp enough to cut diamond. I came to settle the account, Ben said respectfully. You saved our navigator. You saved our journey. Kureha snorted. She waved a hand dismissively, a gesture that looked strange coming from the woman who usually squeezed every berry out of her patients. Keep it, she grunted. Take the brat and go. Consider the reindeer's service as payment. He's expensive to feed, anyway. I'm doing myself a favor by getting rid of him. It was a lie, of course. A transparent, heartbreaking lie. She wasn't getting rid of a burden, she was letting go of a son. Ben smiled softly. You're a terrible liar, Doctor. But while I appreciate the sentiment, a Lannister always pays his debts. Wait, wrong universe. A straw hat always pays his debts. I don't need your pity money, Kureha snapped. I have enough to buy plum wine for another century. It's not pity, Ben said. His expression shifted, becoming serious. It's an investment. This kingdom. Wapol left it in ruins. The doctors are traumatized. The infrastructure is gone. You're the only medical authority left. If you want to rebuild Drum, you're going to need resources. He rolled up his sleeve. Besides, Ben grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. I didn't say I was paying with the ship's treasure. Nami would kill me. He walked to the empty corner of the room. He focused. He tapped into the Momo Yayorozu template simmering in his blood. Watch closely, Ben whispered. His skin began to glow with a soft, iridescent sheen. From his palms, matter began to flow. It wasn't magic in the traditional sense, it was biological alchemy. He burned through his own body fat, converting lipids directly into matter. A solid gold bar fell from his hand onto the stone floor. Kureha sat up straighter, her sunglasses sliding down her nose. Her eyes widened. Ben didn't stop. The gold flowed like water, solidifying instantly. He stacked them. 50 bars. 100. A golden pyramid began to rise in the corner of the dusty room. Then, he switched. Tink tink tink. A cascade of uncut diamonds, each the size of a walnut, poured from his other hand, filling a wooden bucket sitting nearby. The room was illuminated by the glitter of sudden, impossible wealth. Ben finished, exhaling a breath of steam. He looked a little leaner, his metabolism having burned a few thousand calories in seconds. There, Ben said, dusting off his hands. That should cover the medical bill. And the reconstruction of the ropeway. And perhaps a heated swimming pool for the castle. Kureha stood up. She walked over to the gold. She picked up a bar, bit it, and stared at the indent. Real. She whispered. Pure gold. Created from thin air. She looked at Ben, shaking her head in disbelief. I've seen devil fruits that turn stone to gold. But you used your own body. No wonder you insisted on paying. To you, money is just calories. Lipids specifically, Ben corrected. Matter creation. Useful for repairs. And bribes. He looked her in the eye. Use it for the kingdom. Or use it to buy the world's most expensive plum wine stock. I don't care. Keep living, Doctor. Keep this place standing for when Chopper comes back to visit. Kureha dropped the gold bar back onto the pile with a heavy thud. She looked at this young man, this wizard with white hair, and eyes that seemed to hold too much knowledge for his age. You're an interesting brat, she murmured. What is your full name? Ben paused. He straightened his coat. Benjamin. The room went silent. The fire popped. Kureha's eyes widened, just a fraction. A flicker of recognition, deep and ancient, passed through her gaze. She looked at him, really looked at him, as if seeing a ghost overlaying his features. "Same as your captain," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "You belong to that family as well." "The will of D. Is it still alive?" Ben heard her perfectly. He knew what she was thinking. He knew she was one of the few people alive who knew the true meaning of that initial. He could have asked her about it. He could have asked about GOLD. But he chose silence. Some mysteries were better left unspoken. He simply offered a small, knowing smile. Kureha stared at him for a long moment, then let out a sharp, cackling laugh. She turned away, picking up her bottle. "Just my luck. Another troublemaker." She waved her hand at him, shooing him away. "What are you still here for? Want a kiss from me? Or a kick?" "I think I'll pass on both," Ben chuckled. "Then go away. Get out of my castle. I have to count my money. And if you tell the reindeer I kept it, I'll hunt you down." "Your secret is safe with me," Ben bowed. "Goodbye, Dr. Kureha." He turned and walked out of the room, leaving the witch alone with her gold, her wine, and her memories of a will that refused to die. The sun had fully set. The sky was a deep, velvet indigo, the stars piercingly bright in the thin mountain air. The wind had died down, leaving a crisp, silent night. The Straw Hat crew was gathered in the castle courtyard. They were bundled up, ready to leave. Chopper stood in front of the main doors. He had his blue backpack on. His hat was pulled low. He was shaking. "I have to go," Chopper whispered to himself. "I have to tell her." The massive doors creaked open. Kureha stood there. She wasn't holding a bottle this time. She was empty-handed. Her face was shadowed. "Doctorine!" Chopper shouted, taking a step forward. Kureha glared at him. "Still here, brat? I thought you left hours ago." "I wanted to say goodbye." Chopper cried, tears already welling up. "I'm going to sea. I'm going to be a pirate. I'm going to see the world, just like Dr. Hiralik said. And I'm going to come back a great doctor. So please take care of yourself. And stay alive." And he took a deep breath, preparing for a heartfelt, tear-jerking speech about gratitude and love. Kureha didn't let him finish. Her hand moved in a blur. From the folds of her coat, she produced a battle axe. "Get out," she roared, her face twisting into a mask of demonic fury. She threw the axe. It wasn't a warning shot. It embedded itself in the stone floor an inch from Chopper's hoof. Eek! Chopper shrieked, jumping 3 feet in the air. "You ungrateful little reindeer!" Kureha screamed, pulling out a handful of scalpels. "You think you can just leave? After all I did for you? I'll turn you into a rug. I'll make you into venison stew." Swish, swish, swish. 3 scalpels flew through the air, embedding themselves in the wall next to Luffy's head. "Whoa!" Luffy yelled. The old lady went crazy. "Run!" Usopp screamed. "She's gonna kill us all. Don't come back." Kureha bellowed, pulling out a flail. "If I see your face again, I'll dissect you." Chopper turned and ran. He ran for his life. He ran on all fours, crying and screaming. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't eat me. Let's go." Ben yelled. To the sled. Dalton had prepared a large sleigh at the edge of the ropeway. The crew scrambled into it, slipping and sliding on the snow. "Push!" Sanji yelled. Kureha stood on the steps, throwing spears now. "Get out of my kingdom. You pests." Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji shoved the sleigh. It tipped over the edge of the slope. Wah wah wah. They plummeted down the mountain, sliding at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of snow and screaming reindeer behind them. Kureha watched them go. She threw one last spear, which fell harmlessly short. She stood panting on the steps. The anger melted from her face instantly, leaving only sadness and pride. Go, she whispered into the cold night air. Go, you stupid son. She turned to Dalton, who had emerged from the shadows, watching the scene. Dalton. Yes, Doctor. Fire the cannons. The straw hats were halfway down the mountain, the wind rushing in their ears. Chopper was huddled in the back of the sleigh, sobbing. She hates me. He sniffled. She hates me. Look, Ben said softly, pointing back up at the mountain. A series of explosions echoed from the peaks of the Drum Rockies. But it wasn't an attack. From the tops of the drum-shaped mountains, clouds of dust shot into the sky. It wasn't gray gunpowder smoke. It was pink. The dust hit the atmosphere. It bonded with the falling ice crystals in the air. And the world changed. A soft pink light began to glow in the sky. The snow falling around them changed color. It wasn't white anymore. It was a vibrant, glowing sakura pink. The mountains, illuminated by the floodlights Kureha had set up, transformed. The shape of the Drum Rockies, the way the snow clung to the sides combined with the pink light. It looked like a tree. A colossal, island-sized cherry blossom tree in full bloom. Hiruluk's miracle. The sleigh slowed as it hit the lower slopes. The crew looked up, their faces bathed in the rosy light. It's a tree, Usopp whispered, awestruck. A giant pink tree made of snow. Beautiful, Robin murmured, catching a pink snowflake in her hand. Luffy laughed. Look. Chopper looked up. His eyes, wide and wet, reflected the miracle. The pink snow fell on his blue nose. He realized. She didn't hate him. She wasn't chasing him away because she was angry. She was chasing him away so he wouldn't hesitate. She was giving him the send-off Hiruluk had always dreamed of. The monster was leaving. The sun was setting sail. The dam broke. Chopper stood up in the sleigh. He threw his head back. Doctorine. His scream echoed across the entire island, bouncing off the pink mountains. Thank you. Tears streamed down his face, freezing in the wind, but he didn't care. He bawled. He cried with the force of a lifetime of loneliness finally ending. I will be a good doctor. I promise. I will sail the seas. And I will find a cure for all diseases. I won't let you down. The wind carried his voice up the mountain. Kureha, standing on the balcony, heard it. She smiled, tears streaming down her own face. You'd better, brat. Have a good voyage. Ben watched the scene, a lump in his own throat. He had seen this in the anime. He had read it in the manga. But seeing it, feeling the cold air, seeing the pink light, hearing the raw emotion in the reindeer's voice. It was magic far greater than any spell he could cast. This, Ben thought, is why I'm here. To make sure this moment happened. To make sure he gets to keep that promise. He looked at the crew. They were all smiling. Even Zoro had a soft look on his face. Sanji was lighting a cigarette, hiding his misty eyes. Nami was hugging Vivi. All right, Luffy said, wiping his nose. Let's go. To the ship. They reached the bottom of the mountain. The Going Mary, the newly sentient, supercomputer-enhanced Mary, was waiting at the dock, her figurehead seeming to smile in the pink light. They walked toward the gangplank. Chopper stopped. He looked back one last time at the giant pink tree in the sky. Then, he adjusted his hat. He gripped his backpack straps. And he followed his captain toward the sea. And the desert kingdom of Alabasta was waiting. Chapter 43, Drum Island. 2,479 words. The pink snow of Dr. Hirlick's miracle faded into the distance, leaving the Going Merry sailing through a calm, star-strewn night. The air was crisp, but the biting cold of Drum Island was slowly giving way to the open sea's brine. On the deck, Tony Chopper stood clutching the straps of his blue backpack. He looked around, his large eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and lingering terror. He was really doing it. He was on a pirate ship. And what a ship it was! It wasn't just the ship itself, it was the crew. They were gathered around him, grinning, a collection of the most eclectic beings he had ever seen. Luffy stepped forward, his straw hat casting a shadow over his eyes, but his grin blindingly bright. "Welcome aboard, Chopper." Luffy laughed. "You're a pirate now." Chopper shuffled his hooves. "I'll do my best. I'll cure everyone." Usopp, sensing a moment for gravitas, and wanting to impress the new recruit, stepped onto a crate. He adjusted his goggles and cleared his throat loudly. "Listen up, new recruit. As the vice-captain and brave warrior of the sea, it falls upon me to formally introduce you to the legendary crew of the Straw Hat Pirates." Usopp pointed a dramatic finger at Luffy. "First, our captain. The man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy." Luffy waved, picking his nose. "Yo." Usopp spun and pointed to the green-haired man sleeping against the mast. "The Demon of the East Blue. The man who hunts pirates and cuts steel. Our swordsman, Roronoa Zoro." Zoro opened one eye. "You're too loud, Longnose." Usopp ignored him and pointed to the orange-haired woman at the helm. "Our navigator. The woman who commands the wind and the treasury. Nami." Nami winked, looking healthy and vibrant. "Nice to meet you properly, Chopper. Thanks for saving my life." Next. The great Captain Usopp. Sniper extraordinaire and captain of 8,000 men. Chopper gasped. "Whoa." Usopp preened, then pointed to the blonde man emerging from the kitchen with a tray of drinks. "Our cook. The man with the burning leg and the best food in the world. Sanji." Sanji twirled. "Dr. San. Would you like a celebratory juice?" Usopp gestured to the white-haired man leaning against the railing. "Our magician. The man who defies logic and physics. Benjamin." Ben tipped an imaginary hat. "Welcome to the madness, Doctor." Usopp pointed to the blue-haired girl sitting on a barrel. "Our guest of honor. The Princess of Alabasta. Nefertari Vivi." Vivi smiled warmly. "Welcome, Chopper-san." And her partner, the fastest duck in the Grand Line. "Karu." "Quaya." Karu saluted with a wing. Usopp then gestured grandly to the two massive figures sitting near the stern, who, despite being shrunk to 8 feet, still radiated immense power. "Our heavy artillery. The warriors of Elbaf. Dory the Blue Ogre and Bragi the Red Ogre. Gabababa. Gegiajayagya." The giants laughed, raising their weapons in a salute that made Chopper hide behind Ben's leg for a second. Finally, Usopp pointed a thumb over his shoulder to the woman sitting calmly on the upper deck, reading a book. "And her. Miss All Sunday. Currently, our hostage /guest /mystery lady. Robin looked up from her book, her blue eyes amused. "A pleasure, Mr. Doctor." Chopper stepped into the center of the circle. He took a deep breath. He adjusted his pink hat. "I am Tony Chopper," he announced, his voice squeaky but proud. "I am a doctor. I ate the Hito no Mi. I can change forms. And..." He looked at them all, smiling, welcoming, not a single trace of fear or disgust in their eyes. "Thanks for having me aboard the ship," he finished, bowing his head. "Ah," Robin said from the upper deck, a small smile playing on her lips. "Cute." Chopper froze. His face flushed bright red. His body started doing a weird, wiggly, liquid dance of joy, waving his arms around. Being called cute doesn't make me happy, you jerk. He 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 he. The crew erupted in laughter. He's definitely one of us, Sanji noted, lighting a cigarette. All right. Luffy shouted, throwing his fist in the air. Full speed to Alabasta. Aye aye, Captain. Nami called out. The wind is with us. Mary, let's go. The ship surged forward, leaving the waters of Drum Island behind. And now. Luffy roared, drool already forming. Banquet. Yeah. Usopp and the giants cheered. Hold on, a calm voice cut through the excitement. Ben stepped into the center of the deck. He held up a hand. Wait a minute, everyone. Before we start the food, I have one more introduction to make. The crew paused. Another one? Luffy asked, looking around. Did you find another person in your suitcase? Is it a ghost? Usopp whispered, clutching his chest. No, Ben smiled. I think the correct sentence is, I need to reintroduce someone to you all. Someone who has been with us the whole time, but hasn't had a chance to say hello properly. Who? Zoro asked, frowning. We're all here. Ben didn't answer. He just looked up at the main mast. Mary? Ben said softly. Would you do the honors? The crew looked at Ben. They looked at the mast. They looked at each other puzzled. Why was Ben talking to the... Hello, everyone. The voice didn't come from Ben. It didn't come from a person. It came from everywhere. It was a soft, cheerful, youthful voice, sounding like a young girl. It resonated from the speakers Ben had hidden, but it felt like it vibrated from the very wood of the deck. Can you hear me? Usopp went pale. His knees knocked together. GGGG ghost, he shrieked, diving behind Broggy. The ship is haunted. We're doomed. I have ghost allergy. Zoro's hand went to his sword. Sanji dropped his cigarette. Nami gasped. Luffy, however, just tilted his head, his eyes scanning the air. Who's there? Luffy asked. Are you invisible? It's me, the voice chirped, sounding amused. Don't you recognize me? I'm the Going Merry. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. The crew stared at the floorboards. They stared at the railing. They stared at the figurehead. Ship? Vivi whispered. The ship is talking. Ben gave me a voice. Mary said happily. And a brain. And now I can say hello. Hi, Luffy. Hi, Usopp. Hi, Zoro. Ben stepped forward, enjoying the shock. I told you, Ben grinned. Mary isn't just wood and nails. She's alive. She's intelligent. And now she can talk to us. The shock broke. Suji-ee. Luffy screamed, his eyes popping out. Mary can talk. He sprinted to the bow. He grabbed the sheep figurehead by the cheeks. Is that you? Can you hear me? I can hear you, Captain. Mary's voice rang out, sounding clearest near the figurehead. I'm so happy you're my captain. Luffy laughed, hugging the wooden sheep. I love you too, Mary. You're the best ship. Usopp crawled out from behind Broggy, tears streaming down his face. He ran to the mast and hugged it. You're alive. I knew it. I knew you were special. Do you recognize me? I remember, Usopp. Mary replied kindly. All your lies also. She remembers, and what do you mean by lies? They are all true. Usopp wailed happily. Nami walked over, touching the railing gently. You saved us in the storm. And at Reverse Mountain. I did my best, Nami. Mary said. Ben helped me calculate the currents. This is incredible, Robin murmured, closing her book. A sentient ship. Magically imbued. This crew defies all logic. Chopper was staring at the deck with wide eyes. The ship is a Nakama. Yes, Dr. Chopper. Mary said. Welcome aboard. I promise not to get seasick, so you don't have to treat me. Chopper's eyes sparkled. A talking ship. That's so cool. Ben raised his voice. You can talk to her from anywhere on the ship. The galley, the quarters, the crow's nest. She's always listening. She's always watching over us. Luffy pumped his fists in the air. We have a reindeer. We have giants. We have a talking ship. This is the best crew ever. Banquet. Right. Sanji shouted, snapping out of his daze. A banquet for our new family. He dashed into the kitchen. Ben looked at the deck. It was cold and covered in remnants of snow. We need atmosphere, Ben decided. He walked to the center of the main deck. Then he started using transfiguration, and from the wooden deck, stone began to rise. Smooth, gray stones formed a perfect, fire-safe circular hearth, about 5 feet wide. Around it, he created comfortable stone benches covered in thick, transfigured for cushions. Then Ben flicked his wand. A magical fire roared to life in the stone circle. It was a beautiful fire, blue at the base, shifting to gold and orange. It gave off immense heat but no smoke, and the flames danced rhythmically, untouched by the sea wind. Come, sit. Ben invited. The crew gathered. The giants sat on the deck, the benches were too small for them, looking like mountains surrounding a campfire. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper sat on one bench, vibrating with energy. Nami and Vivi sat together, wrapped in blankets, close to the warmth. Zoro leaned against the mast nearby, bottle in hand. Robin sat gracefully on a cushion, observing. Karu snuggled up to the fire for warmth. Sanji emerged from the kitchen, balancing impossibly high stacks of platters. Dinner is served. Roasted dinosaur meat. Hot, savory stew. Fresh bread. Fruit from the greenhouse Ben had set up in the suitcase. And of course, booze. Lots of it. Kenpai. Luffy roared, raising a mug of juice. Kenpai, the crew echoed. They drank. They laughed. Chopper tried his first sip of rum, given by Zoro, spat it out, and switched to hot cocoa. Dory and Broggy sat on the edge of the circle, their massive forms casting long shadows, laughing as they downed barrels of booze. Luffy stole food from everyone. Vivi laughed, the stress of her kingdom momentarily forgotten. Robin sat quietly, sipping wine, watching the fire with a peaceful expression. This, Usopp sighed, patting his full stomach, is the life. A full belly, a warm fire, and a talking ship. We need music. Luffy shouted, crumbs flying. Do the magic music. Yeah. Nami cheered. Something lively. Ben smiled. He finished his drink and stood up. He walked to the edge of the firelight. Something lively. I think I have just the thing. A song from my hometown. A song about hard work, whales, and the hope of going home. He raised his wand. Orchestra Phantasma. A deep, rhythmic thumping began. Thump thump. Thump thump. It sounded like a heartbeat, or the hull of a ship hitting the waves. Then, a fiddle joined in. Then, a low, harmonizing hum. Ben's voice, amplified and rich, cut through the night air. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. The winds blew up, her bow dipped down. Oh blow, my bully boys, blow. The rhythm was infectious. It was a shanty, a working song. Luffy instinctively started clapping his hands to the beat. Usopp grabbed an empty barrel and started drumming. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Ben's magic created a spectral chorus that backed him up, making it sound like 100 sailors were singing along in the darkness. Zoro tapped his mug against his knee, a small smirk on his face. Robin closed her book, tapping her foot. She had never heard a song like this. It was raw. It was powerful. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Chopper's eyes were wide. A whale, he whispered. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. By the second chorus, the crew was joining in. They didn't know the words perfectly, but the rhythm was in their blood. Soon may the Wellerman come. Luffy shouted, off-key but enthusiastic. Huh! Dory and Broggy grunted in time, their deep bass voices shaking the deck. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her. When she dived down low, Ben spun, his coat swirling. He conjured illusions in the fire, a spectral ship battling a massive whale made of orange flame. Vivi clapped, mesmerized. It's beautiful. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not of greed, and he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Sanji was dancing with Nami, who was laughing, feeling truly well for the first time in days. Play it louder, Ben. Nami yelled. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more. The line went slack then tight once more. All boats were lost, there were only 4. But still that whale did go. The tempo increased. The clapping got faster. Go! Luffy chanted. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The Wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Ben raised his wand high for the finale. The spectral orchestra swelled to a crescendo. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The last note rang out, held by Ben and the spectral choir, before fading into the sound of the ocean and the crackle of the fire. Yeah. Luffy screamed, jumping up. That was awesome. Play it again. Yes. Again. Usopp yelled, drumming on his barrel. Ben bowed theatrically. As you wish, Captain. He started the song again. This time, the whole crew sang along. Even Robin hummed the tune. Even Zoro grunted the chorus. Chopper danced around the fire with Luffy, his shadow stretching long against the sails. Chapter 44, On the Seas. 1822 words. The morning sun over the Grand Line was bright and merciless, reflecting off the whitecaps of the ocean. The Going Merry, now carrying a crew cut through the waves with purpose. On the main deck, breakfast had just finished. Sanji was collecting plates, humming a tune about love and the sea. Luffy was picking his teeth with a fish bone. Zoro was already napping against the mast. Ben stepped out of the cabin, carrying a sleek, metallic case marked with the Stark Industries logo and a series of glowing runes. Morning, everyone, Ben announced, his voice cutting through the post-meal lethargy. Before you scatter to train or nap, I need a favor. A small donation, really. Money? Nami asked immediately, clutching her pocket. Fluids, Ben corrected. He opened the case to reveal a set of high-tech, pneumatic syringes and vials labeled with tracking codes. I need a blood sample from everyone. The crew stared at him. Blood? Usopp squeaked. Is this a vampire ritual? Did you summon Dracula? Research, Ben said calmly, putting on a pair of latex gloves. I'm the ship's quartermaster and scientist. To protect you, I need to understand your physiology. I need to know how your bodies react to stress, poison, and potential upgrades. Luffy held out his arm immediately. Does it hurt? Not a bit, Ben smiled. He pressed a device against Luffy's skin. A small vial filled with bright red blood. Done. Cool. Luffy laughed. Zoro grunted, extending a muscular arm. If it helps me cut steel, take a bucket. Hiss. Nami, Vivi, and Usopp followed, though Usopp looked away and whimpered the entire time. Even Robin offered her arm with a calm, curious smile, interested in what the wizard would find in the blood of a demon child. Ben moved to the giants. Even Karu the duck gave a feather-ruffled sample. Then, Ben approached Sanji. The cook was lighting a cigarette, his back to the rail. When Ben approached with the silver device, Sanji froze. The lighter clicked, the flame wavering slightly. For a split second, the sunny deck of the Mary vanished for Sanji. He was back in a cold, steel laboratory in the North Blue. He was a child, small and weak. He saw towering cloning vats. He saw needles. He saw a man with a metal helmet looking down at him with cold, scientific disappointment. Genetic modification. Blood tests. A shadow crossed Sanji's eyes, a flicker of deep, buried trauma that usually lay dormant beneath his chivalrous exterior. His hand tightened on the lighter until the metal groaned. Sanji? Ben asked softly, lowering the device slightly. Sanji snapped back to reality. He inhaled a deep drag of smoke, exhaling slowly to mask the tremor in his hand. Research, right, Ben? Sanji asked, his voice low. You're not planning on making anything with this? Ben met his gaze. He knew about Judge, about Germa 66, about the exoskeleton sleeping in Sanji's genes. Sanji stared at him for a long moment. Then, he relaxed, a wry grin returning to his face. He rolled up his sleeve. But be careful. That blood is 90% passion and high-grade nicotine. Ben took the sample. Noted. All right, Doctor, Ben said, snapping the case shut. You're with me. Tony Chopper, who had been watching the procedure with wide, professional eyes, perked up. Me? Yes. You're the ship's doctor. This is medical research. I need a second opinion. Chopper beamed, puffing out his chest. A second opinion. Okay. They descended into the ship. Usopp had already given Chopper the grand tour the night before, explaining the magical expansions, but seeing it in the daylight was different. They passed the brig, past the galley, and stopped at the reinforced steel door. Access, Ben. Access, Chopper. The door hissed open. Chopper gasped. The research lab hummed with power. The blue light of the arc reactor core bathed the room in a futuristic glow. The holographic tables displayed floating streams of data. The bookshelves packed with the copied texts of Drum Kingdom towered to the ceiling. It's amazing. Chopper whispered, trotting inside, his hooves clacking on the metal floor. It smells like ozone and old paper. Mary, Ben said to the empty air. Initialize biological analysis protocol. Load project, Chimera. Aye, Ben. Hello, Dr. Chopper. Mary's voice chimed from the speakers. Hi, Mary. Chopper waved at the ceiling. Ben placed the blood samples into a centrifuge machine, that looked like it belonged on a spaceship. Now, Chopper. Look at this. He waved his hand over the main holographic table. A complex, rotating 3D model of a DNA double helix appeared. But this wasn't normal DNA. It was glowing, shifting, rewriting itself in real time. This, Ben said, is the chemical formula for the super soldier serum. A compound from my hometown. It enhances metabolic efficiency, muscle density, and reaction time to the peak of human potential. I took a modified version of it myself. Chopper's jaw dropped. He scrambled onto a chair to get a better look. His blue nose almost touched the hologram. The molecular bonds. Chopper muttered, his genius medical mind instantly analyzing the structure. It stimulates the mitochondria and reinforces the skeletal structure. The adrenal load would be massive. I know, Ben nodded, impressed. Ben swiped his hand. A second formula appeared. It was jagged, burning orange and red. This is extremis. Biological hacking. It allows the body to rewrite its own repair codes. Regrow limbs. Generate heat. It turns the brain into a hard drive for the body. Chopper shivered. It looks dangerous. Unstable. It is, Ben agreed. That's why I haven't used it yet. But I'm going to test these serums against the crew's blood samples in the simulation. I want to see if we can create a booster shot. Booster shot. A temporary or permanent upgrade, Ben said. To help Nami withstand high-G maneuvers. To help Usopp run faster. To help Zoro, well, Zoro is already a mutant, but maybe heal faster. Ben paused. He looked at Chopper seriously. But the real project is Devil Fruits. He brought up a new display. It showed the lineage factor of a devil fruit user, a chaotic, swirling storm of genetic data. There is a scientist in this world named Vegapunk. He theorizes that devil fruits are the manifestation of human desire. They alter the lineage factor, the DNA, of the user. Ben looked at the reindeer. You are a Zoan, Chopper. The Hito know me. You have a unique perspective on how fruits alter biology. Chopper nodded enthusiastically. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a small, yellow ball. Yeah, this is Rumble Ball. It disrupts the wavelengths. It gives me 4 extra forms for 3 minutes. Brilliant, Ben said. Mary, scan it. A laser swept over the Rumble Ball. The chemical breakdown appeared on the screen instantly. Ben studied it. Fascinating, you're using a localized narcotic effect to loosen the genetic lock. Forcing the body into hybrid states that shouldn't exist. Ben turned to Chopper. I want to do 2 things, Chopper. First, refine this. Remove the 3-minute limit. Remove the side effects if any exist. Chopper's eyes went wide. You will. Second, Ben continued, his eyes gleaming. I want to create artificial devil fruits. Third, Ben continued. Create a super soldier serum which acts as a carrier, while it is infused with animal DNA. He pointed to the screen. Imagine giving Usopp the eyesight of a hawk without him losing his ability to swim. Imagine giving Nami the electric generation of an eel without eating a fruit. Biological augmentation. Chopper was trembling. It was terrifying. It was playing God. It was also medicine. It was science. It was the path to curing weakness. Can we really do that? With your knowledge of biology and my tech? Ben grinned. We can do anything. Ben walked to the back of the room. The single neural dive pod had been joined by 5 others. A row of sleek, white capsules lining the wall. We can't do this with beakers and test tubes, Ben said. It's too slow. And too dangerous if we make a mistake. We need to work in the construct. He opened a pod. Get in, doctor. Chopper looked at the pod. It looks like a coffin. It's a bed, Ben assured him. It connects your mind to the ship's computer. We'll be inside a virtual world. Time moves slower there. We can work for days in just a few hours. Chopper gulped. He trusted Ben. He climbed into the pod. The gel was cold and slimy. It's gooey. It's conductive. Relax. The lid hissed shut. Ben climbed into the pod next to him. Initialize multi-user session. Lab environment. Time dilation 1:5. Zoom. Chopper gasped. One moment he was in a gooey box. The next, he was standing in a white void. He looked down at his hands, hooves. He looked the same. He felt the same. But the air was tasteless. Hello, Dr. Chopper. Chopper spun around. Standing there was the girl. The girl with the white dress and the sheep horns. She was glowing faintly. Are you Mary? Chopper asked, his ears twitching. I am, the girl beamed. This is my avatar. Welcome to my mind. Chopper walked up to her. He poked her arm. It felt solid. You're really a person in here. And so are you. Mary giggled. Ben is here. Ben materialized next to them. He was wearing a white lab coat over a sharp suit. Welcome to the Matrix, Chopper. Or, well, the Mary Trix. Ben clapped his hands. Mary, load the Stark lab environment. But add a biology wing. The white void shattered. Instantly, they were standing in a massive, high-tech laboratory. Glass walls overlooked a simulated ocean. Holographic displays filled the air. But on one side, there were rows of DNA sequencers, microscopes, and chemical synthesizers. Chopper's jaw hit the floor. Magic. Science, Ben corrected. Sufficiently advanced science. He walked to a table. A hologram of Sanji's blood cells appeared, floating in the air the size of beach balls. All right, Chopper. Let's get to work. First, the serum. They worked. For hours in virtual time, the wizard and the reindeer worked side by side. Ben handled the chemical engineering and the magical theory. Chopper handled the biological interactions and the side effect mitigation. They ran simulations. Simulation 1, Usopp explodes. Failure. Simulation 2, Zoro turns green, literally, and grows scales. Failure. Simulation 45, Nami gains super strength but loses the ability to taste. Partial success. We're getting closer, Ben muttered, swiping away a failed strand of DNA. The serum works, but individual physiology is the variable. Poll. Should everyone in the Straw Hat crew who didn't eat devil fruits have the powers of animals? Yes, those who will get animal serum Nami, Usopp, Vivi, Karu, Gantz maybe. 2. No. Chapter 45, On the Seas. 2039 words. The virtual laboratory hummed with the silent, perfect efficiency of a machine world. Ben and Chopper stood before a massive holographic display, the air filled with floating strands of DNA that twisted and unraveled at their command. Look at this, Doctor, Ben said, expanding a specific red helix. This is sample 04, Sanji's blood. Chopper tilted his head, his virtual avatar adjusting its glasses. The platelet count is normal, but what is that protein marker? It looks artificial. Like it was edited. Sharp-eyed, Ben nodded, keeping his expression neutral. He knew exactly what it was, the latent, suppressed genetic modifications of Judge Vinsmoke. The exoskeleton of Germa 66. But that was Sanji's secret to tell. There is a unique chemical compound in his blood. A stabilizer. It acts as a universal receptor. Ben swiped his hand, dragging the glowing blue formula of the supersoldier serum over Sanji's blood chart. He then added the chaotic, feral strands of animal DNA. Usually, the mixture would destabilize, the animal instincts overwhelming the human host. But when Ben added the synthesized version of Sanji's stabilizer chemical, the volatile mixture calmed. The helixes locked together like a zipper. It works. Chopper gasped. The rejection rate dropped to 0. We can stack multiple DNA strands without turning them into mindless beasts. Exactly, Ben smiled. We can create chimera stims. Multi-animal hybrids. He then pulled up the charts for Luffy, Robin, and Chopper himself. He tried to apply the same chimera formula. The hologram flashed critical error. The strands violently repelled each other, turning a sickly purple. It's the devil fruits, Ben sighed. The devil inside the lineage factor is possessive. It doesn't share space with other animal spirits. If we give Luffy animal DNA, his body will tear itself apart at a genetic level. So no upgrades for us? Chopper asked, his ears drooping. Not animal upgrades, Ben corrected. He swiped away the animal DNA, leaving only the pure, glowing blue supersoldier serum. He applied it to Luffy's chart. The helix glowed gold. The muscle density increased. The metabolic efficiency skyrocketed. Compatibility, 100%. The serum works, Ben said. It enhances the base biological hardware. It will make Luffy faster, stronger, and harder to kill. Same for you, Chopper. It will make your base forms more potent. Awesome. Chopper cheered. All right, Ben said, checking the time. I need to go shopping. You stay here, Chopper. Monitor the reaction times on the serum. Simulate side effects. I'll be back with the raw materials. Where are you going? To the grocery store, Ben smirked. At the bottom of the ocean. Ben opened his eyes in the server room. He stepped out of the pod, his body feeling light and energized thanks to the previous serum treatments. Mary, Ben commanded. Activate the fabricator. Project, Mark LXXXV. Material, vibranium. On it, Ben. The robotic arms in the corner whirred to life. Ben had already synthesized the vibranium ingots using Momo's creation quirk and Stark's molecular restructuring data. The fabricator began to weave the metal at a nanomolecular level. 2 hours later, Ben stood on the deck of the Going Merry. He tapped the triangular housing unit on his chest. Nanoparticles flowed out like liquid mercury. They rushed over his skin, forming a sleek, red and gold armor. It wasn't bulky plates. It was a second skin of the strongest metal in the universe, powered by an arc reactor. Time to swim. Ben concentrated. He visualized the shoreline of Little Garden. He vanished from Mary. He reappeared, hovering over the tropical waters of the prehistoric island. The heat hit the suit's sensors, but the internal climate control kept him cool. The suit hit the water with barely a splash, the hydrodynamic repulsives pushing him down. 50 meters. 100 meters. The light faded to a deep, twilight blue. Ben turned on the suit's floodlights. The beams cut through the gloom. And there they were. Swimming through the kelp forests. For the next hour, Ben was a hunter-scientist. He collected DNA from the armored fish, for durability, and from the agile sea reptiles, for speed. He didn't stop there. He operated again. To the jungles of Little Garden for leopard DNA. To the high cliffs of falcon and eagle DNA. He traveled to the other islands, which he visited in minutes, collecting the building blocks of his crew's evolution. Ben reappeared in the server room, the nano-armor retracting into his chest piece. He placed the sample vials into the analyzer. Mary, upload schematics to the construct. He climbed back into the pod. Inside the white room, Chopper was waiting, surrounded by floating screens of data. I got them, Ben announced, dumping a virtual crate of DNA strands onto the table. Now, let's mix. They worked with a feverish intensity. Ben's intellect handled the structural engineering of the serum, while Chopper's medical genius handled the biological synergy. They debated, tested, and refined. Usopp, Ben said, pulling up the sniper's profile. He's a sniper. He needs to hide, he needs to see, and he needs to trap. Chameleon, Chopper suggested. For camouflage. His skin can shift pigment. Good. And Golden Eagle, Ben added. For the eyes. Telescopic vision. And Spider? Chopper asked. Spiders are sensitive to vibrations. If he has spider sense, he can feel enemies coming. And he can climb. Perfect, Ben nodded. Project, Phantom Sniper. Next, Nami. She's a glass cannon, Ben noted. She hits hard with weather, but she can't take a hit. And she needs to move fast to set up her clouds. Leopard, Chopper said immediately. Explosive muscle power. And electric eel, Ben added. To make her immune to her own thunderbolts. And to let her generate static. What about flight? Chopper asked. Albatross, Ben decided. They master the wind currents. If Nami can sense the wind like a bird, her navigation and her combat will be flawless. Project, Storm Cat. Finally, Vivi. Cheetah, Chopper said. The fastest runner. Falcon, Ben added. Gives her aerial attacks. And Dolphin? Chopper suggested. Dolphins use sonar. It would give her 360-degree awareness in battle. Project, Desert Valkyrie. They initiated the synthesis. In the real world, the machine in the server room began to print 3 distinct, glowing vials of liquid. Ben checked the time dilation. 5 hours real time, Ben noted. 25 hours inside. My brain feels like it's been scrubbed with steel wool, but we're done. I'm hungry, Chopper said, rubbing his tummy. Let's go eat. We upgrade the crew. Lunch was a hearty affair. Sanji had prepared a variety of spreads. The crew ate with their usual gusto, though there was a hum of curiosity in the air. Ben and Chopper had been locked in the magic room for hours. Once the plates were cleared, Ben stood up. Team meeting, he announced. Everyone gather round. He placed a metal case on the table. The locks clicked open with a hiss of pressurized air. Inside, nestled in protective foam, were several high-tech pneumatic injectors. 3 of them contained swirling, iridescent liquids. 2 contained a glowing, neon blue fluid. What's the glowing juice? Luffy asked, leaning in. Is it soda? It's power, Ben said. He looked at the crew. Chopper and I have been analyzing all your blood and creating biological enhancements. Enhancements? Zoro raised an eyebrow. We call it the Chimera Serum, Ben explained. For the non-devil fruit users, Usopp, Nami, Vivi, it combines the super soldier serum with specific animal DNA tailored to your fighting styles. It will give you the powers of those animals. He pointed to the blue vials. For Luffy and Chopper, because you already have devil fruits, you can't handle extra DNA. So you get the pure enhancement. It will boost your strength, speed, and healing to the absolute peak of biological possibility. The room was silent. Nami stared at the vials. You mean, we'll get stronger? Just by taking a shot. Much stronger, Chopper nodded enthusiastically. And healthier. Your immune systems will be supercharged. That's incredible, Vivi breathed. It's Ben and Chopper science, Usopp said, though he looked nervously at the needles. Ben picked up the first injector, the one swirling with green and gold liquid. This is yours. Chameleon, eagle, spider. Camouflage, telescopic vision, and danger sense. Usopp gulped. He looked at the needle. It looked very sharp. Sounds great. Maybe I'll take it later. After a nap. Or next year. Ben sighed. He leaned forward, adopting a challenging smirk. What's the matter? Is the great Captain Usopp, brave warrior of the sea, scared of a little needle? Usopp stiffened. His lies were his armor, but they were also his pride. Scared. Usopp stood up, his legs shaking only slightly. Who said I'm scared? I laugh at needles. Give it here. I will take part in your stupid experiment for the good of science. Attaboy, Ben grinned. Chopper hopped onto the table. I'll do it. He pressed the device against Usopp's arm. Usopp squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for agony. He opened one eye. I don't feel anything. He flexed his arm. Am I a spider yet? Can I shoot webs? Ben rolled his eyes. It's not instant, Usopp. It's rewriting your DNA. It takes time to metabolize. Sit down. Ben picked up the next injector, swirling with yellow, blue, and white. This is yours. Leopard, electric eel, albatross. Agility, shock immunity, and wind sensing. Nami hesitated. Will I get slimy? No slime, Ben promised. Just power. Seeing Nami hesitate, Vivi stepped forward. She looked at the third injector, orange, brown, and gray. If this will help me save Alabasta. Vivi said firmly. I'll do it. Give it to me. Brave princess, Ben smiled. Chopper administered the shot. Cheetah, falcon, dolphin. Nami, seeing Vivi's resolve and realizing that if everyone else got superpowers, she'd be the only normal human left to carry the luggage, sighed. Give me the eel juice. But if I grow whiskers, I'm charging you. Hiss. Finally, Ben turned to Luffy. Pure super soldier serum. No animals, just raw power. Luffy didn't even wait for the explanation. He saw his crew doing it, so he was doing it. Okay. He held out his rubber arm. And me. Chopper said. He turned the last blue injector on himself. What about the moss head and the cook? Usopp asked, rubbing his arm. Sanji is complicated, Ben said vaguely. His blood needs more study before I can safely enhance him. And Zoro. He looked at Zoro, who was asleep in the corner. Zoro is already a mutant. I tried to simulate a serum for him, and the computer just said alcohol content too high. We'll work on him later. A lie, of course. Zoro didn't need shortcuts. His path was the path of struggle. And Sanji's modifications were already waking up. 5 minutes passed. Luffy blinked. He rubbed his forehead. Hot. Usopp wiped sweat from his brow. Is the heater on? Vivi swayed slightly in her chair. Nami put a hand to her head. That's the reaction, Ben said calmly. Your bodies are burning energy to rewrite your cellular structure. It's going to feel like a fever for a few hours. He stood up. Go to sleep. All of you. When you wake up, you'll be version 2.0. Luffy yawned, a massive, jaw-cracking sound. Good. He fell face first onto the table, instantly snoring. Usopp curled up on the rug. Vivi and Nami leaned against each other on the sofa, their eyes drifting shut. Chopper turned into his heavy point and curled into a ball. Within minutes, the room was filled with the rhythmic breathing of the slumbering crew. Ben sat in the chair by the window, watching over them. He felt the weight of the responsibility. He had altered their destinies. He had changed their very nature. But looking at the dangers ahead, Crocodile, Enel, CP9, the admirals, he knew it was necessary. Sleep well, Ben whispered. You're going to need your strength. Then he went to the virtual chamber to train for a while. Poll. Should I change the animal combination, or let it be? 1. Yes, suggestions for animals. 2. No. Chapter 46, On the Seas. 2,121 words. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the grand line sky in hues of bruised purple and burning orange. The Going Merry, now carrying a crew that defied all logic, cut through the waves with a steady rhythm. On the deck, a relaxed, pre-dinner atmosphere had settled. Sanji was serving light snacks, finger sandwiches and savory tarts, to the crew members who hadn't been turned into science experiments. Hey, Ben, Sanji asked, handing a plate to Robin before lighting a cigarette. Luffy and the others. They've been asleep for hours. Is that normal? Even for Luffy, skipping a meal is rare. Ben says it's fine. The cellular rewriting process consumes a massive amount of energy. By my calculations, they should be waking up in about 30 minutes. Dory and Bragi, sitting on the aft deck, nodded. They were currently using a barrel of sake as a shot glass. Ben turned to them. You know, the offer still stands. The serum could increase your density. Make your skin harder than steel. You're already strong, but this would make you invincible. Bragi laughed, a deep rumble that shook the deck plates. Gabba bababa. We appreciate the offer, little wizard. But we are warriors of Elbaf. Our strength comes from our blood and our years of battle. To alter it with a potion, it would feel like cheating the gods. Dory grinned. Gegia Jayagya. Besides, if we got any stronger, we might accidentally break this ship in half just by sneezing. Ben smiled. Fair enough. He looked at Zoro and Sanji. And you too. Zoro didn't even open his eyes from his nap. I'm a swordsman. If I can't cut steel with my own strength, then I haven't trained hard enough. I don't need a bottle to make me the strongest. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke. I'll pass too. I rely on my technique and my legs. He touched his arm subconsciously, where the latent Germa genes lay dormant. Suit yourselves, Ben shrugged. Ben then turned to Nico Robin, who was observing the conversation with her usual detached amusement. Robin, Ben said softly. The offer applies to you too. But not yet. After Alabasta, after we take down Crocodile, if you decide you want to stay with this crew of maniacs properly, the serum is yours. Robin looked at him, surprised by the consideration. She smiled, a genuine, warm expression. Thank you, Ben. For thinking of me. Consider it. 30 minutes later, the door to the men's quarters kicked open with enough force to nearly tear the hinges off. Me-it. Luffy stepped out. The crew stopped what they were doing. They stared. It wasn't just Luffy. It was Luffy 2.0. He had grown. He stood at a towering 8 feet and 3 inches. His frame, usually scrawny and wiry, had filled out. His chest was broad, his muscles defined and corded like steel cables under his skin. He looked less like a rubber boy and more like a rubber god, a physique reminiscent of his future Gear 4th Snakeman form, but compressed into a base state. He radiated raw, crackling power. Behind him came Usopp. The sniper had undergone a metamorphosis. He was no longer the lanky, shaky teenager. He stood 7 feet tall. His shoulders were wide, his arms thick with muscle. He looked like a warrior who could actually draw a bow strong enough to pierce a ship's hull. And then, Chopper trotted out. In his heavy point, he was muscular and imposing, but in his brain point, his default hybrid, he looked. His fur was glossier, his eyes brighter. I feel great. Chopper cheered. Kawaii. Robin exclaimed instantly. You have become even cuter, Doctor. Shut up. Being called cute doesn't make me happy. You jerk. Chopper wiggled, his new muscles rippling. Finally, the door to the women's quarters opened. Nami and Vivi stepped out. They had grown taller, their postures radiating an Amazonian grace. Nami moved with a fluid, predatory elegance, while Vivi walked with the explosive potential of a coiled spring. They looked stronger, faster, and infinitely more dangerous. "Whoa," Sanji whispered, the cigarette falling from his mouth. "Nami-san. Vivi-chan. You look divine." "I feel incredible," Nami said, clenching her fist. "I feel like I could punch a shark." "Please don't," Ben said, stepping forward. "We need the sharks for research." "All right, everyone. You look different. You feel different. Now let's see what you can do." Ben pointed at Usopp. "Front and center." Usopp walked up, towering over Sanji and Zoro now. "Yes, oh wise wizard. What is my first trial?" "Camouflage," Ben said. "Your serum contained chameleon DNA. It should be instinctive. Don't think about hiding. Think about becoming the background. Blend in." Usopp blinked. He looked at his hand. He focused. Blend in, become the wood. His skin rippled. Pigment cells shifted rapidly. Starting from his feet, color washed over him. He turned the exact shade of the weathered deck wood. Then, his torso matched the white of the sails behind him. In seconds, Usopp vanished. Only his goggles and his clothes remained visible, floating in the air. "Sug-Ge!" Luffy roared, eyes popping out. "Usopp is a ghost. I'm invisible." Usopp's disembodied voice cheered. "I am the Phantom of the Seas." "Not quite," Ben corrected. "Your clothes give you away. But it's a start. Now, drop the camo. Try to walk on that wall." Ben pointed to the vertical wall of the cabin. Usopp solidified. He walked to the wall. He lifted a foot and placed it flat against the wood. He lifted the other. He walked up the vertical surface as easily as if it were the floor. "I'm doing it." Usopp yelled, blood rushing to his head. "I'm a spider. I'm a lizard. I'm unstoppable. Ninja." Luffy screamed. "Usopp is a ninja. Can you walk on water too?" "No," Ben said. "Surface tension isn't high enough. Come down, Usopp." Usopp dropped, landing in a crouch that would have shattered his old knees, but his new legs absorbed the impact effortlessly. "Now," Ben said, looking at Nami, Vivi, and Usopp. "The big one." The serum contained avian DNA. Eagle for Usopp. Albatross for Nami. Falcon for Vivi. He circled them. "Focus on your shoulder blades. Feel the extra muscles there. The dormant limbs. Unfurl them." The three of them closed their eyes. They concentrated. At first, nothing happened. Then, a ripping sound, not of flesh, but of clothes adjusting. Ben had enchanted their clothes to be mutable. From Usopp's back, massive, brown and gold feathered wings erupted, spanning 12 feet. From Nami's back, long, elegant, snow-white wings spread out, the tips dipped in black ink, albatross wings, built for endurance. From Vivi's back, sleek, aerodynamic peregrine falcon wings burst forth, sharp and fast. The crew gasped. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, then exploded into fireworks. He dropped to his knees, clasping his hands in prayer. "Angels," he howled. "Real angels have descended upon my ship. Nami-swan. Vivi Chwan. Take me to heaven." "Arrow cook," Zoro muttered, though he was eyeing the wings with impressed caution. "What did you say, Mosshead?" Sanji snarled, instantly switching from worship to rage. "Don't insult the divine forms of the ladies." "Try to fly," Luffy commanded, ignoring the bickering. "Go up." Nami, Vivi, and Usopp flapped. They generated a lot of wind. Dust swirled. Nami's hair blew around. But their feet stayed firmly planted on the deck. Hard, Vivi panted. They're heavy. I can't get lift. Usopp complained. Do I need a running start? They tried for 10 minutes. Running, jumping, flapping frantically. They looked like oversized chickens trying to escape a coop. Ben rubbed his chin, watching the struggle. Instinct isn't kicking in. They're thinking too much like humans. An idea formed. A terrible, wonderful idea. He walked over to Usopp. Usopp, Ben said gently, placing a hand on the sniper's shoulder. Usopp stopped flapping. Yeah, Ben. Do I need to adjust my angle of wings? Tell me, Usopp, Ben asked, his voice conversational. Do you know how baby birds learn to fly? Usopp nodded sagely. Of course. I am an expert in nature. Well, usually the mother nudges them out of the nest. It triggers a survival instinct. Adrenaline overrides hesitation. Excellent, Ben smiled. 10 points to Gryffindor. You know the theory perfectly. Heh. I know, Usopp grinned. What should I do? Jump off the railing. Ben's smile widened. It shifted. It stopped being the smile of a friend and became the smile of a devil who had just found a new toy. Usopp saw the smile. His survival instinct screamed. He gulped. He tried to take a step back. Your hand. It's really gripping my shoulder. Why is your grip so strong? So should I jump off the figurehead? Usopp asked, sweat beading on his forehead. Into the water. No, 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 Ben chuckled darkly. There is no need to jump off the ship. Usopp looked up slowly. Really? Yes, Ben whispered. You're not jumping. Because the height isn't enough. Ben? Ben, wait. Crack. The sound of apparition echoed across the deck. Ben and Usopp vanished. The crew blinked. Where did they go? Luffy asked. 1 second later. Ben reappeared on the deck. He dusted off his hands. Where's Usopp? Nami asked, a creeping sense of dread rising in her stomach. Ben held up a finger. Wait for it. Wait for what? A scream. A long, Doppler-shifting scream coming from directly above them. The crew looked up. High in the sky, a small dot was plummeting toward the ocean. It was flailing wildly. Ben. Nami shrieked. You dropped him from the sky. He's going to die. Relax, Ben said, leaning against the mast. Watch the show. Usopp was falling. The wind roared in his ears. The ocean was rushing up to meet him. I'm gonna die. Ben killed me. I'm a pancake. His brain screamed panic. But his body, his new, genetically modified body, screamed something else. Use the wings, idiot. Instinct took over. Usopp stopped flailing. His back muscles clenched. His massive eagle wings caught the air. The fall turned into a swoop. The terrifying descent became a graceful arc. He skimmed the surface of the water, his boots creating a wake, and then he pulled up. He soared. He shot past the Going Merry, spinning in the air. I'm flying. Usopp screamed, his voice changing from terror to pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Look at me. I'm the eagle of the sea. He banked, circling the ship, diving and climbing with ease. Luffy cheered. Usopp is a bird. So cool. Ben smiled. Motivation. He turned slowly. Nami and Vivi were backing away. They were hugging the cabin wall, their eyes wide with terror. They had seen what happened to Usopp. They knew what was coming. Ben, Nami warned, holding up her tempest tact. Don't you dare. I will charge you 1,000,000,000 berries per foot of altitude. I will strike you with lightning. No need for violence, Ben said, raising his hands innocently. He walked toward them. Stay back. Vivi cried, her wings flaring defensively. I'm royalty. You can't drop royalty. Ben vanished. He reappeared behind them. His hands clamped onto their shoulders simultaneously. They froze, tensing up like statues. They turned their heads mechanically, terrified, to see Ben's face right between them. He was smiling that same, innocent, terrifying smile. Are you girls ready? Ben whispered. No, they screamed in unison. That wasn't a question. Crack. They vanished. Seconds later, two distinct screams, one demanding payment, one invoking royal decree, echoed from the stratosphere. Ben, you bastard. I'm doubling your debt. Nami. This is treason. Vivi, but then. Followed by the whoosh of air. Two figures swooped down from the clouds. Nami, gliding effortlessly on her massive albatross wings, riding the wind currents like she was born to them. Vivi, diving like a missile, her falcon wings tucked for speed before snapping open to break. They circled the ship, joining Usopp in the air. Their fear was gone, replaced by the sheer, breathtaking freedom of flight. They laughed, chasing each other through the clouds, diving toward the sea, and pulling up at the last second. Sanji watched them, tears of joy streaming down his face. My angels, they are truly flying. Zoro watched, impressed despite himself. Air superiority for the crew. Not bad, wizard. Ben leaned back, watching his squadron of flying pirates. Trial by fire, Ben said satisfied. Or, well, trial by gravity. Works every time. The Straw Hat Pirates now ruled the land, the sea, and the sky. Alabasta was in for a shock. Chapter 47, On the Seas. 1944 words. The sun had finally retreated, leaving a bruised purple sky that reflected off the whitecaps of the ocean. The Going Merry sailed steady, but the deck was far from quiet. The atmosphere had shifted from the breathless ecstasy of flight to a more scientific, albeit slightly damp, curiosity. Wings are one thing, Ben said, leaning against the railing with his arms crossed. But as Nami often points out, the sea is our constant companion. The Chimera stims were designed for total environmental dominance. He looked at Nami and Vivi, who were currently standing on the lower gangplank in their swimwear, looking hesitant. The electric eel and the dolphin DNA weren't just for shock or speed on land, Ben explained, his voice taking on that calm, professorial tone the crew had come to associate with his lab time. You should have a secondary respiratory system. Test the water. Nami looked at the dark, cold depths of the Grand Line. If I turn into a fish person permanently, Ben, I am increasing your interest rate to 400%. No tail, Nami. I promise, Ben chuckled. Vivi took a deep breath, her falcon cheetah dolphin hybrid physiology already buzzing with latent energy. She looked at Nami and nodded. Together they dove. Sanji rushed to the railing, hard eyes vibrating. My beautiful mermaids. Gliding through the abyss. Underwater, the world changed instantly. For Nami, the initial shock of the cold vanished within seconds. As she held her breath, she felt a sharp, tickling sensation on the sides of her neck. For thin, silver-rimmed slits, gills, opened rhythmically. She gasped instinctively, and instead of choking on seawater, her lungs received a rush of pure, filtered oxygen. She looked at her hands. They weren't webbed, but a faint, translucent sheen covered her skin, a barrier that reduced drag. Beside her, Vivi was already a blur. Vivi was experiencing the dolphin sonar. Even in the murky twilight of the ocean, she could see. Every ripple, every school of fish, even the shape of the Mary's keel 100 meters away was mapped in her mind with crystalline precision. Nami tested her eel discharge. She flexed a specific muscle in her lower back, and a faint yellow glow rippled through her skin. A small, curious shark approached her, only to be hit with a non-lethal but paralyzing static pop that sent it spiraling into the darkness. "They're moving fast," Chopper yelled from the deck, watching the two silhouettes dart through the water at speeds that would make a fisherman double-take. They broke the surface 200 meters away from the ship, then dove again, racing back to the caravel. They didn't just swim, they sliced through the ocean, leaping out of the water in perfect, synchronized arcs like performing dolphins before grabbing the ropes and hauling themselves back onto the deck. Nami landed in a crouch, her gills sealing shut and disappearing into her skin, as if they had never been there. She shook her hair, spraying water everywhere. "Okay," Nami panted, her eyes wide with the thrill of the hunt. "That was terrifyingly awesome. I felt like I owned the water." "I could hear the heartbeat of the ship," Vivi added, her face flushed with adrenaline. "The sonar, it's like having a map in my head that moves in real time." Sanji arrived with fluffy, heated towels. "Recovery service. For the deep sea goddesses." Ben ushered the crew into the newly reinforced training room 1. The floor was reinforced with vibranium alloy plates, and the centerpiece was a massive, mechanical press. It was a towering machine of hydraulic cylinders and glowing sensors, designed to measure pure, unadulterated lifting force. "Line up," Ben commanded, cracking his knuckles. "Let's see the numbers. Luffy, you're the benchmark. Push that lever up until the machine groans." Luffy, now standing at a towering 8 feet 3 inches, walked up to the machine. He didn't look like the wiry boy who left the East Blue. His muscles were like carved mahogany. He placed his massive palms under the press. "Here I go." Shishishi. The hydraulics hissed. The digital readout began to spin wildly. 10 tons. The Mary tilted slightly under the localized pressure. Luffy's teeth gritted, his new, dense muscles rippling. The machine gave a warning beep. Luffy let go, and the floor vibrated as the weights reset. "I feel like I could pick up a house." Chopper shifted into heavy point. His form was massive, hairy, and corded with raw energy. "I won't let Doctorine down." He pushed. The readout stopped at 10 tons. 10 tons, Ben noted. "In your base heavy form." "Not bad, document." "You're officially a one-man emergency crane." Usopp stepped up, towering at 7 feet. He looked at the machine nervously, his danger sense tingling. "The great Captain Usopp usually lifts mountains, but I'll start small for the machine's safety." He grunted, his eagle DNA back muscles bulging through his shirt. Usopp stared at the screen. "I lifted 8 tons. I'm a god." Nami walked up with a predatory stride. She didn't have the bulk of the others, but her leopard DNA fast-twitch fibers were optimized for torque. 6, Nami smirked, looking at her nails. "That's enough to carry my entire treasure hoard in one go." Vivi closed the line. She was the leanest of the upgraded group, her falcon/cheetah DNA built for velocity, not stationary lifting. Ben led them to the deck for the speed test. The giants, Dory and Bragi, volunteered to be the starting guns. "On your mark." Bragi roared. Luffy, Nami, Vivi, Chopper, and Usopp crouched. "Go." The sound of the start was lost in a sonic boom. The deck was scoured by air pressure. Vivi wasn't running, she was a golden blue streak of light. The cheetah DNA took over, her legs moving in a blur that bypassed human physiology. She finished a lap around the room before the others had even finished half the course. First place, Vivi. Nami came in second, her leopard DNA giving her an explosive burst of agility that saw her leaping and weaving through obstacles Ben had set up with zero loss in momentum. Second place, Nami. Luffy thundered in third. He had the raw power, but his mass made him slightly less agile in the short burst sprint compared to the cats. Still, his speed was enough to leave a trail of smoke on the wood. Third place, Luffy. Chopper and Usopp rounded out the pack. They were incredibly fast compared to a normal marine, but in this room of monsters, they were the slow ones. The results are clear, Ben said, analyzing the data on his tablet. Vivi is our interceptor. Nami is our mobile weather station. Luffy is the juggernaut. And Usopp. Usopp, with your chameleon camouflage and climbing, you're our tactical nightmare. And the more you work your muscles, the stronger and faster you become. Night fell over the Grand Line, but the Going Merry was lit up like a festival. The calorie requirement for 5 upgraded humans, and 1 reindeer, was astronomical. Their metabolisms were now burning at 4 times the human norm just to sustain their new cellular density. Sanji was a blur in the kitchen. Order up. 3 massive dinosaur steaks for the captain. Seabrim risotto for the navigator. A giant bowl of cotton candy for the doc. The crew sat around the dining table. The sounds of eating were like a construction zone. Luffy was a black hole. He was eating entire roast chickens in a single bite, stacking plates until they hit the ceiling. Nami and Vivi were eating amounts that would have terrified them a week ago, devouring entire platters of high-protein seafood. Sanji worked with a wide, proud grin. Eat, my beauties. Your cook will provide for your new bodies. No complaint here. He glanced at their plates, his hearts for eyes nearly popping. Seeing Nami Swan eat like a Valkyrie is a religious experience. Usopp, sitting between the 2 giants, was actually competing with Broggy for a ribeye steak. You may be a giant, Broggy, but my appetite is endless. Ben sat back, a simple glass of brandy in hand, watching the chaos. They're ready, he thought. They have the physical stats of New World combatants. Now they just need the experience. Once the last plate was cleared and the crew had collapsed into a food coma, Ben excused himself. I'm heading back to the virtual chamber, Ben said, tapping Chopper on the head. Sleep, Doctor. You've earned it. Chopper gave a tired, happy bleat and curled up in his bunk. Ben entered the server room. The blue lights were dim. Mary, Ben whispered. Initialize construct. Zoom. Ben was back in the white void. We need to create more, Mary. And I need to start on the individual suits and weapons for the crew. Let's get to work. While the Going Merry sailed through a night of peace and progress. The atmosphere was different. In the port city of Nanohana, which was drowning in heat and the smell of spice. The moon blazed over the yellow sandstone buildings. A marine battleship, bearing the symbol of the East Blue Branch but carrying a weight of authority far greater, pulled into the harbor. The gangplank lowered, hitting the stone pier with a heavy thud. 2 figures stepped out. One was a woman with short dark hair, wearing a floral shirt and holding a katana with a protective, reverent grip. The other was a walking storm of tobacco smoke. Smoker stepped onto the pier, his 2 cigars glowing like red eyes in the dark. He carried his sea stone jit across his shoulder, his white marine coat fluttering in the hot desert wind. He didn't look at the beautiful city. He didn't look at the dancing girls in the square. He looked at the horizon, in the direction of the sea. Nanohana, Smoker grunted, his voice a low rumble of gravel. Tashigi, status of the local patrol. Reporting, Captain. Tashigi barked, nearly tripping over her own scabbard. The Baroque works activity has spiked in the region. There are rumors of civil unrest in the kingdom. We haven't seen any sign of the pirate hunter or the rubberman. Smoker pulled the cigars out, flicking ash onto the sand. He looked out toward the horizon where the Grand Line met the Alabastan coast. They're coming, Smoker said, his eyes narrowing. They have to come here. Alabasta is the center of the log chain for this sector. That wizard brat, according to a report from Marines from the 16th branch, switched my pose. I don't know how, but I have this gut feeling it was him. That cost me 4 days in the fog. He clenched his teeth, the smoke from his cigars turning an angry, gray color. Smoker turned to a group of Marine subordinates who were waiting nervously. Establish a perimeter at all harbor entrances. I want every ship scrutinized. If you see a caravel with a sheep figurehead, don't engage. Signal me immediately. Captain, Tashiji pushed up her glasses. Do you really think rookies like them would dare enter a warlord's territory? Smoker looked at the sunny sky. He remembered the white-haired boy who stood unmoving while lightning struck the execution platform. He remembered how they all disappeared from the execution platform. Those aren't normal rookies, Smoker muttered. They aren't running from the warlord. They're looking for him. He turned and walked toward the town, the smoke trailing behind him like a ghostly shroud. The ambush was set. The white hunter was waiting in the sand. Chapter 48 On the Seas. 1748 words. On the port railing, we see Luffy and Usopp sitting with their fishing rods dangling. So hungry. Luffy groaned, his stomach growling a symphonic protest. Sanji's snacks were good, but I need a fish. A big one. Like the island eater. Don't be greedy, Usopp whispered, adjusting his goggles. The great Captain Usopp senses a catch. The water tension is changing. The prey is near. Ding ding ding. The sudden, sharp chime of the ship's bell shattered the silence. Ship sighted. Mary's voice rang out from the mast speaker, clear and urgent. Port side. Distance, 200 meters. Closing fast. A ship. Usopp yelled, scanning the impenetrable fog. I don't see anything. Mary, are you sure? Positive, Usopp. My sensors detect a large displacement of water. Maybe it's a ghost ship. Luffy cheered, eyes sparkling. Suddenly, the ship went through the mist. And nothing happens. Is that it? Where is the ship? Usopp asked. I got it. Luffy yelled as his fishing rod was shaking. Caught one. Reel it in, Luffy. With a mighty heave, Luffy yanked the rod back. A man flew out. He was dressed in a flamboyant blue swan coat, wearing heavy makeup, and spinning like a ballerina. He soared through the air, screaming, not in fear but in delight. Y-o-o-o-o-o-h-o-o-o-o-o-o. He landed on the deck of the Mary with a perfect, 10-point pirouette. En deux trois, the stranger posed, hands on his hips. What a catch. You fished me right out of my boredom. The crew on deck stared. Sanji, holding a tray of drinks, paused mid-step. Nami lowered her newspaper. Vivi stood up, Karu quacking nervously beside her. Who? Usopp whispered, is that? The stranger grinned, a wide, infectious smile. I am Bentham. But you may call me. For you have saved a drowning swan. He wasn't drowning, he was on a ship, but the logic didn't seem to matter. The atmosphere on the deck shifted from tension to confusion, and then rapidly to a bizarre sort of party. Bentham was loud, charismatic, and utterly ridiculous. Within minutes, he had Luffy and Usopp laughing as he performed a series of high kicks. So? Luffy asked, chewing on a cracker. Are you a devil fruit user? You look weird. Rude but accurate. Bentham laughed. I ate the main no me. The clone fruit. Clone? Usopp asked. What does it do? Observe. Bentham shouted. Without warning, his hand shot out and slapped Luffy hard across the face. Ow. Luffy rubbed his cheek. Why'd you do that? Look closer. Bentham commanded. Luffy looked. The crew looked. Bentham's face. His jaw squared. His eyes rounded. A scar appeared under his left eye. In a second, Bentham had vanished. Standing in his place was a perfect, mirror-image duplicate of Monkey D. Sujii. Luffy screamed, forgetting the slap instantly. I'm over there. That's right. The fake Luffy grinned. He touched his own left cheek with his left hand. Instantly, his face morphed back to the makeup-wearing stranger. My right hand copies, my left hand restores. It is the power of memory. Do another one. Usopp cheered. Bentham danced around the deck like a whirlwind. He slapped Usopp. He became the long-nosed sniper. I am Captain Usopp. He slapped Nami, gently. He became the navigator. Whatever, the fake Nami shrugged, flipping her hair. He spun toward Sanji. And you, Monsieur Cook. Bentham reached out to slap Sanji's cheek. Sanji's eyes narrowed. For a moment, he didn't see Bentham. He saw the Okama doll, Candy, chasing him through the halls of the Mary. He saw the lipstick. He felt the phantom sensation of a kiss he had narrowly avoided. A cold chill of pure trauma ran down Sanji's spine. Don't touch me. Sanji's leg moved faster than thought. He delivered a swift, brutal kick to Bentham's wrist, deflecting the hand. No one like you is putting a hand on me, Sanji growled, smoke billowing from his mouth. I value my personal space. Bentham blinked, nursing his wrist. I like it. Very well, the cook is shy. He turned back to the group. But wait. There is more. I don't just copy faces. I copy the body. He turned back into Nami. Observe. With a wicked grin, the fake Nami grabbed the hem of her shirt. Happiness punch. He lifted the shirt, flashing the entire deck. Sanji, despite his trauma, instantly rocketed into the air, a fountain of blood erupting from his nose, propelling him like a rocket. Nami Swan's body. It's a miracle. Crack. The real Nami appeared behind Bentham. Her tempest tact was crackling with static electricity. She slammed it onto Bentham's head with enough force to crack the deck. Don't use my body for your perversions, she shrieked. I'm sorry. Bentham cried, rubbing the massive lump on his Nami's head, quickly reverting to his normal form. It was just a joke. A bad one. Bentham laughed, unfazed. Ah, you are a fun crew. I have memorized so many faces in my travels. He began to cycle through his memory bank, faces flashing across his own like a slideshow. A shopkeeper. And then, for a split second, a bearded man with kind eyes and regal bearing. King Cobra of Alabasta. Vivi, who had been watching silently from the side, felt her heart stop. She stared at Bentham. The face was gone in an instant, replaced by another, but she had seen it. Why does he have my father's face? Before she could speak, a foghorn blasted from the sea. A massive ship, shaped like a swan, pulled alongside the Mary. My ride is here. Bentham cheered. He leapt onto the railing. Farewell, my new friends. Our meeting was brief, but our friendship is eternal. Keep laughing. Au revoir. He leapt off the ship, landing on his own vessel, and vanished into the fog, leaving a confused, amused, and slightly violated straw hat crew behind. As the swan ship disappeared, the laughter on the Mary died down. Luffy was still chuckling. He was funny. Vivi stood rooted to the spot. Her hands were trembling. Everyone. She whispered. We have a problem. Nami looked at her. What's wrong? That man. Vivi swallowed hard. One of the faces he showed was my father. King Cobra. Silence fell over the deck. Your dad? Luffy asked. Why? Because, Vivi said, her voice rising in panic. He is Mr. Tubon Clay. An officer agent of Baroque Works. He mimics people. If he has my father's face, he must have touched him. Or been close to him. She looked at the crew with wide, terrified eyes. And now he has touched Luffy. And Usopp. And me. The realization hit them like a bucket of ice water. Nami paled. He has our faces. He can turn into us. He can walk into Alabasta looking like me and do anything. He's a perfect spy, Vivi said. We gave our identities to the enemy. Sanji exhaled a long stream of smoke. He walked to the railing, looking at the spot where the swan ship had vanished. Not all of us, Sanji said quietly. The crew looked at him. He tried to touch me, Sanji said, tapping his cheek. But I didn't let him. He didn't touch Zoro. He didn't touch Ben. He didn't touch Gantz, Robin or Chopper because they weren't here. Sanji turned, a grim smile on his face. He has half the crew. But he doesn't have the other half. That's our advantage. He doesn't know about the wizard. He doesn't know about the monster doctor. He doesn't know we have giants below deck. Sanji's right, Nami said, her mind shifting into strategy mode. It's bad, but Ben will think of something. We have to tell him immediately. Yeah, Luffy nodded. Ben's smart. He'll fix it. They turned toward the cabin door, placing their faith in the man who was currently building a god in the basement. Deep within the Mary, in the virtual construct, Chopper and the avatar of Mary were floating in a sea of data. The artificial fruit structure is unstable, Chopper reported, manipulating a complex 3D model of a DNA strand. If we use the lineage factor sequence I isolated from my blood, and bind it to the super soldier serum, no, that won't work. Meanwhile, in the physical fabricator room, Ben was working on a project of his own. He stood over a workbench. On it lay a skeleton. But it wasn't bone. It was metal. Dark, gray, unpolished metal that seemed to absorb the light around it. The metal of the gods. The metal of Mjolnir. Ben had synthesized it using Momo's creation quirk to create a skeletal frame. You holds magic better than anything, Ben muttered, his stark intellect guiding his hands as he etched microscopic runes into the metal bones. It's the perfect nervous system for a soul-based AI. He connected the skeletal frame to the main power conduit. Transfer secondary motor control protocols to the frame. Transferring. The skeleton twitched. The metal fingers flexed. Good, Ben smiled. The skeleton is active. The skin. He moved to the fabricator. Inside the hopper was a stack of glowing, silver-blue ingots. Vibranium. The strongest metal on Earth. Absorbs kinetic energy. Nearly indestructible. Start the weave, Ben commanded. The robotic arms whirred. Lasers flared. Layer by layer, the vibranium was deposited over the URU skeleton. It wasn't built like a robot, it was built like a human. Vibranium muscle fibers. Vibranium mesh for skin. He modeled the appearance on Mary's avatar, a young girl, about 10 years old, with innocent features. Ben worked for hours. He carefully crafted the face, ensuring it wasn't part of the uncanny valley. He used synthetic polymers over the vibranium for the skin texture, making it soft to the touch, warm, heated by internal thermal coils. Finally, he attached the horns, two curved, white horns made of high-density ceramic composite. He stepped back. Lying on the table was a masterpiece. A vibranium URU android. It had no weapons. It had no lasers. It was purely a vessel. A physical anchor for the ship's soul so she could walk among her crew. It's ready, Ben whispered. No magic in the body itself. Just pure, unadulterated engineering perfection. The magic comes from the soul that inhabits it. He covered the body with a sheet. Soon, Mary. Soon you'll walk. Chapter 49, Nanohana. 2,213 words. The climate of the Grand Line was a fickle mistress. Just days ago, the Going Merry had been encased in ice, sailing beneath the pink snow of Drum Island. Now, the air shimmered with heat. The sky was a hard, relentless enamel of blue, and the sun beat down like a physical weight. They were in the Sandora River climate zone. Alabasta was near. Clang clang. The ship's bell rang twice. A clear, happy sound resonating from the mast. Land ho! Mary's voice chirped through the ship's speakers, sounding delighted. Alabasta is on the horizon. I detect sand. Lots and lots of sand. The crew poured out onto the deck. They had shed their winter coats for lighter, desert-appropriate wear, or in Luffy's case, just his vest and shorts. Finally, Vivi cried, gripping the railing. Her knuckles were white. We're here. My home. It's hot. Chopper panted, his heavy fur coat already becoming a liability. He flopped onto the deck in his brain point form. I'm melting, reindeer aren't made for ovens. Hang in there, Chopper, Sanji said, handing him a glass of cold lemonade. We'll get you some lighter clothes in the city. Suddenly, the water off the starboard bow erupted. Splash! A massive creature breached the surface. It was huge, covered in sea-green scales, but its head was unmistakably feline. It had whiskers, pointed ears, and a cute, cat-like nose. It was a sea cat. The reaction of the monster trio was instantaneous and terrifyingly synchronized. Food! Luffy roared, drool snapping from his mouth. Prey! Zoro grunted, drawing Yubashiri halfway. Ingredients! Sanji yelled, his eyes locking onto the tenderloin sections. It looks tasty. Luffy yelled. Prepare the grill. I'll slice it into sashimi, Zoro volunteered. I'll make a desert-style curry. Sanji declared. They lunged. 3 monsters of destruction descending upon the local wildlife. Whap whap whap. A blur of blue and gold motion intercepted them. Vivi appeared in front of them, moving faster than the eye could follow, her new cheetah DNA kicking in with explosive speed. She wielded a broomstick she had grabbed from the deck cleaning supplies. She struck them. Not with strength but with precision and supersonic speed. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were knocked backward, 3 distinct red bumps rising on their heads. No! Vivi screamed, her eyes blazing. You cannot eat it. Why? Luffy whined, rubbing his head. It's a giant catfish. It's meat. It is a sea cat. Vivi explained, pointing at the creature which was now looking at them with mild confusion. In Alabasta they are sacred. They are considered the guardians of the river. If you eat one, the entire country will turn against us before we even dock. Do you want to be cursed? Cursed? Usopp shivered. No thank you. Let the cat go. Shoo, kitty. The sea cat, realizing it wasn't going to be lunch, gave a haughty sniff, and dove back underwater. My curry. Sanji wept. My sashimi. Zoro grumbled. My meat. Luffy wailed. Focus. Nami commanded. Get to the crow's nest. We need intel on the harbor. Aye aye. Usopp shouted. He didn't climb the ladder. He simply leaped, his new leg muscles propelling him halfway up the mast, where he scrambled the rest of the way with gecko-like adhesion. Inside the crow's nest, Usopp adjusted his goggles. All right, he whispered. Let's see what these new eyes can do. He focused. He tapped into the golden eagle DNA coursing through his veins. His pupils contracted. The world zoomed in. The blur of the horizon sharpened. He could see the coastline. He could see the city of Nanohana. He could see the individual grains of sand on the dunes. He swept his gaze to the harbor. He saw merchant ships. He saw fishing boats. And then, he saw the Jolly Rogers. Dozens of them. The mark of the billions, the lower-ranking agents of Baroque works. Their ships lined the docks like a blockade. Bad news. Usopp called down. Baroque Works is here. There's a whole fleet of billions. Expected, Ben said calmly from the deck. What else? Usopp squinted harder. He looked past the pirate ships. He saw a sleek, white vessel with blue seagull markings. His blood ran cold. Marines. Usopp shrieked. A marine battleship. If we dock there, we're walking into a war, Nami said, biting her thumb. Marines on one side, Baroque Works on the other. We can't fight them now and alert the enemy. We won't have to, Ben said. He walked to the figurehead. He placed his hand on Mary's head. Mary, he said softly. Evasive maneuvers. Protocol, ghost ship. Aye, Ben. Mary's voice chimed. Deploying mist. Ben raised his wand. He didn't aim at the enemy, he aimed at the Mary herself. Disillusionment maxima. A shimmer passed over the ship. To anyone looking from the harbor, the Going Mary simply. She didn't become invisible, but she became uninteresting. She became a part of the background scenery, a trick of the light on the water. A notice-me-not charm layered with Mary's own exhaust mist. Steer us to the western cape, Ben commanded. There's a rocky outcrop away from the main docks. We slip in the back door. The ship banked silently, drifting away from the marine blockade like a shadow, unnoticed by the hundreds of eyes scanning the horizon. The Going Mary docked silently in a secluded cove hidden by massive sandstone formations. The heat was immediate and oppressive, a dry furnace blast that made the air shimmer. The crew gathered on the deck. Nami, now fully recovered and dressed in a light, dancer-like outfit suited for the desert, clapped her hands. All right, listen up. We are in enemy territory. The Marines are here. Baroque Works is here. We are undercover. That means no trouble. She pointed a finger at Luffy. Especially you. No fighting. No eating weird things. No announcing you're the Pirate King. We get supplies, we get information, and we head to the desert. Got it. Luffy stood there, vibrating. His eyes were locked on the city in the distance. He could smell it. The spices. The roasting meat. Got it, Luffy said. He isn't paying attention to what Nami is saying. Now the plan is. Zoom. A cloud of dust exploded on the deck. Nami blinked. Luffy was gone. There was a cartoonish outline of him left in the air, where he had been standing a millisecond ago. Far, far in the distance, a trail of dust was already tearing across the desert toward the city. Me-te-it. Luffy's voice echoed, Doppler shifting away. Nami stood frozen, her fingers still pointing at empty space. A vein throbbed on her forehead. HHE's gone, she shrieked. I didn't even finish the sentence. He's so fast now. Why did we make him faster? Ben sighed, dusting sand off his coat. The one most likely to cause a commotion has already left. That simplifies things, in a way. Simplifies? Usopp yelled. He's going to lead Marines right to us. Fate, Zoro grunted, jumping off the ship. Can't fight it. Ben reached into his pocket. He pulled out a handful of small, silver earpieces. Here, he said, tossing them to the crew. They connect directly to Mary. We can talk to each other and to the ship from anywhere on the island. Everyone put them in. Can everyone hear me? Mary's voice rang clearly in their ears. Loud and clear, Mary, Sanji said. Assignments, Nami said, rubbing her temples. Dory, Broggy. You stay here and guard the ship. Gabba Baba. Understood. Broggy said, sitting down with his axe. We will guard the little sheep. Robin, Ben added. You're a high-profile target. If Crocodile knows you're here, he'll accelerate his plans. Stay on the ship. Read a book. Keep the giants company. Robin nodded, opening her book. A quiet afternoon. Sounds lovely. The rest of us, Ben said, split up. We need supplies for the desert crossing. Water, food, clothes. I'll handle the clothes. Sanji volunteered instantly, his eyes scanning Vivi's desert outfit. I need to ensure the ladies have the most fashionable, breathable, and beautiful desert wear. Chopper, you're with me. You have a good eye for fur. I do? Chopper asked, excited. Okay. Zoro. Nami looked at the swordsman. Try not to get lost. Stay near the ship. I'm going for a walk, Zoro said, immediately walking in the wrong direction toward the endless dunes. I see a town over there. There was no town over there. Someone grab him, Nami ordered. Usopp sighed and ran after Zoro. I'll gather intel, Ben said. I have a meeting. A meeting? Vivi asked. With who? A friend, Ben smiled. Someone who can help us. I'll meet you all back here in an hour. With the plan, sort of, set, the crew dispersed into the scorching heat of Alabasta. The city of Nanohana was bustling. The streets were filled with merchants selling spices, carpets, and perfumes. But beneath the vibrant surface, there was a tension. People looked tired. Water barrels were guarded. The joy of the city felt brittle, ready to crack. Ben moved through the crowd, his black coat blending into the shadows of the alleys. He didn't need to buy clothes, he could transfigure his outfit at will. Ben turned down a narrow, winding side street. He moved away from the market, away from the Marines patrolling the main square. He headed toward the old, abandoned quarter of the city, buildings half buried in sand, forgotten by the bustle of commerce. This was the place which Dragon told the meeting would take place. He stopped in front of a decrepit, sandstone building. The door hung off its hinges. Ben stepped inside. The room was cool and dim, sheltered from the relentless sun. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light coming through the cracked ceiling. Sitting on a crate in the corner was a young man with blonde, wavy hair. He wore a blue noble's coat, a cravat, and a top hat with goggles. He held a pipe, not for smoking, but as a weapon, loosely in his hand. He radiated a calm, confident power. Next to him, leaning against the wall, was a woman with short orange hair and a red cap. She looked impatient, checking a pocket watch. You're late, the woman said, though she smiled. A wizard is never late, nor is he early, he arrives precisely when he means to, Ben replied, stepping into the light. The blond man stood up. He smiled, a smile that was hauntingly similar to Luffy's, yet tempered with a maturity and intelligence the rubber captain lacked. A scar marred his left eye, a reminder of a past he had forgotten, and then remembered. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. And Koala. Fishman Karate Master. While Ben was engaging in high-level geopolitical conspiracy, Luffy was engaged in a much more immediate struggle, finding lunch. He tore through the streets of Nanohana like a sandstorm. And was now on the outskirts of the port city. Meat, he yelled. Where is the food? He skidded to a halt near a small house. Then he went towards the house and seized sacks of green powder. Luffy tasted the green powder and spat it. It tastes weird, then he throws. Then he throws the remaining powder in the fire nearby, and then from the smoke rain clouds starts gathering and it rains. A moon hurriedly came out and froze, seeing what Luffy did. You know what this is, and starts scolding Luffy. Luffy, fed up with the scolding, beats the moon. You certainly are strong, the moon says with bruises on his face. No one can beat me, Luffy says. Yeah, I would think not. Not with your strength. My apologies. No. I apologize for burning your important stuff. Oh, no, let's just call it a mutual apology. In any case, please keep it a secret. Hey, what was that powder? Why you don't know? Nope. It was yucky. Luffy sticking his tongue out. The man sighed. That stuff is dance powder. It calls the rain. But it steals rain from the neighboring villages. It's illegal. The king used to use it, that's why there's a drought. The man launched into a tragic, detailed explanation of the Civil War, the framing of King Cobra, the environmental disaster caused by the powder, and the suffering of the people. It was a heartfelt, crucial piece of exposition that explained the entire political conflict of the Alabasta arc. Luffy listened. He nodded. His face was serious. The man finished. So you see, the country is dying. Luffy blinked. So? Luffy said slowly. Yes? The man asked, hoping he had reached the boy's conscience. Where is the restaurant? The man fell over. Did you listen to a word I said? I'm hungry. Luffy complained. Rain powder is boring. I can't eat powder. I want meat. With the bone in it. He sniffed the air. Suddenly, his nose twitched. A scent cut through the dry air. Roasting lamb. Found it. Luffy ignored the dance powder, the moon, and the tragic backstory of the nation. He spun on his heel, and launched himself back into the street. Me-it. Chapter 50, Nanohana. 2,238 words. The dusty safe house in the abandoned quarter of Nanohana was silent, save for the rhythmic tapping of Koala's boot against the wooden floor, and the distant, muffled sounds of the market. Ben stood across the table from the two revolutionaries. I suppose formal introductions are in order, Ben said, his voice calm and steady. I am Edgar D. Benjamin. I serve as the quartermaster, inventor, and, for lack of a better term, wizard of the Straw Hat Pirates. The blond man tipped his top hat, his expression serious, but his eyes holding a spark of curiosity. I've heard a lot about you. Dragon's reports were. I am Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. The woman next to him leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. And I'm Koala, Assistant Instructor of Fishman Karate, and an officer in the Army. It's nice to put a face to the name, finally. Ben pulled out a chair and sat down. He didn't waste time with pleasantries. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small holographic projector, a puck that hummed to life, projecting a 3D map of Alabasta onto the rotting table. Sabo's eyebrows raised slightly. Impressive tech. It's efficient, Ben replied. He manipulated the map, highlighting several cities, Nanohana, Rainbase, Alyabarna, and Katoria. Here is the situation, Ben began, his tone shifting to that of a war room general. Alabasta is bleeding. This isn't just a natural drought. It's a manufactured crisis orchestrated by one man, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sabo's grip on his pipe tightened. We suspected a warlord's involvement. The destabilization was too precise. It's worse than you think, Ben continued. Crocodile has established a secret criminal syndicate called Baroque Works. Their goal is Operation Utopia, to overthrow the Nefertari monarchy and install Crocodile as the hero king of a military state. He plans to turn this country into a superpower that threatens the world government. Ben zoomed in on the port of Nanohana. He's using dance powder. Koala gasped. That's a forbidden substance. It steals rain from downwind territories. Exactly, Ben nodded. He smuggles it in, frames the king for using it to keep the capital green, and lets the rest of the country die of thirst. He's inciting a civil war. He wants the people to destroy their own king, so he can swoop in and save them. Sabo's face darkened. The Revolutionary Army existed to overthrow corrupt tyrants, but what Crocodile was doing, manufacturing tyranny to usurp a good king, was vile. He's playing both sides. Creating the villain so he can be the hero. Precisely, Ben said. For the last 2 years, Princess Nefertari Vivi has been undercover inside Baroque works. She's risked everything to find out who was behind her country's suffering. She's currently on our ship, docked in a cove west of here. Sabo looked at Ben with newfound respect. You're sheltering the princess. That puts a massive target on your back. We're pirates, Ben smirked. We like targets. He swiped the map to the city of Katoria, an oasis town in the middle of the desert. The rebel army is camped here. They are led by a man named Koza. He is Vivi's childhood friend. He's a good man, but he's being manipulated by Crocodile's agents. He believes the king is guilty. So, what is the plan? Sabo asked, leaning back. Dragon told us to assist you, but he left the tactical command to your discretion. Simple, Ben said. We stop the war before it starts. We need to get Vivi to Katoria. She needs to speak to Koza. If she can convince him that the king is innocent and that Crocodile is the real enemy, the rebellion stalls. Ben looked Sabo in the eye. Once the rebellion is paused, we take the fight to Rain Base. We take down Crocodile. We expose Baroque works. And we give this country back to its people. Sabo stood up, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Stopping a war and taking down a warlord. That sounds like a Tuesday for us. We're in. Good, Ben said. My crew is currently gathering supplies. We will head for the desert as soon as we're stocked. One question, Koala asked. The rebel leader, Koza, if he's already mobilized, he won't be easy to talk down. That's why we're going, Ben said, standing up and pocketing the projector. Straw Hat Luffy has a way of making people listen. Usually by breaking things. Sabo laughed. I look forward to seeing this captain of yours. You have no idea, Ben muttered. Let's go, there is no time to waste. Ben turned and exited the room, vanishing into the shadows of the hallway. Sabo followed him a few steps behind, a thoughtful expression on his face. He's sharp, Koala noted. He is, Sabo agreed. And dangerous. Let's get moving, Koala. We have a revolution to save. While the fate of the nation was being decided in a dusty backroom, the fate of a local restaurant's structural integrity was being decided in the center of Nanohana. The Spice Bean was a popular establishment, known for its strong coffee and savory meats. Currently, however, the atmosphere was thick with tension. At a center table, a man with no shirt and a tattoo of Whitebeard on his back sat slumped forward, his face buried deep in a plate of spaghetti. He was snoring. Porgas D, standing over him, radiating menace and cigar smoke, was a marine captain with a jit strapped to his back. Smoker the White Hunter. Hey, Smoker growled, staring at the sleeping pirate. I know that face. You're Fire Fist Ace. Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. Ace snored. Zzz pop. A snot bubble inflated and popped. Wake up, Smoker barked. I don't arrest men in their sleep, but I'm making an exception for you. The patrons of the restaurant cowered against the walls, sensing the clash of titans. Smoker reached for his jit. You're coming with me. Suddenly, the air pressure in the street outside dropped. A sound like a jet engine roaring to life echoed through the open door. Me-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee. Smoker turned his head. What the? He didn't finish the sentence. A blur of red and black, moving at Mach speed, shot through the open door. It was a human missile. A rubber comet. Luffy, aiming blindly for the smell of food, didn't see the Marine or his brother. He plowed into them with the force of a runaway freight train. The momentum of his new, 8-foot-tall, 20-ton lifting body was catastrophic. Smoker and Ace were lifted off their feet instantly. They were carried by the rubber juggernaut through the back wall of the restaurant. Then the next wall. Then the wall of the neighboring building. And finally, through the wall of a pottery shop 3 alleys away. dust billowed into the street. The Spice Bean restaurant now had a massive, Looney Tunes-esque tunnel running straight through its architecture. In the center of the restaurant, amidst the rubble and confused diners, Luffy sat up. He dusted brick powder off his vest. He looked left. He looked right. He saw the counter. Old man. Luffy slammed his hands on the table, which cracked under his new strength. Bring me meat. Lots of it. And water. The owner, a trembling man with a mustache, popped up from behind the counter. You. Meat. Meat. Luffy began to bang his spoon and fork on the table, chanting his primal rhythm. Terrified, the owner and his cook scrambled. Within seconds, they returned with platters of roasted lamb, kebabs, and rice. Luffy inhaled them. He didn't chew, he shoveled. Bones and all disappeared into his elastic gullet. Hey, the owner shouted, finding a shred of courage. Aren't you worried? Luffy paused, a turkey leg hanging from his mouth. Worried about what? The hole. The owner pointed a shaking finger at the devastation behind Luffy. A perfect tunnel through for buildings. Look at what you did to my shop. Luffy turned around. He chewed thoughtfully. He looked at the wreckage. Whoa, Luffy said, eyes wide. There's a hole. Why is there a hole in your restaurant, old man? You made it, the owner screamed, veins popping in his neck. You are the one who crashed through the wall. Oh, Luffy swallowed the turkey leg whole. Sorry. He immediately went back to eating a pile of spaghetti. This is good. More. Don't just say sorry and keep eating. 3 alleys away, amidst the ruins of the pottery shop, a pile of rubble shifted. Ace pushed a heavy wooden beam off his chest. He groaned, sitting up and rubbing his head. What hit me? He muttered, blinking dust out of his eyes. I was dreaming about eating. And then suddenly I was flying. He stood up, dusting off his black shorts and adjusting his orange hat. He looked at the tunnel of destruction leading back to the restaurant. Someone has a lot of force, Ace mused, impressed. That felt like a cannonball. Heavier. Curiosity piqued, Ace began to walk back through the holes in the walls. He stepped over broken pottery, apologized to the family in the living room, and climbed over the bricks until he stepped back into the Spice Bean. He saw the back of a massive figure sitting at the center table. The person was huge, over 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and thick, powerful arms that rippled with muscle. He was wearing a red vest and a straw hat. Ace froze. He blinked. That hat. He took a step forward. The figure turned slightly to grab another platter, revealing his profile. Ace's eyes went wide. He stared at the giant eating machine. It was definitely his little brother, but the scrawny kid from the windmill village was gone, replaced by this titan. Ace opened his mouth. He raised a hand. He was about to call out, Luffy. Mugiwara. A roar came from the pile of rubble behind Ace. Before Ace could get the word out, a white blur slammed into him from behind. The Marine captain, furious and humiliated, exploded out of the debris. He didn't care about Ace right now. He only had eyes for the rubber brat who had tackled him. Smoker shoved Ace hard, sending the Fire Logia stumbling sideways into a pile of broken chairs. Out of my way, pirate! Smoker roared. Ace caught his balance, looking annoyed. Hey! Smoker ignored him. He stomped toward Luffy, his jit raised, smoke billowing from his body like a chimney. Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy stopped eating. His cheeks were stuffed like a chipmunk, holding at least 3 steaks. He turned around. He saw the smoke. He saw the jit tipped with sea stone. He saw the angry Marine. Luffy swallowed the food in one hard gulp. Smoky. Luffy mumbled, spraying crumbs. Stop eating. Smoker yelled, swinging the jit down. Your luck runs out here. Luffy looked at Smoker. His instincts screamed fight, but his brain replayed Nami's voice. No trouble. If you cause a scene, I will triple your debt. And no fighting Marines until necessary. And Ben's warning. Smoker is a Logia. Until your hockey is fully active, fighting him is a waste of time. If you see him, relocate. Luffy grabbed the last piece of meat off the table. I can't hit you right now. Luffy shouted, stuffing the meat in his mouth. Nami will kill me if I fight. So I'm running. Get back here. Smoker launched his arms forward, turning them into swirling vines of white smoke to snare Luffy. White blow. Nijirandeo. Run away. Luffy vanished. He used Soru, the superhuman speed Ben had trained him in, now amplified by the serum, and his massive leg muscles. He didn't just run, he exploded into motion. He ricocheted off the remaining walls of the restaurant, moving so fast he was barely a blur of red and black. He shot out of the front door, kicking up a cloud of dust that blinded the entire street. Stop him! Smoker roared to his Marines who were waiting outside, completely ignoring Ace who was standing near the hole in the wall. It's Straw Hat, the Marines outside screamed in panic. Open fire. Bang. The bullets hit Luffy's back as he sprinted down the street, but they bounced off his rubber skin harmlessly. Shishishi. Takes more than that. Luffy laughed, leaping over a camel and 3 merchants in a single bound, disappearing around a corner. Back in the restaurant, Ace picked himself up, dusting off his hat again. He watched the chaos unfolding outside. He watched his little brother sprinting away, at a speed that shouldn't be possible, trailed by a battalion of Marines, and an angry cloud of smoke. A slow grin spread across Ace's face. Well, Ace chuckled to himself. He certainly knows how to make an exit. And he's gotten big. Really big. He looked at the tunnel of destruction Luffy had left behind. I guess I better catch up, Ace murmured, igniting a small flame on his thumb. Before he wrecks the whole city. Or before Smoker actually catches him. Ace walked to the door, watching the retreating cloud of dust. He didn't say a word to Luffy yet, but the reunion was inevitable. The Fire Fist was ready to join the party. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.